Hi, I'm thevincedao, and I'm so conservative that I don't want anything to do with the left. In fact, I don't even turn left when I walk.
If we're spreading this conservative message and people like thevincedao spread the message really well, and the young people get access to this message, they're going to start doing more research and looking into these subjects.
In fact, I was following, the whole political sphere on Instagram, thevincedao dance videos.
The more we have people like you can be able to counteract all the BS that they spreading in school today, man. So you guys are just as important, man. Don't ever think otherwise, man.
Great to see so many like-minded, patriotic Americans come together and take a stand for some common sense and American principles. Give yourselves a hand. You guys probably know this too. Our generation is totally off the rails. I mean, they've completely lost their minds. They're supporting the All Cops Are Bastards movement. They're out here defending. It's mainstream. It's actually a bad thing to be against the rioting and looting and destroying businesses and assaulting people in the streets. Why is it so important for us as conservative teenagers to actually stand up and fight back?
Well, right now, I feel like our voices are never going to be heard. Like, I post something on Instagram against the looting, and I get extreme backlash from people that have been my best friends since I was little. So I think it's important for all of us to know that we have support in each other, and if we do stand up to say what we believe in, that we're going to be supported and not trashed completely.
thevincedao, you're like the only Asian conservative commentator.
Hi, I'm thevincedao, and I'm so conservative that I don't want anything to do with the left. In fact, I don't even turn left when I walk.
If we're spreading this conservative message and people like thevincedao spread the message really well, and the young people get access to this message, they're going to start doing more research and looking into these subjects.
In fact, I was following, the whole political sphere on Instagram, thevincedao dance videos.
The more we have people like you can be able to counteract all the BS that they spreading in school today, man. So you guys are just as important, man. Don't ever think otherwise, man.
Okay, and we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a second. Let me just upload the little election night little banner here, so we got some branding going. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So just give me a second. Let me just put that over here, and voila, that should be it. Is it? Is it? Is it? Hold on, just give me a second here. Boom! Oh, that looks smexy. Okay. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My gosh. So, obviously, as you can see, I am back home. I am no longer in the lovely state of Arizona. Unfortunately, I am back here in the People's Republic of California. And what are you guys saying? You don't think my mic is on? My mic is clearly on. What are you guys talking about? What? Hold on. Okay, that's weird. It should be on. Can you guys not hear me or something? It works. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay. All right, anyways. Yeah, so hold on, let me just check and make sure it's the right using the internal mic. Okay, that's why you guys are saying weird stuff. It's because this needs to be going to the internal mic. Or not going to the internal mic either. So that's really weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, that I'm not sure why it's doing that. But if you guys can hear me, then that should be fine. Okay, anyways. Hopefully I'm not super bad because it's like it should be using this mic right here, but it sounds like it's using the natural sound. Okay. Anyways, all right. So obviously, as you guys know, this is the third night of the election, okay? And it's probably not going to be the last either. It's actually most definitely probably not going to be the last. This is a disaster. Okay, so before we get into the results, I just want to point out something that it seems pretty self-evident, but I feel like I should say it anyway. You know, at some point, America is going to wake up from this disaster of whatever the hell this election was, okay, regardless of who wins. And we're going to realize in the end that obviously there's a better of the two alternatives, okay? Obviously Trump is the better of the two alternatives out of Biden. But regardless of who wins, folks, we have made a complete laughingstock out of ourselves on the world stage through this election. And I do not say that lightly, okay? And I think that's pretty self-evident that we screwed this up, guys, okay? Now, for months, we were warning of this possibility, okay? The conservatives, at least, and the people with common sense that realized, actually, you know, maybe universal mail-in voting probably isn't such a good freaking idea, right? Guys, people in India are laughing at us right now, okay? And I'm not joking about that. People in India are laughing at the fact that America cannot correctly conduct an election. For context, people get murdered in India over elections, okay? So we've just made a complete laughingstock out of ourselves. I mean, our enemies right now are laughing their butts off because, ladies and gentlemen, we are supposedly the most powerful country in the world, right? As we always tell ourselves. And yet we can't conduct a damn election properly. This is ridiculous, you know? And I think eventually when we wake up from this, which at some point will happen, Americans on both sides are going to realize that we have made a serious laughingstock out of ourselves on the world stage. And as a result of all this chaos, we've severely weakened ourselves on the world stage. So just something to think about. Anyways, you guys, so results have been coming in. We'll go right to the results. All right. No more talking from me. We could do that more tomorrow night, probably, when my mic is not being weird. So new results, folks. So Georgia has become razor thin, ladies and gentlemen. I did some math today that hopefully maybe you guys saw that video basically pointing out like this is how it goes. But as I mentioned, earlier today, it all depended on the margins and new ballots coming in for Biden, probably mail-in ballots, but regardless, are very clearly favoring Biden a lot. So I believe that the current lead in Georgia for Trump has now, wow. Okay, so now it is now at 3,000 votes. Let me share my screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at right here. Share screen. Here we go. All right. Look at this, folks. And I'm sorry for using Fox, okay? Fox calls their results really fast, but they're also being kind of lame, so maybe I shouldn't be using them. But look at this, folks. 3,000 votes with 99% reporting. So let's zoom in a little bit and see what exactly is still outstanding. But actually, I probably shouldn't use Fox for this because they've not exactly been reliable. But Fulton County is 100% reporting. That's very deep blue suburb in Atlanta. If that is at 100% reporting and they're done counting there, then obviously that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. That's something to celebrate. But, you know, is Fulton County really done? Fox News has been pretty unreliable about this. They've said there's been a bunch of different counties where they've been like, hey, it's 100% reporting already. And it turns out it's not really 100% reporting. So if this is really not something that is honestly the most trustworthy, in my opinion. But according to Fox, all these precincts are 100% reporting in, okay, which suggests that the election in Georgia should be done, but total reporting is only 99%. So maybe what we're going to do is not listen to Fox because they've been a disaster. Don't get me started on the state of Arizona. And instead, just head over to, let's just go to election results 2020. Results. Yeah, Georgia's incredibly close. Actually, I think if the Biden campaign loses the state of Georgia, I believe they might actually be within the threshold for a recount. I mean, I'm not sure exactly about Georgia state law, but they're within 0.1%. So I would not be surprised if they actually are eligible for recount. But yeah, exactly. You really can't trust any media. So, all right. So New York Times has, okay, so now they're saying just greater than 98% reporting. Georgia officials said Thursday morning that the process of outstanding absentee ballots would continue throughout the day into the evening if necessary. So that that is pretty scary, folks, because as we know, obviously, that so-called outstanding absentee ballots clearly favor sleepy Joe Biden over President Trump. That should be no surprise to anyone. So, folks, that's kind of scary. Hold on, let me see if my stupid mic is still being weird. All right, I don't know why it's doing that. It should be plugged in, but I guess if you guys can hear me, it's fine anyway. But that's just being weird. Okay, anyways. Let's see. So Arizona, another state we're looking at. Obviously, I have said that, you know, on election night when Fox News called Arizona, we were all like, "What the heck is up with that?" It continues to narrow for Biden. So now he is within less than 60,000 votes. When I last reported, I believe it was at 69,000. Now Biden is only leading by about 57,000, 87% of the estimated votes reported. Trump has been meeting the thresholds he needs so far in Arizona. The only problem for him there is that some of these later ballots may not favor him as much just based on region and geography. But that's something else we'll have to see. So in Nevada, we have 89% of the votes reported. Biden still has about an 8,000. Sorry, I can't do math. 12,000. Now his lead has expanded a little bit to 12,000. And I'm getting hot, so I'm going to take off this jacket. But some major lawsuits out of Nevada. The Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit in Nevada, basically claiming that they've alleged and they claim to have evidence that dead people and that non-residents have voted in the state of Nevada, and they filed that about early this morning. So that's going to be another state to watch. Obviously, you know, the media for months has always told us about the importance of making sure that Americans accept the results of the election. But we've always known that's been full of crap because they've simultaneously been pushing a system that looks like this, where it becomes extremely difficult for Americans on either side of either losing side to you know, accept the results of this election. And someone sent me a super chat. Hold on, let me try to like display it in the thing. All right, Lewis Park, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Lewis Park says, bro, if you need a conservative Asian who dislikes the left, not to mention I've been in their radical institution to combat identity politics, then look no further. How do I get in contact with you? Whatever you're talking about, you can DM me on Instagram. I'll probably respond. Probably ask me on my personal account if you want a faster response. But yeah, I mean, I am a conservative Asian who also dislikes the left. So we could team up or something, my man. All right. Pennsylvania, the lead continues to narrow. We got to see, is Philadelphia done yet? Philadelphia. Only 89% of the votes reported. Of course, as we know. So on Tuesday night, as Trump was up by like 700,000, 800,000 in Pennsylvania, the city of Philadelphia simply called a lid. Yep, they called a lid. They said we are done counting the election results for no justifiable reason at all whatsoever. So I gotta be careful about what I say, because anything that remotely questions the ultimate supremacy of our election system, which, as we know, according to big tech, is like the most secure thing to ever exist, possibly ever in the history of humanity. Sarcastic, obviously. The voting system is completely secure due to them, according to them. But it's been odd to me that everywhere that Trump has been leading, like by a lot, you have these blue leaning precincts that have magically decided, well, we're going to stop counting the election, the ballots, and then wait till the morning. And then come morning, oh, what's this? All these ballots found for Biden. Okay. Again, I'm going to be very careful about what I say, because big tech, you cannot remotely question the results of, this obviously, as you can all see, very secure and very, what's going on in this election. Again, sarcastic. But, if you want to talk about this whole Republican, not even Republican, but, the Trump campaign sort of argument that, hey, you guys are intentionally stopping the vote count and then trying to find enough ballots and then report them, okay? Or where are these ballots coming from? It's not it really adds to the credibility of the Trump campaign saying that when you have in all these places, Trump is leading or Trump is doing very well, they call a lid, and then when they start counting again, oh, suddenly almost all these votes are going for Biden. Folks, as I said, they've been telling us for forever how important it is that we all accept the results of this election, but they're setting up a system that intentionally degrades the trust of what the hell is going on in this election, okay? So I got a bunch of super chats. I want to read them real quick, but Nerf Octane, do you see how Trump's lead in Georgia narrowed? Yes, it is now literally like 3,000 votes. It is ridiculous. So we're just going to have to watch it. And the remaining ballots are all supposedly outstanding absentee ballots. So Mayo Ayo, thank you very much for the $2 super chat, or $1.99. Fact check. People under the age of 18 have apparently voted in non-voter ID states. Yeah, so that's another thing. So as I mentioned, the Trump campaign is filing a lawsuit in the state of Nevada claiming that non-residents and that dead people, I have not heard about people under the age of 18. It seems plausible, but non-residents and dead people have been voting in this election, in Nevada specifically. Now, why is it significant that this is happening in Nevada? Well, Nevada just a few months ago decided that they were going to go universal mail-in voting for this election. Okay, universal mail-in voting. That means every person, registered voter, gets sent a ballot, regardless of whether or not they asked or requested for an absentee ballot, right? Literally, just send the ballot out there. Everyone gets a ballot. You get a ballot, I get a ballot, everyone gets a ballot, right? Trump warned, and a lot of people warned about that. Because, number one, let's talk, before we talk about fraud, right? Let's just talk about the actual just logistical common sense problems that obviously exist with it, right? So, okay, you're sending out a ballot to every single registered voter, but it's a known fact that across the U.S. and including in Nevada, there are plenty of people on voting rolls that should not be on voting rolls, right? Whether they're dead or they've moved away, right? Or, they're just never supposed to be there in the first place. The nice thing about, not doing universal mail-in voting is at least if the person is dead or they've moved, they still have to show up to the voting polls and go vote, right? But now you have ballots being sent to random addresses that we don't even know where if they still live there.
because the voting rolls never really get purged, even though they're supposed to, right? We have no idea what the hell's going on now. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. And it's no surprise to me that if you're sending a ballot to almost every single mailbox in the state of Nevada, no surprise whatsoever that that you receive ballots in return that come from the wrong person, that are people get confused, or people just with more malicious intent straight up either steal the ballots or see, oh hey, this person used to live there, they're dead or moved away, I got their ballot, let me turn in my ballot for them. Okay, it's very obvious that a universal mail-in voting system is prone to severe problems and severe fraud. And I'm not just talking about straight up voter fraud. I'm just talking also about simple logistical problems with it that could cause ballots to be lost, found, people turn in the wrong ballot. People are confused. They think they're eligible to vote. They're not, but they got a ballot anyway, so let me turn it in. There's so much room for error. And, at the very least, folks, California, who is also doing universal mail-in voting this year, at least they have been doing mass mail-in voting for many years, right? It's sort of normal in California to vote by mail, and it has been for many years. Nevada just adopted this crap. Okay, they just adopted this crap. This is brand new. You folks, you cannot change your system, your electoral system, literally just months before an election. In general, okay, because it usually takes years to work, to figure out and work. But especially a presidential election, and at that, what both sides agree to basically be the most important presidential election in modern history. Folks, you cannot just change the voting system like that, okay? And when you do, you are bound to have severe problems like this, okay? Like this. So I really am not going to trust the state of Nevada. Let's hope that we win Arizona so that way we don't have to rely on Nevada, because Nevada is a hot mess. It's a hot mess. And we'll just do you think the Dems will ever be exposed for their corruption? I gotta say they get away with a lot. What they've been doing is really come out under the Trump presidency, but people still have to be willing to look for it and see it. So it's just we do ultimately in a lot of ways live in a two-tiered system where the Democrats get away with everything in our country. So there it is. Another story for you guys. Poll watchers, okay? In many Democrat-run areas where they know Joe Biden is running up the score, but the question is by how much in swing states, Trump campaign poll watchers have been denied access. The most major stories out of Detroit, okay? Detroit, they boarded up the windows. Nothing says transparency like boarding up windows, okay? But the same has been true in Atlanta. In many places, Trump campaign poll watchers have been denied access to polling places. In some places, I saw a video today where the vote counting people, the poll workers, I should say, were cheering that the poll watchers were leaving. Okay, they're cheering them out on that they were getting kicked out. Okay, there are problems with this. Okay, I want to trust the integrity of my poll workers because we want to trust that they're doing the right thing. Yeah, exactly. Thank you again for the $5 super chat, Rev Demon. And thank you to Grace Range for sending one in too. But yeah, Atlanta and Philly are pulling ballots out of their butt right now. No, they definitely are. You hear the other side constantly saying, "Count every vote, count all the votes. The election's not over till we count all the votes." Okay, count all the votes. Sure, definitely. But shouldn't we make sure we're counting them correctly? Like, it's not just count votes, count all the votes. You got to count the votes correctly, because there's no point in counting all the votes if you're not going to count the damn votes correctly. True or false? Okay. For people who keep lecturing us about the strength of our democracy and not, and giving all the crap we've been hearing out of them, you would think that they would be the first person in line to say, yes, folks, we need poll watchers. Okay, we need people to stand there and make sure these numbers are getting counted correctly because we care about the integrity of our democracy. But that's just it, isn't it? That's just it. They know Listen, it is no secret that in Detroit, the majority of the people there are Democrats, which means that the majority of people that are poll workers and are counting those votes are Democrats. And I'm not accusing them of malicious intent necessarily. I'm not saying that all of them are just going to throw out all of the votes for Trump, because there are many honest people out there, but there are also many dishonest people out there. How's the only way that you know whether they're being honest or dishonest? You got to watch. Okay, so that means in Democrat-run areas, there should be Republicans watching them count the votes, watching what they're doing. That also means if you want to send the Biden campaign wants to send poll watchers to Republican areas, I fully encourage them to do that as well, because you need to get honest results, folks. Okay, and there have been several anecdotal incidences where where poll workers have actually been caught vowing to throw out all the votes for Trump. Okay, this has happened in Pennsylvania and many other places, but that's only where they've been caught. We don't know how widespread it is. We don't know if it's widespread. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully we can trust that 99.99% of our poll workers have integrity. But the only way we know that, folks, is if we watch, okay? In the lovely state of Florida, coincidentally, the state that Trump won by, for Florida standards, a very big margin, like 400,000 votes. In the lovely state of Florida, I saw a person from Broward County. He's an election official there. Sorry, not an election official, but, talking about today, how in Broward County, it's like a Krispy Kreme. It's an open window and everyone can come watch the process happening. Meanwhile, Detroit, they're boarding up. Nothing says transparency and an open democracy, folks, that like the left is always claiming to call for. Nothing says that. Quite like, boarding up windows and not allowing people to watch and kicking out Trump poll watchers. Now, the Trump campaign has won several lawsuits today over this issue, because I think it's pretty straight down the line, like you should be allowing these people in. But the problem is, how many votes have been counted already? Okay, now they're at the tail end of the votes, and now they're finally being let in. This is just a mess, folks. Okay, this is just an ultimate hot mess. Neither side, whoever ends up winning, and I'm not saying I'm not giving up, because this election in my eyes is still fully in play. It's all going to come down to who wins Arizona, who wins Pennsylvania, right? And that's still up there, and who wins Georgia, right? It's still all up in the air. We don't have a winner yet. But regardless of whoever wins, the either side is not going to accept the results of this election. And maybe that's what the media and that's what the elite institutions in our society wanted. Because we knew, folks, that unless this election ended up being a landslide for either side, which clearly it is not, clearly is an extremely close election, we knew that with a voting system this atrocious and horrendous, that the losing Stop doing that. Stop doing that, 5G. Come on. Come on, 5G internet. You're supposed to be 5G internet, not 0G internet. Okay, anyways. No, but as I was saying, you cannot expect either side to accept an election like this. It's just ridiculous. It's a hot damn mess. And, at least the election of 2000, which also was a big hot mess, at least back then we were not nearly as divided as a country as we are now. We are now extremely divided as a country, okay? And the sad reality is, at this rate, the way this is all going, we're not going to know, neither side is going to accept the results of this election, okay? But we're going to keep an eye on Georgia because that state, it's looking like they're going to have their election results in by tonight. Right now, yeah, Trump literally has a little bit over a 3,000 vote lead in the state of Georgia. That is obviously nothing. I believe actually, so I know in the state of Georgia that if you don't get over 50%, you need to do a runoff. But I'm not sure if that's only for like local candidates or if that applies to the presidential election. If someone knows that and can fact check me on that, please let me know. Exactly. Thank you. It's 5G, not 0G. No, I know. It is. It's 5G, not 0G. But yeah, it's folks. So it's for me. It all comes down to Georgia. If we do not win Georgia, this election's over, in my opinion, and Biden will be the winner. I mean, obviously that's assuming that we don't win. You know, we don't have lawsuits that end up changing entire results, right? But let me just show you the math. So let's say Georgia goes blue, right? So that puts Biden at 260, 275, 263. Because obviously Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan been called for Biden, right? So that if we win Pennsylvania and Arizona, Biden still wins. It will require us to win Nevada, who with the voting system there, eek. But even then, that puts us at a 269 tie. So with losing Georgia, as of right now, this is the best case scenario for Trump. Okay, and that's not a scenario we want. So definitely Georgia's a must win. If we lose Georgia, it's over. Now, Fox News has called Arizona last night. That's another disaster here, folks, because, you know, Fox called Arizona within like an hour, I believe. It was very fast within the time that the polls closed. It was like within an hour of the polls closing, Fox News had called the state of Arizona, right? Here's what I'm wondering. That, you know, we know Fox screwed up that call. I've been talking about that forever already, right? So we know Fox messed that up. No question about it. But to what extent? Because they might not have just made themselves look really bad, which they did, and which they will, especially if, you know, if Trump ends up flipping the state, they'll look really bad. But even without it, it was pretty clearly a premature call. How many people were in line? What I want to know, how many people were in line when Fox called Arizona and just gave up and left? Okay? Genuine question. Because as we know, when polls close, that doesn't actually mean that people stop voting, that you can't vote anymore. That only means that that you have to have been in line by the time that polls close. Okay? So that means that when polls close in Arizona, like most states, there are probably still people in line, right? There's still people in line. There's still people about to vote. How many people were in line when Fox called Arizona and just were like, oh, it's over, left? We don't know. We're never going to know. But we like a number on that. We like a number on that, folks, okay? And coincidentally enough, who is going to be in line on voting in person on election day? We know that's predominantly Republicans, like 2-1, right? Predominantly Republicans in line voting on election day. So the Fox call in Arizona should outrage you enough to begin with. But when you take into account the potential factor that not only did they possibly just screw it up really badly, but that what they did could have actually influenced the results, folks, you should be extremely, extremely outraged. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, 269 tie does favor Trump, but we'd have to see. That's not a scenario you want to go down. All right, let's not even think about that right now because that's going to be a disaster for our country. One unfortunate thing is that it seems that Biden has won the 3rd district in Nebraska. Why do I say that's unfortunate? Well, let's pretend it went for Trump, right? And let's say we didn't win Nevada. Actually, it really doesn't, never mind. It really doesn't make a difference now. Actually, it does. Because let's go down the losing Georgia scenario, winning Nevada. Look at that. Look at what a difference the winning the 3rd district in Nebraska would have made. If we lose Georgia, win Arizona, win Nevada, win Pennsylvania, we'd have exactly 270. But because we couldn't get it done in that 3rd district in Nebraska, it becomes 269 ties. So that was very important. Trump can win the House if there is a tie. Yes, he can. My problem is that you could see rogue electors with a 269 tie all because remember, electors in like half the states do not need to vote with the popular vote of the state. They can vote however they want. You could see an elector say, hey, Biden won the popular vote. This is ridiculous. This is a sham. Let me vote for Biden. 270 for Biden. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's how the Electoral College really actually works. So we'll have to see, folks. We'll have to see. Again, you know, we don't know if this election is being rigged or to what extent. But what we do know is that the fact that Trump campaign poll watchers were not allowed into heavily Democrat-run areas in swing states to watch the votes and watch the polls, that is extremely disheartening and extremely suspicious, and it would make any rational person start to, you know, question the actual integrity of this system. Okay? The fact that places like Philadelphia have magically called a lid on election night for no justifiable reason other than Trump was winning, and then the next day start to count. Again, we obviously will find out in court. Obviously, as of right now, there's no evidence that they are committing fraud there. But there's a severe lack of transparency. We can see that with our own eyes. So, anyways, long story short, folks, if you noticed any irregularities while you were voting, report them to your Secretary of State and make sure that report gets in, because they can actually be used as evidence by the Trump team. So make sure you do that. But let's go back to election results and keep the train rolling. Keep following it. No, Vox, you don't deserve my money. I'm turning off the ad blocker, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I'm not sure. See, Fox has 100% of precincts reporting, so I'm not sure what they're waiting on. Let me actually try to take a look here. Georgia presidential election is extremely close. Yeah. Look at this, 3,000 votes. Can you believe this? Look at this is one reason why I just absolutely despise the Libertarian Party. Look at what a difference that Joe Jorgensen made in this election. Look at Georgia, okay? 61,000 for Joe. That's how you say her name, right? Joe Jorgensen. It's like obviously basic math. Trump could have easily won Georgia had the Libertarian candidate not been here as playing spoiler. But where's the Green Party candidate? That's an interesting question. Why are progressives more loyal to their mainstream party than libertarians are to theirs? Sad. And then watch, if Joe Biden becomes president and he raises taxes and, you know, takes our guns, libertarians will be like, but I got my third party voting. I mean, look, I'm not here to shame you for who you vote for, but come on, really? Anyways. Let's check in on CBS. So this is what I went over earlier today, right? This is the outstanding vote totals. Actually, this number has decreased, so it looks like we're getting less. Trump campaign lawsuit in Georgia dismissed. The lawsuit filed by the Trump campaign against the Chatham Board of Elections has dismissed. Okay, this is a minor case, 50 ballots. All right, and that's earlier today. So we're not exactly sure what exactly is outstanding in Georgia, but that is going to, holy crap, that just is so close. The nice thing is, hopefully, if it goes, let me see. I'm not sure if it would go to a runoff or not. Again, if someone in the chat can fact check me on that, please let me know. If neither candidate in Georgia gets over 50%, will that mean there is a runoff in Georgia, or is that only for Senate and, you know, governor races and stuff like that? If anyone knows that the answer to that question, please let me know. Bro, I support Green Party, but I never vote for one for president. LMAO, yeah. You know what else is like interesting is I heard today that in Wisconsin, the Green Party candidate Howie Hawkins was not on the ballot, but the Libertarian candidate Joe Jorgensen was. Come on, man, what's up with that? If you're going to divide the votes, at least put the Green Party candidate on the ballot. So that's just it's terrible. I mean, we're not going to blame her for being the reason why Trump lost, obviously, because Gary Johnson was probably a much more mainstream candidate back then, and he would have played spoiler greater than Joe. But it is something to consider when you look at these margins that, had Democrats had a third party challenge the way, Republicans did, we could be looking at a different election right now. So good question. Let's take a look back at Pennsylvania, shall we? Pennsylvania, I don't think we'll know till tomorrow at the earliest, unfortunately. But let's take a look. So Trump leads by this actually I believe this margin has actually changed since we started the stream. So he now leads by 0.8, and in terms of votes, that equates to about 53,000. I believe at the start of the stream it might have been around 60,000. So terrible. Yeah, so definitely the lead is definitely closing for App. So this makes sense. So Erie, so we're starting to get the Biden votes, and now I'm assuming these are going to be mail-in ballots, because when I left Arizona on Tuesday or Wednesday, Erie County was red. It is now blue. That was predicted. Erie County is a blue county. Philadelphia, Biden is up 80 to 18. Interesting. I saw a tweet today, and I've not verified this to see myself if it's true, but Eric Trump earlier today tweeted out something interesting, pointing out that Biden has underperformed Hillary in all major urban centers except for Detroit, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and Milwaukee. Needless to say, what states those are, those cities are in. It's a big head scratcher, because by many metrics, they're just odd discrepancies in this election. Just look at this. So in Texas, and again, I'm not. There could be legitimate reasons for this, but it is a discrepancy to sort of ask yourself about, right? In Texas, Trump did very well. Trump did very well in Texas, but not just Trump. Republicans did very well in Texas. Did not lose the Senate seat, did not lose a single House seat, which Democrats were really banking on, right? They're trying to turn Texas blue. This was a huge blow to that goal. I mean, Republicans really did really, really well in Texas, right? Texas is a Sun Belt state. So if this is going on, if that happened in Texas, why are Democrats struggling so much why is Trump and Republicans struggling so much in Arizona, underperforming in Arizona, underperforming in Georgia, North Carolina, about right, but underperforming in Georgia, and yet Texas kicked butt, Florida kicked butt as well, right? So you would think that, if Republicans do really well in these two Sun Belt states, they would, if they overperform here, why are they underperforming here? Look at the margin in Ohio. That's about 8 points, over 8 points. Again, and Trump won Ohio by 8 points in 2016, right? So if he's going to take Ohio by 8 points, obviously the other Rust Belt states are much bluer, right? But still, if he takes it by 8 points, how is it plausible that Trump doesn't even crack the wall on any of these three? And at this rate, right, struggling in Pennsylvania as well. It's a little bit off. It's a little bit off is all I'm saying. We know by exit polls, which are not always the most reliable, but typically would expect to favor Democrats, that Trump did better with minority voters in this cycle than Republicans have since 1960, right? And I'll go into what that actually shows later on. But just in short, right? So if he's doing that well with minorities, why? What is he? What has he just significantly, extremely underperformed with whites? What? Again, so there are we're not calling fraud. We are calling discrepancies. Okay, the fraud will come out in the lawsuits, and we'll have to see exactly what happened there. But what we do know is that there is a severe lack of transparency, and there are a lot of reasons to be doubtful and skeptical of exactly what is going on here. So that's all I can say, and that's all we really can say right now. But Georgia is definitely going to be the state to watch tonight, folks. Arizona, we probably won't get results in until Friday, most likely. Nevada, a hot mess. We probably won't get results until about 2025. And North Carolina has been stuck at the same margin for a reason. 12 days from now, or 12 days from Tuesday, they are going to be releasing their mail-in ballot, their final mail-in ballots, the ones that came after the election. But it does seem like we're going to hold in North Carolina. I would be fairly confident of that. So that's what we know. As you can see, Democrats were hoping they would flip Iowa, right? 8 points. Ohio, Democrats were hoping for there. Also, 8 points. And yet we lose Michigan by 7 when it was like basically deadlocked in 2016. Wisconsin, very close. Okay, well, we'll give it to Wisconsin. You know, the Trump campaign is requesting a recount there. But this is a very close margin, right? 21,000 votes. Okay. Michigan, what? Trump lost by like over 100,000? The trends don't add up. Because you would think if Trump basically performed the same by the same margin he did in 2016 in Ohio, why is he so significantly underperforming in the rest of the Rust Belt? Just something to keep in mind, right? Same thing with Florida. Florida and Texas kick butt. So why wouldn't we see a similar performance trend in Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia? Maybe it is just that weird of an election, that weird of a year. But it doesn't quite equate. How can Trump, with such good minority numbers, did he really lose that much of the white vote? And for what reason? None of this makes sense. A lot of this, folks, does not make sense. But we're just gonna have to wait and see. Hopefully, again, Fox has called Arizona. It's a terrible decision on their end. There's still plenty to go in Arizona. It's been 48 hours since Fox called Arizona, almost, and CNN, MSNBC, the other networks have not called Arizona. There's severe discrepancy there. But let's go through the map. So, assuming folks that, let me make sure I have this all right. Right? Yes, I do. Okay. So we'll take Nevada as blue, just to be safe. This is Trump's, in my opinion, this is Trump's best and most realistic path to victory right now. And it is doable. It is doable. But the new ballots coming in are polling very good for Biden. I wonder why that is. But this right here is Trump's best path to victory. He holds on in Georgia. He holds on in North Carolina, which North Carolina seems like we're going to hold on. Georgia is where within 3,000 votes, okay? But holds on in Georgia, and then wins Pennsylvania and wins Arizona. That puts Trump at 279. That's all we need to win. Now, again, as I pointed out, if we lose Georgia, as of right now, unless the recounts in these Rust Belt states really like actually end up flipping it, which might not be like the most likely. Without Georgia, our only path is to 269. But we could also, say for some odd reason that we win Nevada but lose Arizona, still puts Trump at 274. So all we need is Georgia We need to hold on in Georgia, hold on in Pennsylvania, and then win one of these Mojave states. I don't even know. What do you even call them? The Mojave Triangle? Getting fancy with my geography there. I don't even know. But all we would need is that. But Georgia, right now, I would say tonight the state to watch is Georgia. Because it's literally, I believe they should, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't be. They should be done counting tonight. Whether or not they report is a different story, but they should be done counting tonight. And then the only question that remains is is that going to be enough? And let me scroll up. I'm not sure if no president has ever gone into office without winning either Florida or Ohio. That is true. But at the same time, there's definitely a path to victory for Joe Biden that does not actually have to include Florida or Ohio. So historical trends have been thrown out the window, and a lot of different trends, because, again, if he does really well in Texas and Florida, you would think Georgia would be the same story, but well, whatever, man, whatever. I don't know what happened to this microphone. I hope I didn't break the receiver for it, because this should be working. So weird. I don't know how that happened, because this should be there. Yeah. I don't know why it's broken. But if Biden wins, will America be destroyed? Well, if Biden wins, we really have no choice other than to be optimistic. Hope that we make it, you know. Here's the thing. We don't really know what a Biden presidency will look like. We all try to speculate, but at the end of the day, we don't know, and here's why. Number one question. We think we know the answer to this, but it's still an open question. To what extent will Joe Biden actually be running his government, his own government, right? What extent would he actually be running that government? Because if he runs it himself, then it won't be that much different from just having 4 more years of Obama, right? Joe Biden himself, deep down, is not the most radical guy. He's not. He had a long history in the Senate for being one of the most moderate Democrats in the Senate. The problem is, it seems more likely than not that because he's a fool and he's an idiot, that he would not actually run his own government, and he'd leave it to either Kamala Harris, who does pose a severe danger to the future of our country, or to, you know, an unelected council. He's just going to leave it to the cabinet. And that cabinet will be either really progressive or very, very corporatist, which either way just does not end up well. And he will not have a control over it. So regardless, it's just not going to be it's just not going to be a good thing. It's not going to be a good story. A Biden president is just a Kamala Harris puppet toy. Very true. Yeah. It won't be good, but we'll just have to deal with it. So it does look like Republicans have held the Senate, which is good, regardless, right? Regardless, that's a good thing of who wins. Regardless of who wins, it's something to definitely be celebrated, that despite Democrats oftentimes putting hundreds of millions of dollars into some of these races, that still, with all that being considered, we held the Senate, and we did very well in the Senate. And, you know, in the House, where the pollsters and the election analysts are claiming that, you know, the Democrats are gonna add another 20 seats. Nope, actually, they when it's all said and done, they're projected to have actually lost about 5 seats. So, one conclusion we can draw is that this was not the blue wave landslide that all the polls and all the analysts predicted. So, what we can say right now, while we're still waiting on who won, which we don't know, but what we can say is that 2016 was no fluke, ladies and gentlemen. You know, this is real. This movement is real. And the American electorate is not as on board with the radical left as the radical left and the media seem to think. So that's just something to consider. You know, they've told us that this was going to be a landslide, that the American people have rejected Trump. Guys, this is still here. You know, this populism that the media tried to pretend like it was a one-time fluke and they didn't know what the hell happened, it's still here. And actually, I was watching CNN yesterday because CNN has been giving better results, in my opinion, than has been more responsible than Fox. Bakari Sellers, I don't know if you guys know who Bakari Sellers is, but he's an analyst, he's a contributor for CNN, very obnoxious. Was basically saying it's like, well, it's because America is still racist. Okay, well, you know, we'll just throw out his nonsense. Okay, that we're used to those tactics. We're used to that racist scare tactic. But that doesn't. It's not that America is racist, but it does show that America is not as on board with this crap as they seem to think, right? Because it's very confusing what's going on in our country to the people in the media and to the people in pop culture, because they live in this bubble where everyone is on board with the woke agenda. Yes, we all love this. Oh my God. In real America, where real people work and real people have to live, you know, it's not as universally accepted as they seem to think, you know. Actually, you know, a lot of people still like their country. They're still proud of their country. You know, they don't want to radically change the system in our country across many institutions. And that's something to keep in mind as we just sit around and wait for this election to go however it ends up going. So okay, anyways. As I was saying, we're watching the state of Georgia still. I'm trying to find out what votes are still outstanding. That's what I'm very confused about, because it says 98, greater than 98%, 99% reporting. Fox News, who is historically unreliable, but Fox News, who has Georgia, oops, sorry, my bad, has Georgia as 99% called, but when you zoom into these precincts, every precinct is at 100% reporting. So let me try to go on where I was before, which was the New York Times, I believe, and see what we got going on there. Where was it? Let me go to my history. Here it is, live election results, the New York Times. Let's see if they're okay. Let's see. Okay, so this is great, giving us a better estimate. But all of these, look at this, greater than 98% of estimated votes. Okay, Taylor County, 96%. But most of these are greater than 98% of estimated votes reported. But there are definitely ballots out there. And the thing is, greater than 98%, you may see that's nothing, and it is really nothing. But keep in mind, Trump's lead is literally right now 3,000 votes. So what the hell is going on in Georgia? We're not exactly sure. But I'll tell you this much, you know, I was sort of baffled by the Biden campaign strategy in the sense that I was surprised by how much time they were spending down in Georgia, right? They're spending a lot of time in Georgia and Florida. And in both states, I was sort of like, why are you doing that? You don't need that. It seems like a waste of time. And in the process, you're neglecting the Rust Belt. And in the case of Florida, we can clearly tell that it was a waste of time for Biden. He should have never been there. He shouldn't have even been trying for there. Because as we basically saw, Florida went red, and it went pretty red. Like 400,000 votes might not sound like a lot, but in Florida, that's like a landslide, you know? But the other state that they spent a lot, and Texas, they spent a lot of time in Texas. Again, got shellacked there. The down ballot races that they thought they were helping also just got wiped out in. But in Georgia, they're doing phenomenal. It's a big question mark. Like, why? For what reason? But Actually, sorry. I'm screen sharing the wrong tab. Let me switch to tab. Yeah, guys. I see that. I see that. Hold on. Let me stop this screen share to the other tab. So, there could be legitimate reasons for this. I know Atlanta has grown a lot in population, but in a lot of ways, it still doesn't make sense because in 2018 was sort of a blue wave year, right? Democrats won in a lot of places. And one of those places included was the Rust Belt, right? In 2016, obviously, Trump won the Rust Belt. In 2018, Democrats wiped out Republicans in the Rust Belt, right? And so we knew going into 2020, hey, Democrats won the Rust Belt in 2018, Trump won in 2016. That means it's up for grabs because obviously on an off-year election, the incumbent party is going to have lower turnout than the challenging party, right? The party that's not in power, right? That's how it always goes. But Republicans did hold in Texas, Georgia, and Florida. Obviously not in Arizona, but in Texas, Georgia, and Florida, right? Brian Kemp beat Stacey Abrams, which means it was probably safe to assume that in a blue wave year, if Republicans could hold on to Georgia, then in the 2020 general presidential election, when all the Republicans are going to turn out for Trump, that Trump will be just fine in Georgia. And yet instead, Trump is within 3,000 in Georgia, whereas Brian Kemp won the state by about 30,000 votes. You could say Atlanta has grown a lot in population, but even with that in consideration, it still doesn't make a lot of sense, okay? Because you would expect that Republicans would do better in this term than they did in the midterms. And in many states, that's true, right? Many states, that's true, including, if I could zoom out here, including in, hey, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, etc., right? These were states that went solid blue in the midterms. Trump is extremely close in them. That trend makes sense. Georgia doesn't make sense, right? Beto lost by like a point or whatever. Trump is up right now like 6 points, right? These trends seem to make sense. Georgia doesn't make sense. It does make sense that Arizona would be up for grabs, right? Because Martha McSally actually lost Kirsten Sinema in 2018, right? So Republicans lost in Arizona in 2018. So it would make sense that, hey, they might still be up for grabs in 2020. But Republicans won in Georgia. They won. And you're telling me that it's within 3,000 right now? You sure about that? Just keep that in mind. And again, Georgia has definitely been on a very, it's been very close. The Democrats have been coming very close in the state of Georgia. But you would expect that considering 2018, this is a cycle where Georgia holds, and it's not. So, weird. Very weird. The nice thing about this, though, the one silver lining of all this nonsense, coronavirus is over. What happened to coronavirus? Do you guys remember coronavirus? Remember that thing? So I wasn't even thinking about it, but I remember last night I'm watching CNN. I'm watching Chris Cuomo, the bodybuilder, do election night coverage, and I realized, hey, for months CNN has had that count on the side of their screen that shows current coronavirus cases, current coronavirus deaths. It shows all the numbers on the side of the screen. And yet, ever since November 3rd has been over, what happened to their coronavirus count? What happened to it? Where'd coronavirus go, folks? Remember that thing? Remember how it was the most important and scary thing to exist possibly ever in maybe the history of ever? It has not been mentioned. And guys, I'm not just talking about, you might just say, oh, well, that's because they were covering the election. Okay. But I was watching CNN last night, and they're doing sort of a commentary panel where they analyze, like, what does this election show? What were Americans voting on? What ideas and factors were they voting on, et cetera, right? That stuff, right? They were having that discussion, okay? and the racial justice stuff was mentioned, economics was mentioned. Coronavirus was never mentioned once. They never once mentioned it. They never once brought up, oh, well, I think, Trump would have done better, but the corona. No, it was not mentioned at all. At all. During the segment where we're like, this is what happened in the election. Never even talked about, hey, well, maybe Americans were concerned about coronavirus or nothing along those lines. But of course, if Trump wins, the pandemic's probably going to come right back. Hey, guys, coronavirus is back. Remember that? Remember the Trump administration doesn't know what they're doing? I guess that's the one silver lining from a Joe Biden presidency is, as we all know, the coronavirus will magically disappear. It will no longer exist anywhere ever from human society. So it's just so, we have just such a dishonest media. Could you imagine if there was a slightly, fair media to Trump a little bit sometimes ever, where Trump was not constantly painted as the worst human being to ever exist, right? Just imagine how different everything would be. But that's one thing I mentioned in the election night stream is we are fighting against powerful forces. Powerful forces do not want Trump to be president. And that includes forces in the media, right? At the end of the day, we are strong, but the establishment ultimately will still have strength, and they still do have strength, And so this is sort of it's something we're always going to be fighting. And it is a powerful factor, and that's something that people who were predicting Trump landslide need to remind themselves, is we are still up against very powerful forces. In 2016, Trump won much better, but that's the thing. In 2016, the establishment was cocky. The forces working against us were cocky. They were like, yeah, we got it. Trump is going to lose. What are you talking about? You guys are so dumb, right? Now we are getting the establishment's best shot. And we still might take them. We still have a good chance that they gave us everything we had the past 4 years, and we still beat them. And if we end up losing, it will be by a very narrow margin when they were expecting landslide now 2 times in a row, and it did not materialize. So that tells you what we're up against, what the movement is up against, but it also tells you just how many people are on our side. The 67 million people so far that voted for Trump, even if Trump loses, I know the media will want them to go away. They're going to ridicule them. They're try to shun them from decent society. But those people are not going away, folks. Okay? Those people still will make up a solid half of the country. And unfortunately, if Biden wins, the problem is that the establishment will never have to ask themselves why. Why does half of America support Trump? Shouldn't they know that as we tell them, he's the most evil person to ever exist? Of course, they'll say, well, half of America supports Trump because half of America is evil and racist. Okay. But anyone who looks around and, sees America, through an honest lens, knows that most of the people in this country are good, decent people, right? This is a country of good people. So if half of our country is on board with this, if half of our country wants a political outsider that basically defies all political standards and all political expectations, shouldn't we be asking ourselves as a country why? Why have so many people voted for Trump? Is it, and you know what? Let's just assume maybe for a second, Mr. Bakari Sellers on CNN and mainstream media, let's just assume maybe the reason why people are voting for Trump is not because they are evil, racist people. Maybe there are legitimate reasons why people are on board with Trump and Trumpism and make America great again, right? Because that's something also, to consider. Trump by exit polls did better with minorities. The most racist president ever. Of course, as Joe Biden mentions, he is the most racist president in American history. Well, the most racist president in American history did better with minorities than any Republican candidate since 1960. Okay, and supposedly, as we're told, the so-called party switch happened in 1964. So we're talking about he did better than any Republican for decades since 1960 with minorities. So maybe when we reflect on like, why do so many Americans support this, and why do so many Americans follow Donald Trump so loyally? Maybe we should like be honest with ourselves and not constantly just assume that they are evil people. Because if half of the country was actually these evil races that people try to convince, try to convince society that they are, the other side tries to convince society that they are, wouldn't we see more of it? Wouldn't we notice more of it? Because it's not true. The reason that, it's just not true. And that will be probably the best thing about a Trump victory is that the other side will have to actually finally internalize, they probably won't actually. They probably will just keep going. But they should, if they really want to, have a future going forward, they should ask themselves, well, what's up with this? Why has this happened? Because generally speaking, America is a country that craves stability, right? Americans want stability. Over anything else, they want stability. They want stable lives. So that's why, traditionally speaking, political outsiders do not do well in politics. They have to enter somewhere. They have to start somewhere, right? That's why, traditionally speaking, you cannot. I mean, Trump is the first president to have never held a single public office before he became president in American history, right? Or been a war general, right? And we know that America is a country that craves stability. America is a country that typically does not do stuff like that, right? Why would we elect someone that A, has no political experience, and B, for a country that craves stability, is an extremely volatile person? I mean, Trump is definitely he definitely does not have the most like calming personality ever, right? So we should ask ourselves as a country, if especially Trump's opponents, something really happened here. But that's just the problem. In 2016, when Trump was elected, they never stopped to ask themselves why, right? They never stopped to ask themselves, why did Trump win? What happened? What did we do wrong? Because there's no reason why this guy should have been able to do that, right? Because it just defied all political norms and all political expectations. And yet, instead of doing a second of self-reflection, hey, what happened there? Why did it happen? It just became immediately, nope, Trump is evil. Everyone who supports him is evil, and let's do everything we do to take him out, right? And maybe their strategy there was because they know Trump has 2 terms and they want to end the second term. They want to win the 2020 election. But now that, the 2020 election, the ballots have been cast, we're still waiting on a winner, but now the ballots have been cast, people need to start genuinely asking themselves, what happened here and what is Make America Great Again? Because they were predicting, the pollsters and analysts, all these people, it's going to be a landslide, guys. Look, even the Republicans are fracturing. Look at the Lincoln Project. Look at all this. Okay, Trump got 93% of support in the Republican Party. 93% of Republicans voted for Trump. So the Republican Party did not fracture at all. There was no fracture that happened here, okay? And Trump did better with minorities, though, the minorities that everyone says that he hates and he's the most racist president in American history, he did better than with minorities. So we should ask ourselves these questions. Win or lose, this was an extremely close election. And for someone who comes from nowhere and is not supposed to be able to do this, why did this happen twice, right? They're never going to ask themselves, though. That's a problem. They're never going to ask themselves. And it's unfortunate. Because let me tell you, if Biden does win, this is not going away. This movement is not going away. This wave is not going away. It's still here to stay, folks, right? because the 67 million Americans so far that, voted for Trump, they're not just going to just magically stop, not going to just magically disappear, right? As much as it seems like people want them exterminated, they're not going to just magically disappear. And if the Democrats do win and the political establishment retakes power, if they don't stop and ask themselves, okay, why did that happen so we can prevent it from happening again? It's going to happen again. People like Trump are going to come along again. Hell, Trump himself might come along again in 4 years and just run again. Okay? You never freaking know. He'll be about like 77, 78 in 2024. So he'll basically be like the same age that Bernie Sanders ran this past year, right? We're just never going to know. But anyways, as of 9 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen, Biden continues to gain ground in Georgia. Trump now leads there by 2,497 votes. Whew. Wow. So it just gets closer and closer, folks. Can we hold the... Okay. Really, New York Times? Are you serious? Look at this. Look at this, man. I can't see the election results. I have to pay money. I have to pay your stupid 99-cent subscription. Screw that. Screw that. I'm not giving you money. You guys are freaking... Collapse. Okay. And Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is now down to roughly 53,000, with at least 250,000 mail ballots left to count in the state. Oh boy. This is oh wow, a new update out of Phoenix. With another batch of votes in Maricopa County, Phoenix, Biden's lead in Arizona has shrunk again. These are the last votes expected to be reported by Maricopa tonight. So Biden's lead continues to shrink in Arizona. That's a good sign. But this is not a good sign. Biden continues to gain ground in Georgia. Trump leads there by just a little bit less than 2,500 votes. Meanwhile, stop doing that, please. Okay. Meanwhile, oh gosh. Okay, this is not a good set. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is now down to over 50,000, but at least 250,000 mail ballots still left to count in the state. And we know that mail ballots heavily favor the Democrats. So that's it's a little bit scary. That's not a number you want to see if you're the Trump campaign, if you're on the Trump side. Definitely not. Hopefully now Trump's can just only hope and pray that maybe it'll be sort of like Arizona, where magically it actually finds out that some of these mail ballots actually break for the Republicans. But considering it's a Democrat governor and an extremely, suspicious voting system there, you would expect that most Republicans have already voted in person and that this is definitely probably Democrat votes coming in. The question is how much. So Biden definitely has the numbers to make up the ground in Pennsylvania. Arizona looking good. Their lead continues to shrink. See, as you can see with the update we just got from Maricopa County, Biden's margin over Trump in Arizona has narrowed to 1.5 votes from 2.4 points this morning. About 46,000 votes separate them. So again, Arizona's looking good. Arizona, it continues to narrow. But in Georgia, opposite story. Pennsylvania, opposite story. And that's not looking good. But at the very least, Arizona, we continue to close that gap. It's officials in Maricopa County said they results. Okay, so that sounds like basically the last results we're getting out of Arizona today, which is that, again, we continue to narrow this gap, right? It's now within 46,000 votes, okay? Now in Georgia, it's now down to 2,500 votes, approximately. And in Pennsylvania, we continue to hold that lead, but there are 250,000, ladies and gentlemen, 250,000 mail-in ballots left to be counted, and we know that the mail-in ballots are going to break for the Democrats. The question is just by how much? And are there any election day ballots left to be counted? We're not exactly sure of that. Hopefully, maybe there are to make up that difference. But the numbers we're seeing out of Georgia and Pennsylvania are definitely very unsettling. And at the same time, the numbers we're seeing out of Arizona are very, are very positive. So, with that being said, let's take a look at the math. So, as you see, these are the states called so far. Without winning Pennsylvania, hypothetically, there is basically no path to victory, right? There's no path to victory for Trump. Because even if we win Nevada, that only gets Trump to 265. So what he would need is let's just say the recount in Wisconsin to completely overturn the results, which is not necessarily the most likely. It is possible, but typically recounts only change by a few hundred votes. He needs the recount to have made up 20,000, which is a huge number, which means there's going to be have to have been extremely large discrepancies in Wisconsin for that to happen. But if that does happen, right, there is a path to victory. But without winning Pennsylvania, the only path to victory lies in the overturning of current results in any of these states. As I already went over Georgia, so I'm not going to do Georgia again. Similar story, right? Except that we could reach an electoral college tie. But yeah, Pennsylvania is definitely a must win. And with there being 250,000 mail-in ballots left and Trump only leading by about 50,000, that's not the best math in our favor necessarily. So we will have to see. But Friday will be the last day that Pennsylvania is allowed to accept mail-in ballots. So hopefully by Saturday we will know, who won Pennsylvania. Hopefully we will know at least a tentative call until they recount it. But that's that's about it. So I'm gonna go back to New York Times and see if we're getting. I like how they have this little live results feed right here. That's so cool. Look at this. Pretty cool. And yeah, the majority of Arizona's uncounted votes remain in Maricopa County, and as you can see, Trump continues to gain that ground in Maricopa County, and so we'll have to see. But he continues to gain there, so that's a good sign for the Trump campaign. Pennsylvania, as I said before, this is not a good number. This is not a number that you want to see if you're Trump. Georgia, again, this is really just not a good number. Hold on, what happened in Georgia? I lost it. Hold on, what happened? No, that's not this. Here it is, sorry. Nope. What happened to it? It was just here on the side, and then I lost it. So maybe they have retracted that statement. But, yeah. No, it's definitely the number that's most concerning to me. Obviously, Georgia is going to just come down to the wire, right? But the Pennsylvania number, this number does not really look good for Trump. There's no other way to put it. I'm not going to try to BS you guys. That's just a terrible number. The odds are now working against us. So with this Pennsylvania number listed, I would say that I would favor right now Biden to take the presidency, notwithstanding assuming that there's no overturning of results in any of these other states, which there very well could be. But that is winning it in court is going to be an uphill battle, and I don't even want to think about that right now, right? That's sort of a last resort for me. I want to see Trump just win the election by winning the election, because you don't want to rely on courts, you want to rely on votes, right? But that's definitely not a number you want to see if you're Trump, right? 250,000 votes left, mail ballots left, right? Not like just ballots in general, specifically mail ballots left. Georgia is just let's see about Georgia, if that's changed at all. Why did I do that? My bad. Okay. Yeah. So, you stupid New York Times. Keep freaking doing that. All right. Yeah, so that number has not changed in the last few seconds. But yeah, as I said, without Pennsylvania, there is no path to victory unless the results in Wisconsin or Michigan end up getting fully overturned, which you know, that's gonna have to be that's gonna be a very uphill battle for Trump to climb. You know, hold on, I have a guest coming on in literally 4 minutes. I'll email to this, so let me do that real quick. But let me send. Let me copy the. All right, sorry about that. 5G turned into 0G again. My bad. But yeah, as I was saying, let me just reshare on the screen. As I was saying, that is not a selling number for Trump, right? So hold on, let me invite the guest that I was supposed to have at this time. Let me text them in this link. But anyways. Okay. All right. Anyways, yeah. Again, it's all going to come down to Pennsylvania. Without Pennsylvania, there basically is no path to victory, and that's what we're dealing with. But there is still hope. There's still plenty of hope to be held out. But you know, like I said, the numbers you're seeing, just out of not just but it's in terms of what ballots are left and the type of ballots that are left seem to be favorable for Trump in Arizona, but not in Pennsylvania, not in Georgia. And you can't just win Arizona and win the presidency. You got to win Pennsylvania. You got to basically win all of these 3 states and then one of these. That's what Trump needs to get to 270. And this right here is not looking so great. So there you go. But we will have to see how the court cases turn out as well. The election could end up very well being a litigated election. So that's where we'll go. Dang, y'all childish AF for being interested in politics. What a high IQ comment right here, right? Because obviously, as we know, a common characteristic of children is that they are interested in politics. Of course, that's why children are the ones that are allowed to vote in America. That's why children are the ones that are allowed to run for public office and basically guide politics in America, right? Because being interested in politics is clearly a characteristic of children and not of adults. High IQ, the IQ of that comment is just incredible, my guy. You are clearly a very smart individual. I can tell. You probably got a perfect score on your SAT. Yeah, you're just an absolute genius. Like, clearly, right? I agree, right? Well, of course, children are the ones that are most interested in politics. That's why children are the ones that vote. That's why 18, 22-year-olds have the highest voter turnout out of any demographic. You are an absolute genius. Anyways, let me see. It's 6:30. Let me see if my guest wants to come on. But yeah, so Georgia, it's just going to have to play a wait-and-see game. Pennsylvania is going to have to play a wait-and-see game. It's all going to come down to that. Arizona, it's funny that they still haven't called Alaska. Like, well, how do you think Alaska's going? Come on, don't play stupid with me. But Arizona, it looks like the state that we can flip. And then Biden, it looks like he's like closing in here. Again, the weird trend that we've been seeing is that in Philadelphia, Detroit, so let me go by state actually. Biden has underperformed in every major urban area except, let's do the math. Let's observe which state each of these cities is in. Except Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee. Very strange. Very strange trend there. I wonder why it's Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Atlanta. That is odd. That is not normal. We will find out. We will have to see. But there's definitely something that's up there. So, well, if you watch football and are a Falcons fan, it doesn't matter the odds of you winning. Yep. That will have been another lead blown in the state of Georgia, right? So, I lost faith already. He lost. Well, there's nothing wrong with being a pessimist. Because that way, dude, now you are in a situation, my friend, where you're already mentally prepared for the negative situation, and then if the positive scenario happens and ends up playing out, hey, you got it. So obviously, I would never call, a race without either candidate reaching 270, but with even assuming that Trump holds on in Georgia, with 250,000 mail-in ballots still left to be counted in Pennsylvania, you have to give the edge right now to Biden in Pennsylvania. Those votes have not been counted. You don't know what's in those ballots. You cannot make a call. You definitely can't say what's going to happen there. But just based on what we know and based on probability, you'd have to give Biden at least about a 60 to 70% chance to win the state right now. And I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna be straight up. All right. I'm not gonna have that. That'd be so funny. Do you remember in 2016 when Trump won? Rachel Maddow literally did this. They cut to commercial break, and it came back, and I will never forget this. She goes, "Let me get all Rachel Maddow mode on you, okay? Actually, I should get a blazer. I should get a black blazer and just like put it on, and then with a t-shirt. Anyways, she goes, "You're awake, by the way. You're not dreaming, and you haven't gone to hell. This is us. This is our country." And she tucks in her lips like this, all salty. Yeah, that would be so fun. If Trump loses, I should do that. I should do that just to make fun of Rachel Maddow. No, the reason I would not be super dramatic if he lost is because, as I actually said on election night, there is a legitimate chance that I see that Trump could lose the election legitimate. Now, there's been a lot of irregularities where you have to raise your eyebrows. But you could see a pathway, a possibility that Trump genuinely does lose, not because of anything else other than the fact that 2020 has been a freaking crap year. And typically speaking, Americans vote on the state of the country. So if the incumbent is in power and our economy is in recession, we have this big pandemic, we have all this chaos, the social unrest. Historically speaking, that means the incumbent is about to be voted out of office, right? Because Americans vote for change if this country's in that type of state. So before coronavirus, the Democrats basically had no chance of winning. But now with this, it was never implausible to me, right, that the Democrats, that Trump loses. But there are definitely trends in these states that you do have to raise your eyebrows at, right? Just statistical, numerical trends that don't make sense, and that coincide with a severe lack of transparency, like the poll workers being denied in Detroit and Philadelphia and Atlanta and places like that, right? There's a correlation with irregular numerical trends that we're seeing in voting and a lack of transparency and late ballots and all this nonsense, right? So we will have to see. But it's looking right now that barring, I wouldn't call it a miracle. It wouldn't be a miracle. But based on Pennsylvania, right, the odds favor Biden, I would say, right now. based on this number, as I've mentioned, I'm going to keep bringing up this number because I know people keep hopping in the stream, right? But where am I getting this from? It's come. Obviously, we need right now. There's basically no path of victory without Pennsylvania, as I said. Where did I lose it again? There are still, as of 47 minutes ago, there are still 250,000 mail-in ballots left to count in Pennsylvania. Trump's current lead right now, around 50,000, 40. Actually, now it's down to like 40,000. This is an older number, so now it's around 40,000 something. So Fusion says, didn't we win Pennsylvania? Well, as you know, of course, the Democrats have to magically find a bunch of mail-in ballots, and especially in Philadelphia. So, yeah, I would not. I don't want to speculate because we're going to find out in court, and it's all that's all gonna be it. But you would never put it past the political party that you use burning down cities and hurting people and killing people. You couldn't. But they would never try to cheat in the election. Yeah, of course they would. So you can never put cheating past the Democrats. Of course you couldn't. Just the way they've behaved under the Trump. I mean, we've literally seen since November 9th, 2016, they have done everything in their power to try to get Trump out of office. And there's no reason to suggest that with all they've done, they've proven over these past 4 years that they're willing to stoop to any low that's possible, right? So of course, with all that being said, it should come as no surprise to anyone, if Democrats are trying this. I would not be surprised. You would not be surprised. None of us should be surprised. But that is something that we would have to try to prove in court, which is going to be very difficult. We don't know that's why I say if any of you personally witnessed any irregularities while you were voting, make sure you go report them because they can be used as legal evidence by the Trump team in court. But sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice. I'm so surprised. I streamed for 11 hours on Tuesday, and only now does it start to feel like I'm losing my voice. Hopefully that's that, and not that I'm getting sick. Okay, that will suck because my immune system. This is not the good time for me to get sick because my immune system is super weak because I have not slept. All right, that is not good. Don't have health habits like me. But yeah, we'll have to see. It's all going to come down to what the breakdown of those mail-in ballots coming in Pennsylvania are. If they're just kind of okay, obviously Biden doesn't just have to win them, but he has to win them by like a fairly decent margin, right? That's the thing. He has to win them by a sizable margin in order to make up about 40,000 votes, right? But we do know that mail-in voting extremely heavily favors Democrats, right? Like 2-1 or 3-1 or whatever, right? We know that, and nobody's surprised by that. So that's something to keep in consideration. You know what I mean? But you also have to just ask yourself really, because Pennsylvania, of all the Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania is actually the one that I thought Trump had the best shot at winning in. Why? Well, because fracking and social unrest riots in Philadelphia, right? You would think that after that nonsense, for sure, Trump would win Pennsylvania, So, there is an open door definitely to some shenanigans. I'm not denying that. But we'll just have to see. I can only go off of what I see on the numbers right now, and the numbers game in Pennsylvania does not favor Trump. Okay, I will say that clearly. It does not favor Trump, but he does have a numerical edge, and of those 250,000 ballots, Biden would have to win that amount by obviously like more than 40,000, right? So that we will have to see. But in the meantime, we basically have dead time, and I don't know where my guest is. Look at this guy, dude. Anish, you're a clown. You probably fell asleep. You probably fell asleep, didn't he? Is CNN a reliable election source according to you? It is much more reliable than Fox, my friend. Okay, Fox News has made a disgrace out of themselves. especially if they get Arizona wrong, that's going to be a severe embarrassment for them. Severe embarrassment. Who do you think should win this? What do you mean should win this? Of course, I mean, I think it's pretty clear what candidate I'm supporting. So I don't know what that really matters, but Midtone go off. He reading chat. Who the heck is Midtone? I don't see any Midtone person in this chat. Ivanka is an immigrant, so she's getting deported by Trump. So as you can see, we clearly have some very high IQ individuals in this chat right now. Very high IQ. Midtone was the guy who triggered you. He didn't trigger me. I was just mocking the stupidity of your statement. Dow 2038. There's no presidential election in 2038. Dow 2038 for what? Hey Emperor Dow, how are you doing? I'm good, thank you. Because I'm a foreign, I only watch CNN. Lol. Yeah, for election coverage, I mean, it's actually they've actually been pretty good about it, in my opinion. Yes, insulting viewers is the best way to grow your career. Yes, because Midtone, you are clearly a fan, right? Yeah, definitely. Anyways, let me turn this off. Hold on. Am I still on screen share? I'll stop the screen share right now and do this. Okay. Oh wait, here's one. Hold on. New update. I forgot to share with you guys. So let me put this back on. Maricopa County will post its next report at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Officials say they have 204,000 more early ballots to process and a smaller number of provisional and other ballots. Okay, that's interesting. So early ballots, that doesn't distinguish are they mail-in or are they in-person, but early ballots usually suggest that's in-person early ballots. Now, who does that favor? So obviously it is early, so Democrats usually have a slight edge in that, but there are also many Republicans who voted early. Actually, in some states, Republicans seem to be winning. Like I believe Florida, Republicans were winning in the early ballots, right? So that's definitely like that's fine, right? Early, so long as they're not mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots is where we really get wiped out, right? Early ballots, usually we it's sort of a toss-up. It can often be neck and neck in many cases. So that's not much of a problem. But that's ultimately just gonna have to be a wait and see game. We're gonna have to it's just gonna be a wait and see game. The views went down, baby boo. Yeah, because we've been streaming for like an hour and 42 minutes. Duh. I want to do viewer call-ins, but I have a lot of trolls in the chat, so I don't know if I want to add them in. Because that would be something I plan on doing, but I'm thinking, okay, what do you guys think? And I'm not going to respond to them. But what do you guys think? Should we do viewer call-ins? Because that also leaves the door for these clowns to come into the to the room. And I don't know if I want that, but it'd also probably be pretty entertaining. So, yeah, exactly. If you don't like the stream, stay on. See, you guys call us childish, but you're also childish for following politics. So if you don't follow politics, what are you doing on a political stream on a random political YouTube channel? But we are childish for following politics when you're just sitting here on a political stream. Again, very high IQ, very high IQ. Okay, the democracy is split. Grady says viewer call-ins will be epic. Julia says yes. Ryan says yes. Erica says yes. Okay, why the frick not? Let's do it. And again, this is viewer call-ins. I am not freaking responsible for whatever these clowns say on my thing. But let's do it. So, guys, here's the link to call into the stream. Call in. Just paste this link in, and you will be in the thing. All right. So it is now in the chat. Have fun. Call in. All right, let's do this. How's this going to work? Yeah, so all you have to do is copy paste that. If you're on your cell phone, just copy paste that into Safari. If you're on your computer, just copy paste it into your browser and you'll be in. So go ahead on in. What's going on in Georgia? Nothing new since I last reported to you guys. It's still stuck at that Trump's still up by like 2,500 votes approximately. So very close, very close. And that's about all we have to say. All right, so we got some people in here. I'm gonna add Matt to the stream first, and let's just see how this goes. Okay. Oh, actually, wait. Before I do that, I should probably put in earbuds, which I don't have here. So let me go down. I'll bring the computer with me, but let me go downstairs and get some earbuds, and we'll do that. Will he win Georgia? It's just gonna be it's a total toss up right now. Unclear how many ballots are still outstanding, exactly numerically speaking. So that's still like a wait and see game. It's all a wait and see game, honestly. And that's going to come down to the wire. I'm not sure. There probably has to be either a recount or I don't know about Georgia state law, maybe even a runoff in that state. Again, like I said, I'm not exactly sure of what the election law is in Georgia because I know for Senate races, for governor's races, they do a recall if not nobody has 50%. But I don't know if that's the rule for presidential races. I'm not sure on that one. So that is unclear. But that's definitely going to be like a toss-up state. I would assume that might actually be something that the Biden campaign ends up contesting, right? Because you never know what the results. They might see like, oh, well, we need Georgia to win. Obviously, like Biden winning Georgia right now would seal the race. So you might actually see as much as the Biden campaign has given the Trump campaign a bunch of crap for trying to contest the election. I would not be surprised if the Biden campaign contests Georgia, which they would certainly have grounds to do so, right? Because that is such a thin margin that there's plenty of basis to say we want to recount, we want this, we want that. So that will be interesting. And we'll have to see about Georgia. I know the Trump campaign is already filing a bunch of lawsuits in Georgia. So we'll just see. We'll have to wait and see. But all right, let me plug in my earbuds. Is it likely Trump will win there? It is. Okay, Hannah, I'm going to give you a number you're not going to like, 50-50. That gives no chances to either side. That's literally just say a prayer at this point because it's not – I really can't make a call because it's not even clear how many ballots are still outstanding, and Trump is up 2,500 votes. So as I said, Pennsylvania, based on the mail-in ballots, Biden, I'd give a slight edge to Biden to win that state. Georgia, I can't give an edge to anyone. It's just whatever the frick. Anyways, all right, so I now have my earbuds plugged in so we can do call-ins. First person on these. All right, so let's add. I'm gonna randomly pick someone. Let's go with Grady. Grady, you are now live on the show. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Heart rate's up, but doing all right.
Yeah. It's actually, I think I've been up way too late for my heart rate to even be functioning. It's just like, honestly, like I feel like I should be more worried right now, but I'm already at the state where it's like I'm just too tired. Let's just let this thing be over with. But yeah,
Almost you have a zombie at this point?
Did you have like a question or anything you wanted to talk about?
Yeah. Do you know the chances in Pennsylvania as of now? Because I'm thinking Trump still is likely to hold on, just barely, like 51-49, but I'm not sure.
Well, like I said, so this is the number I'm going to keep bringing up. Trump leads in Pennsylvania right now by about 40,000, right? A little bit over 40,000. There are 250,000 mail-in ballots left to be counted, right? And we know, like, obviously Biden will have to win a pretty big share of those mail-in ballots to overtake Trump's lead. But we also know how much mail-in ballots really do break for the Democrats, especially in blue states, where it's like, Republican voters don't trust the voting system, the voting system, right? So
Yeah.
I would have to give the edge right now to Biden in that state based on the math. That definitely doesn't say that it's called by any means, because we don't know what those mail-in ballots are going to look like. Like in Arizona, actually, some of these late mail-in ballots have been favoring Republicans. The question is, in Pennsylvania, how big is the Democrat margin going to be on those mail-in ballots? If it's just a slight edge, obviously, on the Republicans, then the Republicans still have enough to win the state.
Yeah.
But if it's breaking the way a lot of these mail-in ballots are breaking, where it's like 80% are going to the Democrats, then obviously the math says that Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania. So for that reason, that's why I said earlier in the stream, I have to give it like a 60-70% edge to Biden right now in Pennsylvania, because the way we're seeing mail-in ballots break for Democrats, it seems like he's going to be able to overcome that. The Biden's going to be able to overcome those numbers. So,
yeah.
And obviously, if Biden wins Pennsylvania, he's won the election basically. So
Yeah, unless we can pull off a miracle in the courts.
yeah, that's all it's going to come down to. Yeah. But anyways, Grady, thank you very much for coming on the show. It was a pleasure having you.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I'll see you.
See you.
Thank you. All right. Let's see who else we got in here. Let's add Jace. Why not? Hello, Jace. You are live on the Election Night Special. What's up, my man?
Doing pretty good. So we all probably know, and we're ahead of this, that if Georgia wins Biden, then technically he will win. But if he, I know there's a lot of people that are going to be mad if Biden doesn't win. There's half the people in America, Democrats, and half are Republicans. Some can have their own opinions. Some can be different.
Yeah.
So, but if Trump wins, people will be happy. Some will be mad. Now, Trump is technically losing right now by a big time, but if he wins something, at least two states, he's probably going to have a chance to actually get more, or get a bigger chance of winning.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, like I said, if he wins Pennsylvania and Arizona, and then assuming he holds on in Georgia and North Carolina, then then he wins the election.
Yeah.
But it's razor thin in all of those states. And like I said, Georgia is closing. Biden is closing the gap very fast. It's now coming in within a few thousand. And Pennsylvania, Biden, it's an encouraging number if you're Biden that 250,000 mail-in ballots are still out there. So, yeah.
I mean, usually you wouldn't technically see Biden having the huge states with a lot of people in them. But I know Trump has more states, but those states have less people inside of them. But Biden has the bigger states, but less states.
Mm-hmm. Right, but that's just the Electoral College for you. So, yeah. Anyways, Jace, pleasure having you on. Thank you very much for being on the show. And
thank you.
See you later. All right, I'm just trying to figure out who's a troll. Just let's have some fun here. What's up seems to be a troll. Or is he still in here? All right, he's still in here. All right, what's up? What's up on the show? What's up? No pun intended. Yeah, okay. Of course, I could tell he's a person who kept saying "say re" if you hate Trump. Add him to the stream. He just disappears. What a guy. What an interesting guy. All right, let's just see. Let's just add whoever. All right, Alex, you're live on the stream. Welcome.
Oh, hey. Can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, great. All right. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Very tired. Extremely exhausted, but I'm doing fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
On election night, I actually stayed up till 4. You had a hell of a wake up. I had not a similar question to the other guy,
Mhm.
but what do you think is going to happen with Georgia? Because I know it's really close, around like 3,000 votes in Georgia.
2,500 now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Yeah. So I was thinking before Tuesday, I was thinking that Trump would be able to hold on to Arizona and maybe hold on to Michigan and Pennsylvania, but now it's getting really close.
Mhm.
So I'm not really sure what to expect, but I know that Pennsylvania was looking really, really for Trump until the mail-in ballots, which favor Democrats, started coming in. So
yeah, no. So I think your first question was, you asked me what do you think is going to happen in Georgia. Like I said, it's just a coin flip for me. It's like and I'm not just saying that like just to not give you an answer. I just genuinely how I see it. It's just going to be a coin flip. As for Pennsylvania, as I keep on saying, like it you have to give Biden the. It seems like Biden's going to overcome Trump's current lead as of right now. But we don't know really what those mail-in ballots are going to look like. So that could it's not called for sure. But yeah, we knew it was going to be a pretty close election, and maybe not even necessarily in the end close in terms of the electoral college, which it probably will be. But in terms of the margins in each state, like 2016, Trump swept a lot of these states, but the margins in those states were very slim, right? Like Wisconsin, very slim state. Michigan, Pennsylvania, very slim margins, barely won there, right? But he did win. So it's definitely like, you could just see this flipping the other way by random chance. Who turns out, who doesn't, just going that way. Maybe also some Democrats were complacent in these states in 2016, and now you see them turning out, right? So that's just but they're always also, on the to support what some of the Trump campaign is saying. There are also some irregularities in these states that need to be sorted out through lawsuits, right? But all we can look at as of now, until those lawsuits get settled, is the raw vote counts, and you can Biden looks like he's going to narrowly win. Looks like as of right now, that he would most likely narrowly win Pennsylvania, and he's already narrowly won Wisconsin and Michigan. So
on top, since Biden does look like he's going to start leading in Pennsylvania, and it's a coin flip in Georgia. Mm-hmm. If Biden does get the 270 electoral votes, what do you think Trump will do?
So I think he's going to file basically every lawsuit possible, try to get recounts everywhere, try to make a case that the ballots shouldn't be counted, et cetera, et cetera. Will he win? That's something else that is going to be sort of tough. So one of the issues that Trump's going to have is actually the Constitution. So the Constitution does grant the states, the power to set up their own electoral systems and determine how they do their voting, right? So that becomes a problem when you come to the Supreme Court, where you're trying to say, you're violating the Constitution, you're violating federal law. It's like a lot of these states probably have an easy case to make that, like, well, we're in a federal court right now. The Constitution grants the states the power to determine this, so we'll leave it to the states. And then the federal courts will probably say, okay, you're right. Now let's send this back to the state courts. In the state courts, we know in Pennsylvania, the state courts, we have a bunch of activists on that, left-wing activists on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, right? And they've repeatedly ruled in favor of, the Democrats and then the universal mail-in voting nonsense, right? Wisconsin, we actually have a conservative Supreme Court there. And I believe also, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure about Michigan. I know a lot of Gretchen Whitmer's lockdown orders got struck down, but I'm not sure if that was in a federal or a state court. But Wisconsin, we do have a conservative Supreme Court. But at the same time, Wisconsin is of all the Rust Belt states, Wisconsin was probably the state with the most trustworthy voting system, actually, because they basically counted everything, and they were called early the next morning on election day, right? So they didn't really do that universal mail-in voting as much. So it's just going to be tough. He definitely will file lawsuits. Will he win? It depends. We got to see what actual lawsuits he files. That's probably too close to say.
Yeah. I don't want to stay on here for too long, But one more thing. So I know, the presidential election isn't the only big election. I know 35 Senate seats are up for election. The majority of them, I think 23 are Republican and only 12 Democrats. So I know the Republicans have a 2-seat lead, 48 to 46. And so what are your predictions on, if we will be able to keep our Senate majority? And if not, what do you think Biden will get away with, considering how it already looks like he will get away with the House?
Oh, he'd probably get away with anything that he wants. But I do think Republicans are going to hold the Senate. It's looking mathematically right now like we're going to be able to do that. Obviously, they haven't called a lot of these races. Some important races include like the Senate race in North Carolina, which Tom Tillis seems to be doing very well in, so it seems like we're going to hold that, right? We gained a seat in Alabama. Texas, right? We won that seat. It's looking like we did hold the Senate. And actually, a lot of Republicans in Congress are already saying we won the Senate. Obviously, it's not fully called yet, but it is looking, like we are holding on to the Senate. So that's not something we should have to worry about unless we see – it's probably going to all come down to if we see a major miracle in North Carolina where Cal Cunningham magically overtakes Tom Tillis, then that might be an issue. But in most instances, it looks like Republicans did pretty well in the Senate. The only exception is probably Arizona, where Martha McSally was just a complete disaster now 2 years in a row, which is pretty, annoying and pretty disgruntling. But everywhere else, it seems like Republicans are holding the Senate, so that's shouldn't have to be something to worry about too much.
Yeah. Well, even if we hold the Senate, when it gets called that we do hold the Senate, Biden will still be able to use the House to ratify agreements and treaties like re-entering us into the Paris climate.
Yeah.
Agreement.
Yeah. No. Stuff like that, a lot of economic policies, we're just going to have to concede to him. But the nice thing about the Senate is that he won't be able to raise taxes or enact gun control, right? And those are probably the two things that's like, okay, we'll deal with a little bit of nonsense, but those are things please don't touch, right? So that'll probably be good. And, it's probably more likely than not that Biden also would not be able to really get a healthcare plan through with a Republican-held Senate unless it's a really moderate healthcare plan. Which in that case it'd probably fall into the Trump trap, if you remember early in his presidency, where he tried to present a more moderate healthcare plan, and then the conservatives in his party said no. It's like we need more than this. It'd probably be the same thing with the progressive. The progressives would probably say no, we want real Medicare for all, and if you're not going to present it to us, then we're not going to pass it. And so I think
and then it won't get through the conservative part of the Senate. So
no, it won't. So
yeah, all right. Well, thank you for having me on.
Thanks for coming on, man.
All right, see ya.
See ya. All right, let's see who else we got on here. Let's Darth Daddy Vader. Okay, let's add Matt. Let's go for Matt. Matt, what's up? You're on the show, man.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm a big fan of yours.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
With with Project Warp Speed and all that kind of stuff, do you think it's like necessary? Because I know a lot of Democrats and Biden want a lockdown, like another full-on lockdown. Do you think it's even necessary? Mm-hmm. Think they'll go through with that, a full-on lockdown? Closing down everything again.
The fact that ever since the election has ended, they haven't mentioned coronavirus once.
Exactly. Yeah.
Might make me I'm really starting to believe I kind of had the suspicion before, but now it's like you're really starting to see, holy crap, this whole thing was just a political tool to get Trump out of office. And now that they feel like they've done it, they feel like they're going to do it, it just disappeared. It just never existed ever again.
Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, so I guess that might be actually a positive aspect of Joe Biden's presidency is, hey, coronavirus is canceled now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like that would make sense. That's what a lot of them were talking about. Even Joe is saying if he's elected, it's gone. He's gonna.
That's basically the case he makes. It's gonna magically disappear when I'm.
Yeah, you can't like get rid of a virus. Like I had it. It was nothing, but you can't ever get rid of it. So maybe they might go into lockdowns if he's president, but at the same time, like what you're saying, it just stopped. They stopped talking about it. So I don't know what to feel about that because I'm at college, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to come back or, do other things I'm doing now. So kind of sucks thinking about that.
Yeah, no, it definitely does suck. but a lot of it really is psychological. It's more than scientific. Actually, it's just psychologically how fearful the people running this stuff are, scared of lawsuits and scared of this stuff. And if the media would just stop talking about it,
right.
it obviously scientifically it wouldn't go away, but in a lot of our heads it would go away, because for the last few months it's been all they've talked about all day long, right?
Yeah.
So obviously it kind of hypes up that fear, and then with it gone, what happens then? Who knows? But,
yeah, I know. And I just got one more question. With Alaska right now, I mean, Trump's got a pretty significant lead. I mean, it's not a huge population there. It's only through like 12 votes. Don't you think they should call it by now, even though they're at 50% reporting? They called Minnesota early. They called Colorado very early. Why shouldn't they call Alaska early now for Trump?
Yeah, I have no idea. There's definitely, and it's also funny because like right when polls closed, they called Virginia,
right?
They called California, they called, it's just I have no idea what's up with it. It probably shows obvious bias in my opinion in the way these elections are covered. But
right.
I agree with you that there's no reason why they shouldn't be calling Alaska. I know it takes a very long time to get the votes in because it's so spaced out. But there's no reason not to call it. I mean, we know where it's going. It's not going to Biden. I mean, let's just be honest with ourselves.
Right. No,
and so if we're using the system where it's like we just assume some states, which is what they've done, they basically just assumed some states, then there's no reason not to assume Alaska. It doesn't make sense.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But,
all right, thank you for coming on, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Before I add the next guest in, let me see are there any updates here? Oh, whew, my gosh. All right, so let me share screen again. Hold on. All right, so I don't know if you guys see this on the side, but Biden continues to close the gap with Trump in Georgia, where the margin has shrunk now to 1,900 votes, 1,902 votes. The Secretary of State's office has said that 16,105 ballots remain to be counted. Wow. Boy. All right. Well, this lead continues to shrink every time they announce something new. A couple hundred. It eats away at Trump by a couple hundred votes. That's interesting. I'm gonna keep saying this. Let me just Google it. Is there a runoff in Georgia for president? Let's do that. Because I want to figure this out. Let me just Google it. Okay, so let's go on this website. Let me just read this. Okay, so it does not apply to the presidential race. Okay, so there will not be a runoff in Georgia. Okay, so it's just going to be whoever wins tonight, or by tomorrow, whatever wins. Okay, so that's Georgia. All right, so 19 again. As for those of you who weren't listening, whatever, 1,900 votes. Now is Trump's lead in Georgia. Razor thin. Yeah. Again, for me, it's just still a coin flip, but 1,900 votes, 16,000 votes left to be counted. Do the math. Obviously, either candidate could win. And it all just depends on what those ballots are and where those are coming from. A lot of those ballots are coming from rural counties, but they also could be absentee ballots, which changes the dynamic too. Anyways, let's go for this guy. All right, Happles, is that your name? You're on the stream.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show. Hey, man, what's up?
Hey. I'm thinking if Trump would have pushed for the stimulus bills, stuff, I would have demanded that the Republicans vote for it. And I know Nancy Pelosi was a bit annoying with the stimulus bills, and her bill was a little bit annoying. But I think if you would have pushed for it, and if the Republicans passed it, I actually think that he would have won. And
keep going.
Also, I know the coronavirus. Some people are saying that it's a political tool. They use it for Democrats, but just to be honest, if Trump would have wore a mask from the beginning and had a more tempered tone, not criticize it that much, I think, if you see the Lincoln Project or whatever, they're all talking crap about how Trump doesn't care about the virus and all of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think it actually incentivizes a lot of Democrats. Oh my God, if Trump wins, we're gonna die. The coronavirus is gonna kill us. So I think, when it comes down to it, I think the coronavirus, although it's a little bit like iffy, but if he would have been more serious about it, and if he would have like really demanded that the Republicans pass a stimulus bill, like even if he compromised with Nancy, if he would have pushed it, I think he would have like gotten maybe a landslide. To be honest, like, that's what I think.
So there's two parts to that. So the stimulus thing was just hard. I mean, Nancy was really being like genuinely obstructionist with it. Like like the Republicans did offer a lot of compromise with Nancy on the stimulus, and she just refused. You know, and honestly, that I'm not sure if there's anything Trump could have done about that. But I definitely agree with you. Had that gotten through, it would have really helped Trump's reelection chances a lot, right? As for the mask stuff, I think it's just kind of twofold, right? Because I think maybe the mask stuff might have been a losing issue for Republicans. Like I'll admit that, right? I'm not totally like I'm not a mask Nazi. Like I'll wear your mask, but I'm not totally like every time I go into a place like I complain that I have to wear a mask, right? I'm just sort of like it probably helps, whatever, right? But no, I think that might have been a sort of a losing issue. But at the same time, it's like you don't want to alienate the base. So that politically speaking, that's a hard part. That's a hard thing to deal with too. And this it's not just about the masks; it's about the lockdowns. And that's another aspect of this. And I think that's a really polarizing issue for a lot of Americans. But I think as the pandemic has gone on, more and more people are sort of getting fed up with it. So it's sort of tough to see, But I know if America were predominantly pro-lockdown, the election would not be as close as it is right now. It would have been a Biden landslide. It would have been a Biden landslide for sure, right? Yeah. So you can definitely see there's an obvious division over this thing, and over whether or not we should be in open mode or in closing mode. It's just tough to say.
I think the mask was like a 730 or a 80-20 issue. Like it was overwhelmingly popular, but I don't know about the Republicans. I know lots of the Republicans, like in the QAnon movement, they're like saying masks are gonna kill you or whatever. So I don't know, to be honest. It's like this really loyal base. I don't know if that would have turned them off, but like for the majority of the country, I think those if you look at the suburban vote, lots of counties, the suburban like flip from Republican to Democrat. Some of them were like, oh my God, this Trump isn't caring about the virus. He doesn't care about us. So I think he might have not gained a lot with his base, but I think that suburban switch wouldn't happen, I think, to be honest.
Well, I'm not sure about that because the suburban switch happened in 2018, right? Because in 2018, the suburbs went very, very Democrat. So that might have just been a trend continuing from 2016. But here's something to consider is that Florida, like a month or 2 months ago, right, lifted all COVID restrictions, right? Lifted all of them. And then look how Trump did in Florida. Like that was probably his most impressive win of all the swing states, right? So it's really like it's we're never gonna know, but it's just a weird issue, right? Because there's definitely Americans that are scared of the virus, and that fear sort of drives them to want to like close down and do that. But there's also a lot of Americans who are like not. And so it's just it was sort of Trump had to pick a side, really.
I don't think the lockdowns necessarily he should have been pro-lockdown, but I think like lockdowns are not pro-lockdown at all. But I just think that like as simple as a mask and really pressuring Republicans to pass a stimulus, even if it's a compromise. I think maybe some of the suburban were like, okay, I don't like him. I don't like how he talks, but at least he cares about us. At least he passed a bill. At least I'm getting some stimulus. At least he's helping us. So I don't know. I think that would have gotten him an edge. Like even if it was like a Nancy bill, I think like okay, fine. It's not the bill that you want, but don't you want to at least improve your chances, even if it's not even if it's not the best compromise you want? Yeah, I mean, I think it was a no-brainer, to be honest. Even if it was a purely the Nancy Pelosi bill, to be honest, I mean that's what I think. But it kind of sucks. I think now the Republicans have more of an excuse. I've heard Ted Cruz. He had a conversation with I don't know which YouTuber it was, but he was like talking with Trump about the debt. He was like, actually, I'm kind of sad that Trump increased the debt and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's another aspect to consider is that, the Democrats' proposed plan for the stimulus was insanely expensive, and a lot of that money didn't even go to Americans. It went to, it goes to Democrat-run cities. So it's really, it's something we're gonna, maybe when the election's over, we can talk a lot more about. You know what I mean? And sort of really try to break this down.
People, it's gonna be kind of hard because if it looks like overwhelmingly Joe Biden's gonna win. If Joe Biden's gonna win, like the Republicans with Trump, they weren't that much of fiscal hawks, or a bit, but like they were kind of moderate. But I think with Joe Biden, even if he like had a moderate stimulus bill, they're gonna they're just gonna lock down. They're like, no, we care about the debt. We're not gonna help American citizens, even if it was like a stimulus bill. I think that's kind of a sad aspect for Americans. I think the Republicans winning the Senate is just gonna lock down. I think nothing is gonna happen like to help the American people. Like, to be honest, to be honest, I'm kind of socially conservative and economically liberal. I was kind of banking on Trump 2016 because he was an outsider kind of, and Hillary was she was a shit candidate. But like in 2020, like seeing how Trump, it wasn't that economic, like in his in 2016 he was like, I'm gonna get you a great healthcare plan, I'm gonna help you guys, I'm gonna keep Medicare, I'm gonna keep Medicaid and everything, but the way he governed, he actually governed kind of like a neocon. He governed economically conservative, socially conservative. I think like his rhetoric was kind of populist. Even a few days ago, his rhetoric is always populist. But when I see his results, it's pretty neocon, to be honest. So that's why I didn't really like that. I don't know. I think Joe Biden, they're both. I didn't really like them, to be honest. If Trump delivered on his rhetoric, I would have banked on Trump 2020. But I don't know. To be honest, in 2024, I either want Tulsi Gabbard, Andrew Yang, or Tucker Carlson. I think those three are the populist candidates.
Yeah.
Because I think the country's going towards populism. I feel where you're coming from right now, and that is sort of interesting to think about when we see that Trump won these Rust Belt states, Minnesota. Yeah.
I mean, he didn't win Minnesota, but almost won Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in 2016, but is losing them now. That's sort of interesting, something to think about, because obviously, when the economy had just unbeatable numbers, it just generally, presidentially speaking, it was enough for him. But now that that's sort of wiped out, you kind of see that maybe, he's done, he's been trying to renegotiate these trade deals and stuff like that. But it's like, was it enough? Did people in these Midwestern states feel like, because, like some of these Sunbelt states that were sort of trending more Democrat, but the conservatives are still trying to hold on. What Trump was saying was plenty, but we see like he's doing better with minority voters, but he sort of lost something in the white vote. And the question is like, what is that white vote? Most likely, based on geography and what we're looking at right now, it might have been like that sort of union, working class white vote. And maybe, I think in 2016, their Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, their vote for Trump was like a cry out for help, because they were really left behind by the political system. And you sort of like, you can see Trump has not totally flopped with them, right? Because it's still very close. But at the same time, it looks like, he did not fully deliver, on that populist aspect that he needed. So it's you bring up a good point. And it's going to be something to think about. Like, he's done this stuff with trade, I guess, right? But did he do enough, right? And then, healthcare, it was just a big flop entirely. He didn't do anything. Yeah, it was a total sham, right? So, it's good points you bring up, right? Like maybe he didn't fully deliver, and then the next candidate that comes along, like we're gonna see if they're gonna fully deliver.
To be honest, I don't think Biden. It's
definitely not gonna. It's definitely not gonna be Biden. Yeah, but
it's either way for the American people. It's gonna be a locked Congress, and I don't think it's gonna do any good. And they might actually energize another 2024 Republican. I actually heard that, Andrew Yang, he has like a split with the Democrats, Republicans. There are actually a lot of Republicans like actually want Trump to win, so it will energize a lot of the left-leaning populists. They're saying if Biden wins and the Senate holds Republican, we're gonna get like a worse Trump. I actually see that it's possible. We're gonna get a more populist rhetoric Republicans if Biden holds in and he doesn't deliver. I mean, Republicans can get there's gonna be a red wave in 2022 and 2024, and that I think that's possible. But I've heard Sagar, Sagar and Jerry on the Hill.
I've heard of him.
You heard of him? Yeah. He's saying that the future of the GOP is going to be the working class populist.
Yeah.
And the future of the Democrat, he's saying the Democrats are winning more in the suburban work elite coastal areas and suburban areas. So he's saying it's kind of like a switch. Now the Democrats are becoming more and more upper middle class, and the Republicans, their strategy, in the future, is gonna have to be working class or populist and socially conservative. I think that if the GOP, genuinely, it's looking like maybe 2024, maybe 2028. If the GOP remains Yukon, I think they're going to be wiped out maybe in 12 years. There's no way they're gonna remain in power. But
I absolutely agree with you on that. Going forward, you look at the geography of it too. It's like Arizona's turning blue, Texas we're holding on, but it's starting to trend, right? And then you have to look like what states are trending red. Well, it's those Midwestern states, and who lives in those Midwestern states? Not so much traditional conservatives, but more populist. And actually, I think that's where a lot of America is they're not super far right socially traditionalists, but more Americans are generally more socially conservative. Like they don't want rapid cultural change, but they're also sort of moderately, economically sort of in the center. Like they want lower taxes, but they also want, some of these government programs, healthcare and all that stuff, right? So it's sort of like whoever can really play those cards. And I think that's a problem with our current politics is that neither party really answers to where actual America is, you know what I mean? And that's why our politics is so divided, because they have to choose from one. But you look at Oklahoma voted actually in a people's referendum, right, to expand, their Medicare there, right? Florida voted to raise the minimum wage.
Minimum wage $2, and they won for Trump.
And vote for Trump, right?
So weird.
That's why it's like both. You can tell there's most Americans are in the middle on both parties. I think they lean not totally, but they lean more traditionally maybe towards the Democrats on some economic issues, and then on the cultural issues they lean toward more towards Republicans. Whoever can hold together both sides, I think, would actually win the election pretty nicely. So.
So lots of commentary I've heard, they're saying that Trump initially didn't win in Florida because of economic policy. He's winning a lot because of cultural issues. Trump has been really hammering cultural issues, and he's going to win. And Biden is his running was really pretty shitty. He was like, I'm going to bring back America. I'm going to go back to normal and whatever. He wasn't talking a lot about healthcare. He wasn't talking about raising the minimum wage. He didn't talk a lot about economics. It was just like, I'm going to go back to normal. Trump is like the worst candidate ever. I'm going to go back to normal. It was just like a cultural issue war. And in the end, I think Republicans normally, they win the culture war. It's really shitty. I think most Americans, if you look at it from the economic policies, they're probably center, left, center. But because both candidates every year they just hammer culture issues, just getting the country more and more divided. When in the end, if you look at economic issues, we're more or less on the same page. That's why I really liked Tulsi Gabbard, because she didn't really and Andrew Young didn't really hammer on culture issues that much. They sticked with economic policies. That's why they got bipartisan support. That's why I think Joe Biden.
Yeah, it would depend who the Republican candidate is, right? In terms of would I vote for them, but I think they would win. Andrew Yang or Tulsi Gabbard. I'm gonna be totally honest. If the Democrats ran someone like that, they would win. Because they push these populist economic issues that are popular, frankly, objectively speaking, with most Americans, but they don't hammer a lot of this far left cultural stuff that scares away a lot of people. You know what I mean? So yeah. Anyways, it was nice having you on, man. Thank you. This was a good, interesting discussion. Huh? Yeah. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming on. All right. So let's see who else we got here. Let's add I haven't answered Jordan. All right, Jordan, you're on the stream.
Yo. Oh, shoot. Sorry, my camera's so bad, so I'm using my laptop.
I can hear you. You're good.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha, making sure. All right, so there's a lot of people asking about Georgia and the analytics there. And I said before, if Biden wants to win, he needs to get a 66% margin. Right now, he's hitting that. He's hitting that right on the spot, maybe even a bit more. Out of the 2 of the 3 counties that I saw, was it cash in the last, let's say, hour or whatever, 2 of them were Republicans. They both went 66% for Trump. The problem is there's still maybe half more vote within those 2 counties. So if anybody's wondering about Georgia, there is still votes in these Republican areas, but the issue is there's like half of it has already gone, and 66% of that has gone Biden. That's the margin he needs to at least tie the race. And even in his Democratic area of what was it? I need to remember which one it was. It was Clayton County. He hit 85%, and that was out of 1,200 votes. So if people are wondering about Georgia, it could be 50-50. If Trump gets above 6,000, 7,000 votes, he wins by 100 votes, maybe. That's maybe. It doesn't look like he's hitting that. Yeah, and then if people are wondering about Pennsylvania, good news for the Trump team at least. Pennsylvania, actually Philadelphia is probably going to be lower in Democratic count compared to 2016, which was kind of surprising. So it's kind of a Miami-Dade situation there. So if they're wondering about Pennsylvania, Biden isn't going to run it up as much as Hillary did in Philadelphia. It's just where the suburban areas are, looking at the analytics in the surrounding Philadelphia area. But there's a lot of vote less in Pennsylvania, if people are wondering, for Republicans. There's in a couple of the eastern counties of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, there's probably 4 counties there that are going Republican like usual. And there's probably 30,000 votes still there, and that's going to be heavily Republican. It's just we got to see where these the rest of these suburban areas come from in eastern Pennsylvania.
It's see, the number I keep bringing up that keeps concerning me is it's not like definitely like geographically where the ballots coming from. It's that they're mail-in ballots mostly. Like they said, like 250,000 mail-in ballots left, right?
Yeah.
We know, regardless of whether the county's red or blue, that it's going to favor Democrats. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No
so
question.
that's why it's just like, you know, Trump is holding on for dear life, you know, in Pennsylvania right now. So
yeah, and even in Georgia, when I expected him with some of these rural counties, man, I have to bring them up. There is Forsyth, there's Harris, there's Lawrence, and then there's Taylor. I was expecting them, they could go 65% for Trump in these final remaining areas, and then Trump should win. But with the early ones coming in, they're going 66% Biden. If that goes any lower than 60% for Trump, then with the margins he's having in his suburban areas in Georgia, and he's getting 40% in these rural areas or more, Biden could pull this one out in Georgia. And I expected when there's like 18,000 votes left, I didn't really see a way where Biden could get enough votes, but he's pulling it out. And we honestly got to be worried.
Yeah, no, Georgia is definitely it's scaring me. You know, the margin is just so thin.
Yeah,
he definitely has room. It's like 1,900 right now. Trump's lead. I think there's 16,000 ballots still out. So it's gonna be really close.
And even we go to Arizona. It actually looks it looks good for Trump in my opinion. Looking at everything going on, it's 1.5%. Trump is going to continue to grow into Maricopa, and he still has room in his rural areas. Pima County is almost done with Biden. Santa Cruz only get maybe a couple thousand more votes. With Arizona, Trump has room to grow. It's just how much can he grow and bring this margin back into his favor. I just can't see that. I mean, I can see it. It's just very difficult for him. And then we go to Nevada. I mean, it's most likely going to go Democratic if anybody's hoping for Nevada. I mean, unless Trump's Hispanic vote in Texas and Florida has somehow transitioned into Nevada, then we shouldn't be looking too much at Nevada. But I mean, you could be hopeful.
Yeah, and it's not a state I don't want to rely on Nevada at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Especially, I mean, I want to get Georgia first. We get Georgia first. I mean, I feel confident in Arizona enough to say if we get Georgia, I say if Biden has a 65% chance at winning the election right now, and we get Arizona, I think it's 55-45, and that just banks on Arizona getting in there. And if we get Arizona, then really it's 50-50 for Pennsylvania, because I think we could pull it out of Pennsylvania still. Even if we were to like lose Arizona and Georgia, I still think we would have a strong chance of in Pennsylvania. It just depends how much more we could pull out of these roll votes and how many more roll votes Joe Biden's even going to get, because in Pennsylvania in the roll votes, he's not done growing there by maybe a couple hundred more votes. So it's yeah, I don't know. Nationwide, we did really good. I mean, Trump did really good with the roll vote, but Biden picked up a lot of percentage, and that's probably the independents that voted for the last libertarian candidate that switched, and they went hard Biden, and there's just not enough for Trump right now unless somehow, some way we can. But looking at the margins, like we gained maybe 1%, 2%, 3% in these rural areas, but then Biden picked up 3% as well. And I would rather have the 2016 margins in rural areas compared to right now. Because we were having like 34%. Now we're only having maybe 32%, but we're getting more raw votes. It's just the percentages and margins are not as good.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on, man. That was very insightful for you. I appreciate it.
No problem, Chief.
All right. So you have a good day.
You too, man.
Oh, hey, look, it's my co-host. An hour late. Welcome. What's up, man?
How you doing, man?
All right. So this was the person that was supposed to be my guest. So I'm just gonna keep doing viewer call-ins, but Anish, you are now my co-host technically, I guess. Okay. All right. So next person added to the stream is Alwyn. Is that how I say your name, Alwyn? Hey, how you doing, man? Okay, someone's having feedback. I don't know. Does everyone have headphones plugged in?
My headphones are plugged in.
Yes. I'm good. I'm watching the stream and the
I got
stream
you.
yard right now, and it's both behind.
Yeah, just mute it and then we'll be good.
Yeah, I got headphones plugged in. Yes. I'm good. I'm watching the stream and the.
I can still hear it though on my end. Anish, you can hear it on your end, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
Okay.
All
So, what I'm about to talk about is how we can stop voter fraud, and I think what we should do is, we should have facial recognition in the voting machines and the mail-in ballots as well, because we already have it on our iPhones. So why can't we have it on the voting machines and the mail-in ballots? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the voting system definitely needs to be improved, and this is something I was talking about because Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear you guys. Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
We can hear you. Yes.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stream is like a minute behind, and then
See, the thing is, we can hear feedback when you do that.
Can I talk to you guys in chat? Like, I'll leave and join back.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, we'll answer his question though. All right, Anish, you were saying.
So I was talking to Vince about this yesterday because I'm not actually from the U.S. and looking at it from an outsider's perspective, I'm living in India at the moment, and we have electronic ballots, and they've worked quite well for us so far, and it just makes more sense, right? Because it's easier, it's more convenient, it's a lot quicker, and there's much more automation and much less human role to play in it. So also much less chance of fraud happening. Of course, there are certain technicalities in terms of preventing it from being able to be hacked, mainly just keeping it off the network. So, I mean, what he said about facial recognition, that would be too advanced. I don't think any country would have the resources to, I mean, if it would be any country, it would be the US, but still, that would be very difficult to implement on a large scale, right?
There's probably civil liberties infringements on it.
That as well. But the idea is facial recognition. You could also have that with voter ID. And I think voter ID should be something that's available or required across the country. I mean,
because we have holographic IDs now. It was a new thing called real IDs, and you need one to fly on a plane starting in 2021. But in many states, including here in California, you do not need to show a single photo ID to vote. Okay, so how it worked this year is you get mailed this voter registration card, and you just turn it in. It doesn't have your face on it. It just has a barcode. You scan it and you go freaking vote. Okay. And so there have been cases where people have gone and they claim, hey, hey, someone voted for you, which is like, what the hell? You've already voted. Like, what the wait? No, I didn't. Right.
Yeah.
But it's so ridiculous. It's insane because you need an ID to fly in a plane if you're over the age of 18, like a government issued ID, not just a photo, a government issued ID, and there's nothing in terms of voting. It's just ridiculous. Okay, wait. Joe says Arizona votes are coming in. Thoughts? Let me refresh right here.
When are the next votes coming in? What time?
I'm not sure. This person is just telling me it's coming in right now. But that's
NYT says that the next votes are coming 11 a.m. Eastern Friday.
Yeah, that's I mean, there might be someone from rural Arizona, but Maricopa is really what we're watching right now. So
yeah. Georgia, man, I woke up, I saw 1,900 votes. Jesus, like, what is gonna happen there? I'm really worried.
Yeah, no, the margin that Biden's gaining at is suspicious.
Very.
It's, the idea that like Trump that keeps pushing that they're just waiting and then finding votes and counting them. It's not a good look for Georgia that it's happening this way,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait, let's just figure this out. So yesterday when you were doing the maths, there was 61,000 votes left, and Trump had what, about 18,500 vote lead?
Yeah.
Let's call it 18,000. So 61,000 votes left, or let's say 60,000 for to keep it simple, and 18,000 votes lead for Trump. Now, according to New York Times, the secretary says there's, I believe it was 20,000 votes left to be, 16,000 votes left to be counted. And at that point, the lead was 2,400. So if there was 15,000, I said, right? Yeah, 16,000. So that means 44,000 votes have come in. And the lead has reduced by 16,000.
Right.
So if we think about it, then it would have to be a 30-14 split, meaning it would be 2-1. So yeah, so if it continues on 2-1 with 16,000 left, then that would be about 11,000 for Biden and 5,000 for Trump, or 10,500 for Biden and 5,500 for Trump, and that would be bad news. We just got to hope that it's more of like a 50-50 or a 55-45 split. Otherwise, we're in for trouble.
This is getting ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
There's gonna be lawsuits. I wonder like what the recounts are gonna look like, because I'm not just gonna call fraud on every time we lose, but the fact that Trump poll watchers are being denied in the major areas that are important and they're boarding up the windows, there's definitely a lack of transparency here that leaves plenty of grounds for the Trump campaign to be very suspicious, especially when you consider the fact that we're not just bringing this up now. We've been warning about this stuff for months, and now it's happening. It's not just like, we're losing right now. We've been saying this for months, like this is going to happen. So, all right. Anyways, Owen is back in. Let's see if his sound works.
My camera just died. That's great. I'm going to switch to my webcam. Here we go.
All right, go ahead.
Hello.
Right.
Hey, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Okay. Cool. Yes. That's all
Right.
good. So I'm looking at Georgia right now, and it's getting really tight. Maybe like 1,000, 1,800.
Yeah,
And
that's what our number is.
Yeah.
yeah, and then with all like the fraud stuff going on right now, I was thinking we could have like facial recognition for voting machines and mailing ballots, and I'm sure we'll get to it at some point since technology is quickly evolving. But I was thinking like for voting machines, maybe we could have you scan your fingerprint and then enter in your like driver's license, and then maybe like record your face when you're like filling out the stuff, and then
See, that's the thing is like civil liberties. You know, it's like you don't want the government to have your face or have your fingerprint, but at the same time, they probably already have it anyway because we know that
Yeah, they
NSA,
do.
you know, spies on your phone, and we know that your phone definitely has that stuff. Because let's be honest, every human being in America uses either a fingerprint ID or a face ID to sign into their phone, so the government already has that. So
Yeah.
maybe it would just be useful to use it. But no, I mean, I think realistically, since by 2021, everyone will need a real ID to fly on an airplane. Which Anish, I know you don't know, but that's a holographic ID, right? So it's just more secure, whatever. That this should be the same thing to vote, you know, and
exactly.
It's ridiculous that you don't even need to show an ID to vote in many states.
Yeah,
Not all states, many states. Yeah.
See, the thing
Yeah,
that
especially in California.
The specific things you're mentioning, maybe they're a bit too high tech or too controversial, but the basic requirement of ID is something that should be widespread. And I don't think there's much debating that, and that will at least add a lot more legitimacy, and you know it would be a lot better of a process if you can be sure, you know, this person is registered to vote, this is their ID, and you let them in, they cast their vote, it's done. So definitely it's completely ridiculous that voter ID isn't a requirement. And yeah, me and Vince were talking about this yesterday, and he said that it is a problem with the states and them deciding different things, having different laws. But I don't know. There has to be some way that it can be implemented federally.
Yeah, and then the censoring with the media has been the worst this year. You guys thought Hillary was bad, but this time it was worse. Like 15 million Instagram accounts were taken down on Friday night because they were posting political stuff or things for Trump and whatever, and it was getting really bad.
Yeah. It's because I think they take us much more seriously this time around. So you know,
yeah, exactly.
Much more fearful. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Alman, thank you for calling in on the show, man. Nice having you.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
See you, man.
All right. So I've not by you, but I'm sure you will tell me this too. Is that people in India are laughing at us?
Oh yeah.
Very
Oh
much.
yeah. Very much so. Yes. So I mean, I've mainly been in contact with people who generally agree with me, and they're also Indian. They've been very suspicious about what's been going on, and the first thing they say is like, we're in India, we're not nowhere near as advanced as the US, and we have a much more robust voting system. Our politics is very corrupt in general, right? Our politicians, it's very hard to find a non-corrupt politician. I know that's the case in the US as well, but in India, it goes to the point of like killing people over politics.
Well, that's why I tweeted out. I said people in India are laughing at us, and they kill people in India over elections.
Exactly. So here we have politicians, which we call gundas, and that basically means they're thugs. So they're thugs and politicians. And, you know, they're involved in very messed up things. And yet our voting system is more robust than your guys's.
It's ridiculous.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
No, yeah, I don't know. It's just we have to get it together.
Yeah.
There's no simple solution because the federal government just can't mandate the way elections are done. It's all on a state by state basis, you know. All I know is it should not take this long, you know, even with pandemic, because it would be understandable. Maybe we have all the final results in by like tonight or tomorrow, but it's going to take till like next week at the very least, you know, and we're basically accepting that at this point. So Insanity.
Thing is,
Anyways,
though, if Georgia should, I mean, I don't know about Georgia because Georgia keeps saying that they're going to be done in a bit, and more votes.
that's also suspicious. Like they told us like 12 hours ago, like, okay, we're gonna be done soon. And it keeps dragging on, and coincidentally enough, the votes keep breaking in insane ratios for Biden.
Exactly. Like, at least be transparent and realistic about when you're going to be done.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like, we're going to be done. Oh, wait, no. More votes for Biden. We got to count, you know? And
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I was saying, once we know where Georgia goes, if it goes Biden, it's over.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's all about that. I mean, we're going to wait on the other states. But if Georgia goes, is there a path to victory if we win Nevada as well?
No, even with that, it's a 269 tie. Which actually would most likely have Trump winning, but that's assuming that the electors don't go rogue and just vote in Joe Biden anyway. But if it actually ends up being a 269 tie in electoral college, then most likely Trump would win. But Nevada breaking red when Georgia doesn't, unlikely, right? So
right, yeah, exactly. So it's all on Georgia. We just have to wait and see.
All right, this man's daddy Darth Vader is just playing freaking our stream. Okay, cool. All right. Anyways, let's see. We got Larry in our.
Hi.
Hi.
So, I don't know much about this, and I wanted to get I don't know how to say it, but I wanted to get maybe clarification or maybe someone else to look into it. But I've seen a few people posting about fake ballots and real ballots, how real ballots have an invisible watermark that apparently Trump knew about, and I'm not too sure about that, and I was hoping to try and figure it out with more people.
So, okay, I haven't personally heard anything about this. What about you, Vince? Okay, am I frozen or is Vince frozen? I cannot tell. Is Vince out? Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely, because I put my volume down.
Okay, so it seems Vince is out. Okay. Anyway, so you're saying something about the invisible watermark. Okay, I have not heard anything about it. There are a few things coming out of Michigan. So of course, in Pennsylvania, there was the poll watchers being blocked, and that's something that's definitely very concerning. In Michigan, there was the huge surge in votes purely for Biden. Now they say there was a typographical error and they corrected it, but it's still quite suspicious. Now, is there enough evidence to say outright fraud? Not so much. And there are some pictures circulating of dead people voting and people registered to vote when they actually weren't registered to vote. Somebody registered to vote in 1823 or some shit like that. That specific graphic was proven to be false. I checked it out, and it was actually circulating back in 2019. And while it was a problem, I mean, it does suggest that there's a problem this time as well. If that was a problem last year, it's not something that was relevant today. Now, as for your specific story, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to look into it.
Okay, thank you. That's really all I wanted to say, because I saw it and I was confused about it. I wanted maybe see if it was real, maybe see if there is a chance. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, great. Vince is back. Vince, maybe you could answer a question. Did you hear it?
No, I just came in.
Okay, could you repeat your question?
So basically, I've been seeing a few posts. They haven't been circulating all that much, but I've seen a few posts about invisible watermarks that are on the real ballots that the fake ballots wouldn't show, so that if they went into investigation, it would be pretty easy to see. And I want to see if you know anything about it, if you think it might be true, any possibilities, things like that.
I've heard nothing about that, so honestly, I can't answer your question. We have no idea.
Okay.
But we'll have to see. Hopefully it is. That would be nice, because that way, when the election basically gets litigated, we will know, right? We'll know. So.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
Look at this guy. Dude, this is just cracking me up, dude. This guy Darth Vader is just playing freaking. This is Roblox, right? Is it, or is it?
I think so.
He's just playing it on our stream. Okay, cool. Let me add it. What do we know so far about Sharpie Gate? So, yeah. So the thing that a bunch of people giving Sharpies out to vote in Maricopa, true. 100% true. Literally, like Joe and Sammy and all the people I was staying with, they were given Sharpies and they voted on election day. So the Secretary of State of Arizona is saying that those votes will be counted. Like, don't worry about it. Fine. But a woman this morning or late last night actually filed a lawsuit saying that her ballot got tossed out right in front of her, and she used a Sharpie, and she saw it get tossed out, and so that's kind of weird, but I mean, it sounds like they're getting counted, but
right.
The lawsuit, like, she could be totally lying, but also she's filed it formally in a court of law. So that's, I would assume to be under threat of, perjury or whatever. Right. So that she's very, very convinced, right. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways,
definitely.
let me hold on. We'll do a few more viewer call-ins and then
all right.
I'm trying to see. It is. Well, actually, maybe we should just watch Georgia because it keeps updating. So.
Oh, really? Oh, Pennsylvania also is at 95 right now. Oh, Philadelphia just released results. Yeah.
Philadelphia releases its first batch of results in hours, netting Biden more than 10,000 votes.
Yeah.
The Trump lead in Pennsylvania is around 26,000.
Oh God, that's not good. 0.4%. Jesus. Okay, that is concerning. Yeah, I was worried about Pennsylvania. Biden was closing in quick.
Mm-hmm.
What's the reporting in Philadelphia? Now it's 91%, which means there's still a good chunk of votes to come from Philadelphia. And we know they're going to favor Biden. We just got to hope that it's not like 2-1 or anything like that.
See, netting Biden more than 10,000 votes, that sounds like it couldn't be that. It might not sound that bad. It just depends, but it depends how many votes were actually released, which I was not keeping track, so I don't know the answer to that. There's only a 10,000 net gain for Biden. That's not terrible considering it's Philadelphia, but I'm not sure how much. 10,000 out of what?
Exactly.
Like 13,000 new votes. 10,000. That's terrible, right? But
I don't know why they're not reporting the actual surges of the ballots and their splits. They're just saying, okay, there's 1% more reporting, and this is what the lead has come down to.
Yeah, the media in this is just as bad as the actual election officials. Media reporting,
Fox, by the way.
Yeah,
Fox has been
the worst. Yeah,
exactly.
I don't know. I don't think I told you about this, but I was thinking they called Arizona so early that it could have actually changed the results. Because when polls close, that doesn't mean votes have stopped. That just means you have to be in line by the time the polls close, right? And they probably called it when people were still in line. And we know that it's Republicans voting on election day, not Democrats. So just atrocious. All right.
But the thing is, I'm feeling a lot more hopeful about Arizona than I am about Georgia and Pennsylvania now.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we need all three, but it seems the chances in Arizona are better.
Mm-hmm. No, it definitely does. Joe, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. You are confident in Trump's legal team. I'm sure Trump has assembled a good legal team, but the question is, what lawsuits will he be able to bring? That's what's concerning. Because there's going to have to be, actual irregularities for him to have a real lawsuit, because just random stuff that just seems like stupid, like a stupid election law, like, count 12 days after. The Supreme Court's not going to be able to dispute that or decide that. It's just going to be, Trump is going to need to have seen real irregularities in order for that to happen. That's why I've been telling all of you guys that, if you saw anything while you were voting that was up to you, report it to your Secretary of State, have it like a record of what happened there filed, and that might actually, end up being used for something. But okay, I'm going to put the stream link in the chat again. So this is the link to call in here, and we will get some more while we watch Georgia ominously.
Great. So one thing I was wondering about, with the question about Trump's legal team, let's say, for example, hypothetical situation that they look into it, they do recounts, they do some of that stuff, and they determine that Biden still wins, assuming that Biden wins, right? Let's say Biden wins and they do a recount and they determine that Biden still wins. But let's say that they have solid proof of fraud. It might not be widespread, but let's say they have solid proof of fraud, at least, that's significant enough to bat an eye. Then what happens? Because Biden, he'd still win even despite their investigation, but he would also be, I don't know if he would directly be complicit in it, but there would be guilt on the side of whatever county that, actually committed the fraud. So what would exactly happen there?
That's an interesting question. That, the problem is the fraud. It's like what they would have to prove. They have to prove like systematic fraud, right?
Exactly.
And anecdotal cases of fraud, even if it seems like common sense. Well, if it happened there, it probably happened a bunch of other places. But like I would think in a court of law, that's just not going to pass. It's not going to work.
Right.
So that's a good question. I honestly, I don't know. It would take a lot for them to say, we're going to redo the election. Like that's just very unlikely.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It just does not happen. That would take a whole lot. And a lot of local elections, they have runoff rules. So it's like if something like that happens, they just do another one. But a presidential election, that's just very unlikely. And if it really comes down to that, what it's just end up being is it's all in the hands of the electors. The electors are just going to have to decide what do I want to do here? What's my call? Because the Electoral College meets December 14th. There's no way we're just going to redo the election by then. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's apparently someone says, Austin True says, apparently some states within 10,000 votes or 1% of the points will be recounted without reason. It is not automatic, but upon request. Yeah, Wisconsin's 21,000 votes, but Wisconsin, there's going to be a recount, but it's not going to be until December 1st. So
I wouldn't get my hopes up about a recount, especially when the margin is quite comfortable.
I mean, typically recounts only change by a couple hundred. And that's a real Hail Mary. But the Trump campaign claims that they've seen real irregularities there. And if that's the case, then you could see like systematic, widespread issues. But I wouldn't bank on it. I don't want to bank on it. It's the Hail Mary.
Exactly.
You want to just win this election outright. So that all depends on Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. All right, we got a new guest in.
All right.
Welcome, Carter Whitaker. You're live on the show. What's up? Hey, what's up, man?
So it's just my dad and I have been talking about it for a while, and he's a realist. He kind of believed in the polls the whole time, and I told him, I was like, look, I think the polls, you can't believe it, everything.
Well, I don't look. Listen, a real realist does not believe in the polls because the polls, regardless of who won,
exactly, the polls were horrendous.
He knows people so he worked for George W. on a panel. And he knows people that were saying when he got COVID, even his own internal staffing was like, and that was a big hit. And then he came back, and quite frankly, their campaign just was incredible. And it was good the whole time. I mean, he's whoever runs his campaign always, and him, they just do a great job with that. But what we're seeing is it's blatant. Like when I mean, I was telling my dad about the votes like in Michigan and Wisconsin. He was like, yeah, that seems weird, but they all do that. And then everybody looked at the numbers. And not only is it weird with the vote drop in Wisconsin and Michigan and how they were boarding up their windows. They wouldn't let people look in and watch them count votes. There are people saying, like with that Project Veritas or whatever, saying like they have video evidence, like undercover cameras, which would all be great if that's true. That would be awesome. But it's just it's too odd to me that like I love the comment I saw earlier. They said, what's the probability of in two states at the same time, like what it was like 180,000 votes come in from both states with 0 votes for Donald Trump. And they were like, what's the probability of that? And someone commented and said, you got about a chance of a tornado going through the scrapyard and building an Apache helicopter. And it's so true. It's just like they're being so blatant about it. And in Pennsylvania, they won't let people in to watch them vote. I mean, it's crazy. Like, I think we're about to see the reason they don't want to call Arizona is because they want to give the win to Biden. And that's what, like, the media is involved. Like, it's just not that dude on Fox who's saying that he is sure about. He's so smug about it, dude. It's awful.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's bad. What are we? I think it's been cut to 44,000 in Arizona. Biden's ahead by 44,000 votes.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the beginning of this morning, it was 90,000. Right now, Trump's getting like 70% of that vote, and he only needs 57 to win it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, it's just, I hear a lot of people talking about it, but I think we might be looking at, Nancy being president for a little bit while they figure all this out in court, and then all the news stations. Like, I think they do have evidence, and I think they knew this was going to happen the whole time. So I think we're going to get some pretty good evidence. I think, he's probably got the smartest lawyers in the world that know every rule about every state. And so far, they've said that they found like 7 violations in like 7 different states or something like that. So I think you got a real case to argue, especially in Nevada, with them taking illegal votes that shouldn't be legal.
Yeah, Nevada, they might have to order like a full recount with checking. Yeah, like
right.
Yeah.
And some law officials are saying it might even have to be like they're saying redo it in Nevada. That's how screwed up it is over there.
Yeah.
So Nevada's basically worse than Florida was in 2000. They don't know at all what they're doing, and it shows. So it's just, I think we're gonna see. Right now, I'm just over it. I think it's gonna last a lot longer. I mean, I predict that they'll say Biden won.
Yeah.
That's why Fox is holding on so hard. And then you're going to come out tomorrow and say, Arizona, Trump actually won. And then they'll say, okay, well, we'll recount it. And then they're just going to say Trump's being a sore loser, blah, 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 and hold it off as long as they can. But we'll see what happens.
Oh, that's about it, man. We'll see what happens. It's
Exactly. Nothing we can do at this point.
I'm just saying, I think that's going to be the nail on the head of what happens in all of the.
Yeah, the sad thing is that, like,
weeks to come,
Americans will never accept the results of a presidential election ever again. I don't think.
No.
After this chaos, and it's a real problem, because even as crazy as the left went in 2016 when Trump won, they still kind of accepted that even though they said not my president. They still kind of accepted that he was president,
Kind of accepted.
Well,
you're giving them too much credit. You're giving them too much credit.
They could do about it. This time they can say, and they're gonna say whatever they want to say.
Yeah,
and it's gonna get pretty rough. We expected this to happen, and literally everything that anybody on our side has said for the past 5 months, all of it's coming to fruition. And I guess they just thought. I think they really underestimated how many people were actually going to come out, because now they're sweating. And I saw many networks where they took Trump's speech off, and they were like, he's just absolutely wrong. Everything he said in this is wrong. None of this is true, when a lot of it is true. And you have a lot of major news outlets reporting that.
They claim that they want to make sure Americans still accept the results and trust our democracy, but they don't. They very clearly don't, because if they did, they wouldn't. And it was common sense. Everyone knew that with a voting system like this, this was going to happen so long as the election was close, which it was really looking like the election was going to be close. How can anyone on either side, that whatever the losing side is, so how could you accept the results of an election that's this long, that's this inconclusive? It's ridiculous.
And just probably one of the most fraudulent elections in the. You hate to say it, but because I think there was part of us that thought, well, maybe they'll be able to do it right. Maybe they'll actually follow the rules and be good for once. And we just tricked ourselves into believing in our democracy, and they made them make their own rules. And they made rules to where it's like, just stabs you right in the back. And that's what's so messed up about the whole situation, especially when people say we're trying to divide people. People just don't understand. Like, there's stuff that I don't understand, and I live and breathe this stuff. Like, dude, I've been following you for a while, but Like, and you know, my dad tries to help me understand, but even there's some stuff that's so complicated that, like, I know over half of our population has no clue what they're talking about, like when they talk about it.
Yeah.
And it's just like nobody knows about stuff like that, so they're gonna believe whatever CNN or Fox or whoever it be, whatever they say, and that's what part of the problem. When Cardi B gets online and says, vote for Joe Biden," you know, like I love to help people learn it, but like I would never sway somebody's political opinion. You should base that off of your own, you know, beliefs, and that's part of the problem in the whole country. So
That's
we'll
the
see
thing,
what
though, right?
happens,
There's a lot of people who, you know, if you look at their fundamental values and their views, you'd think that they have a good chance of actually being more Republican than Democrat. But the media has just misled them so much that they're like hardcore Democrat. And I think you're completely in order to talk to those people and try to make them see, you know, this is what you believe in, right? So, you know, have a look at these opinions, have a look at this. But they've been blinded off so much to this point that, you know, that's just where they are.
I think what this was a reminder of, you know, because a lot of people are like, you know, Trump's going to win this thing big, right? I think what this maybe was a reminder of is that despite American sort of rejection in 2016, a lot of what you would see, like the elite institutions in our society, you know, the media, pop culture, celebrities, academia, still do have a pretty incredibly strong pull and influence. You know, they didn't just go away when Trump won. They're still there. They're still extremely influential and extremely powerful. And a lot of Americans still, you know, believe it, you know, believe in them, even as they increasingly turn more partisan and more clearly, you know, just bad faith. But they are still taking a lot of Americans with them. And that's sort of something that, you know, that we have to remind ourselves of and just sort of live with. I guess, you know, we have to keep on trying to beat home that, like, listen, these institutions are lying to you, you know, and they have an agenda, you know. I think that's a big part of it too, is like you have a lot of people who sort of live in the bubble of pop culture, and, you know, they only watch the mainstream media, or they only listen to, or they're younger and they only listen to what their teachers tell them. They don't see the agenda. They think this is just objective fact that they're learning, you know, when in reality this is all taught with an obvious bias and obvious agenda. But when you live in a bubble your whole life, you know, you grew up in a major city your whole life and you never been to the middle of the country or whatever, that's all you know. And you think that's just the only side of reality, the only side of the country that there is.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Louisiana in Shreveport, and I mean, you know, the fact that people look at me and say, first off, they look at me, I have a huge beard. Yeah, I live in Texas. They're like, he supports Trump, he's racist. Yeah, I went to school down in Louisiana, and then my family moved to Austin. I've always been an UT fan, and man, I got involved in my fraternity around UT, and it is. They pay $50,000 a year to be brainwashed, bro. Like, even a lot of the more conservative people, like, are over in Greek life, but I still have fraternity brothers that are just like, you know, and I can have conversations with them. They don't get as mad about it because most of us are conservative, but like, dude, people on the campus, you can't even have a conversation with someone. Like, bro, they hate the football team. They're trying to say the eyes of Texas is racist. This has been a huge thing down here right now.
I've heard that's just ridiculous. Like, come on, how are you gonna take away what is Texas football without the eyes of Texas? There's nothing.
When
like
Campbell and Ricky have come out and said, you know, that the song is what you make it, whatever it used to stand for. My dad graduated in '77 with Earl Campbell, and I haven't missed a Texas OU game since I was born in '98.
Yeah.
So I was 2.5 at my first Texas OU game. And I haven't missed a Cotton Bowl since. We were even at the Cotton Bowl this year. We have season tickets. Unfortunate because it's Tom Herman, but that's tough.
I know.
But some of my earliest memories are like with my dad singing The Eyes of Texas, all this stuff, like all this tradition. Sam Ellinger said the same thing. Sam Ellinger, our quarterback, his dad died when he was real young. And he said some of my only memories with my father and me singing the Eyes of Texas, like that's why because the whole controversy was he was the only one standing on the field after the game singing the Eyes of Texas after we lost to OU. And the band won't play it. The band's not playing at the games because they're saying the Eyes of Texas is racist. But the university said we're keeping the song. And after the last game, the whole team stayed on the field and sang it. And then after Oklahoma State game, they stayed on the field and sang it. So the team's coming around. The band's not going to come around at all like that. And they're not pulling scholarships or anything. Dude, it's crazy. What they like the things, that's my whole point to that whole thing is that they don't understand. They can't comprehend like empathy almost. It's like everybody has different experiences with things. Just because you feel that way about something doesn't mean it's like fact.
No, that's the thing. I guess so. Apparently, they claim, and it's not even proven, but they claim that like the Eyes of Texas originated from some play back in like the 1890s, where one of the actors wore blackface. Like,
and you know what?
What?
That's most likely probably true, but that was back then.
Yeah, it's
like,
morphed into something completely
say
different.
That we as conservatives live in the past when they constantly bring up the past to try to fault us now.
Exactly.
That's what's making us fault right now. And that's what continues the cycle of the same thing that happens in history over and over and over again. I mean, we've seen this before all throughout history. We know smart people know what's happening right now.
Yeah, a lot of things you use or do in your modern life probably originated from someplace past in history that was messed up. But you know what I believe? See,
you can't just say and that's the culture down here, bro. It's insane.
No, yeah, here's
it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I don't believe in instead of cancellation, we go for redemption, right? Who cares that the Eyes of Texas started from a racist play? It has redeemed itself into something that is very good and much better, right? That's the thing. It's like, and that's part of the ethos of America. We are a country where we don't cancel. Like we were built by people who came here because they screwed up their past life, like we are a country of second chances of redeeming ourselves.
Right.
And yet we want to take away everything that ever once was used way back when for this, when we don't even use it for that anymore. It's something completely different. It's insanity.
No, it's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again when you already know the outcome of what's going to happen. And that's exactly how like history, works. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. You just have people so misled and so torn with half of the ones like, shit, I don't know what to believe, like it's crazy. It's crazy. And being in Texas is so much different. I'll tell you, that is just in Austin. Out in the suburbs, where like a lot of the guys who live in this neighborhood, they're from I live in Leander. They're from Leander. They went to Leander High School, and they've all been friends forever. And they're like, they lived here when Austin didn't even have a skyline, which wasn't that long ago. Austin used to be a real small city, but because California sucks so bad, everyone started moving here.
Yeah, everyone moved out to Austin. It's a great strategy.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, Carter, thank you very much for coming on.
Big fan. You keep doing what you're doing. I love you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Bro. Very
appreciate it very much, man.
I couldn't have never done that.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Take care.
So there's a bunch of stuff in the chat. People are asking for updates on Georgia and Arizona. Somebody said that that Trump is gaining in Georgia. I don't see that. I'm on New York Times right now, and the lead is 1,800, which I think it was somewhere around that last I checked as well.
Yeah,
Arizona, we're not going to get. Yeah, Arizona, we're not going to get an update until 11 a.m. Eastern on Friday. So
at least out of Maricopa, which is where most of it's coming out of. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, we haven't gotten anything new, but apparently someone said results. Oh, here's something. Okay, new update from the New York Times. Democrats are urging voters in Georgia to fix absentee ballots that were rejected because of invalid or missing signatures before the deadline on Friday evening.
Fix how?
I don't know. What, did they send the ballot back to you? I'm pretty sure they don't. I always thought they kind of just toss it out.
And it's after the election. How can voters fix their ballots at this point?
I'm not sure, but clearly they see something in Georgia state. Well, come on, Georgia, you didn't think of this when you're writing your state laws. How should that? I mean, honestly, like okay. Maybe there should be a way if you screwed up mailing in your ballot. I don't know. You're just completely incompetent and you couldn't figure out how to do vote by mail, right? But if you fix it, you should have to have fixed it before election day. You know, you should have to notice you made a mistake before election day. You can't just. It's like, you know what it's like. Okay, this is hypocritical because the system, I'm gonna call it the system in school, taught us all these years, hey, once you turn that in by the due date, you can't change your homework. Okay, that's like it's like going back on a test. Oh, you got the question wrong. You see what mistake you made. Oh, let me go fix that now. This is hypocritical. You say you claim school teaches you for skills for adult life, but clearly you're not practicing what you preach here, system in America, because
exactly.
Yeah.
So Victor the Rock says, Georgia says, hopefully they'll find out the results by 12 to 1 Eastern. I'm assuming that's AM. Yeah, well, they said that they were going to figure out by noon on Thursday, I think it was. So you can't really.
What do you think? Should we hold out? That's a freaking no. Do you want to hold out? Do you want to hold out for until like midnight and see if anything's coming?
Sure.
We'd have a lot of time to kill. All right.
I don't mind.
Okay. Well, yeah, you've been streaming less than I have, but let's do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go to at least 9. All right. Sure. So, in the meantime, I guess it's a lot of this is just results. But I think there is probably maybe some time to do some reflection as well, like what we're seeing in this election. The number one takeaway, more than anything else, is that you can just see our country is so divided, right? Because both sides basically thought they were winning in a landslide, and neither happened, right? And so that really just reflects just how split our country is, like literally right down the middle. Regardless of who wins, it's probably going to be by less than 10 electoral votes when it's probably all said and done, right? So it's just that it's concerning, because it's almost like we live in two different countries, two different Americas, two different realities almost, because how can both sides think they're going to win in a landslide and then neither is true, right? That doesn't mean one side is deluded from reality. It's almost like both sides are deluded or they're in their own reality. That's a problem as a country if we want to stick together. It's not good.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm not in the US right now, but the thing is, looking at it from an outsider's perspective, I discussed this with my friends, my classmates. A lot of them didn't want to go to the US because it's so divided, for university. And I told them, it's not that big a deal. They said it's a disaster. Politics, you need to have left-wing politics and this and that. And I was like, it's not that bad. The internet just plays it up. But seeing with everything that's going on with this election, even I'm very concerned now. And yeah, I just don't know how it's going to play out, because I say, okay, this will pass, that people will become more united over time. But my question is, like, how is that going to happen? I mean,
I don't know.
This election is just like further, like, when and how is it going to happen? That's the question. So, it's quite concerning, and I can imagine it's 100 times worse from the inside.
Well, it's only going to get worse because whoever loses is not going to accept the results of the election. And the first step to uniting is you have to at least accept the reality of what's happening, and that's just not going to happen. So we'll have to see. Anyway, Joe Lunford brings up a great point, which is that military ballots are left in Georgia, and military ballots obviously most likely are going to swing for Trump.
And how many would you reckon they are?
So I heard someone say earlier today it was like 7,000. Something like that.
Then
like 7,000.
Okay, so I mean, if there's 15,000 votes left and 7,000 are military, then that's looking pretty good.
That is looking pretty good, but I'm not sure how many of the ballots already counted were military ballots. That was like earlier today. Someone told me that, so we'll have to see.
Right.
What does the dark blue mean on Wisconsin and Michigan? So they've called it for the Democrats, but I guess it means skepticism. Like it's not fully in, and they're not really quite sure. But they have called Wisconsin, Michigan for the Democrats. Unless we see a recount that totally shifts the results, there's no reason we shouldn't expect that to hold. That looks like it's happening. So
yeah, unless there's like solid proof of fraud or another extreme typographical error, whatever the hell you want to call it. That's not changing.
No. So, I think something interesting is that it's looking like youth turnout actually was really good this election. It's looking like it. We won't get numbers yet until all these votes are in.
Mm-hmm.
But that's sort of interesting to me because number one, he's not Bernie Sanders, right? They're really, really skeptical about Biden. But
it's just the Trump hate that's energizing them.
Yeah. But what surprises me is that young people are so lazy that usually the only reason they voted was because they would open these polling stations on the college campuses, so it's right there. And it's like everyone's pushing, hey, go vote. So it's sort of a herd mentality thing. Now that a lot of these kids are not in college and they're stuck at home, it's surprising to me, but I guess, keep this in mind, social media would not shut the hell up about voting. They, every time you go on Instagram.
Exactly. And if you vote, you can share a sticker on your Instagram story. Yay, you're a good person now.
Exactly. So I'm social media, we might have underestimated and where they could have genuinely played a really big role in voting, and that anti-Trump hatred. I would predict in 2024, we're going to see youth turnout basically flatline to normal because without big, bad, scary Trump basically energizing them, they're not going to show up again. So I would say for Republicans thinking like, oh God, the youth turnout's going to screw us from now on. No, I would not say that at all because Trump is just so polarizing that he's like, oh my God, our human rights are being. I don't know how many people I've seen from school say our human rights are at stake. Oh yeah, Trump is just gonna start murdering people, right? He's just shooting people on Fifth Avenue. Like no, they're so dramatic. But the thing is, people believe this. These kids really believe that if you're a gay person, Trump is gonna take away your human rights. Like it didn't happen the past 4 years, but 4 more years, it's just gonna magically happen, right? January 21st, 2021. Gay people magically are not U.S. citizens anymore. Like, what do you expect is going to happen? But they genuinely believe this stuff. And they've been shown all this crap across social media. But the only reason they do believe it is because under Trump, the energy around politics has been so high, right? So that might be something else for Republicans to consider. Is like because as energetic as the support is for Trump, because he is so polarizing, there's energetic opposition to him as well. Not for Biden, just against Trump, because Biden is the most idiotic, sleepy guy ever. But it's that the energy against Trump. It definitely is strong.
So I mean, that's what I said whenever I talk to anybody about this election. I said this is not Trump versus Biden. This is a Trump referendum. It's either pro-Trump or anti-Trump. So if you vote for Biden, all you're saying is I don't like Trump. Like Biden doesn't matter. For all we care, there could be a piece of shit in Biden's place. And when I say a piece of shit, I mean a literal piece of shit. And we'd still see similar voting trends.
Yeah. No, I mean it's just like there are still a lot of there are a lot of Americans who don't like Trump. And that's something to open up to and realize. At the same time, you also consider the fact that if the country was not in such a dismal state spiritually in 2016, Trump would have never rose out of anywhere. Because just for context, there's never been a president in American history who'd never held any other political office or was not a military general before Trump, right? He's the first person to ever come from outside of politics. And so that's also something to keep in mind, even if we lose closely, is like there was still something special here because Trump shouldn't have been allowed to never have hold. Even Ronald Reagan, he was the governor of California, right? And he was sort of seen as an outsider, but he was the governor of California for 8 years, right? And that used to be defined as Reagan was an outsider. And now Trump comes along out of nowhere, dominates the Republican primary in 2016, and gets 93% of the vote in the Republican Party. There's still plenty here. This is real.
Yeah. So, I mean, what do you say if Trump loses? Is the populist wave ending, or do you think any Trump-era Republicans are going to run in 2024?
Well, that's going to be basically what Republicans are going to have to reckon with. Is where do we go going from here? The populist wave, I don't see how it can end because win or lose, there's still going to be 67 million Americans that don't just like Trump. They don't just look at him fondly the way Democrats do with Obama, but they follow Trump. They follow he's more than a president; he's a leader to them. And I don't see it magically disappearing. Now, the thing is, in order for Republicans to really win going forward, they're going to have to become a populist party. And I was talking about this before you came on with another guest.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you just look at the geographics, right, of where Republicans need to win going forward. It's the Midwest, and that's the only reason Trump cracked that to begin with was because he was a populist person. So
yeah, and there's no chance an old guard Republican like Mitt Romney or someone of that sort can win a general election, even if they are not extreme right or anything. It's just they're boring. Nobody wants to vote for them.
Yeah. Trump is like he just has energy to him. And I think there are ways you can be an energetic candidate without being like Trump. I'm not saying every Republican going. Why do I have my Schoology shared to my screen? I don't even know. That's so funny.
People are.
That's so funny. I didn't even notice because I was just checking. I was checking.
Senior quotes due tomorrow.
That's so funny. I might get in. Oh God. Okay. No, nothing in there is confidential. So it'll be fine. But yeah, in order to survive going forward, they really have to become a working class party, because especially the Republicans usually are the party of the rich. But look at where Wall Street's donating to. Look at where these corporations and these big tech especially. It's an interesting divide. I don't know exactly how or why it happened, because in a lot of ways, voting for a Democrat as a rich person still is extremely self-destructive. So I don't understand exactly what it is. Something I've thought maybe it's just because they maybe when you're rich and you roll off, but you struggle to find meaning, you sort of want to feel. You sort of want to feel that. That's why they virtue signal. I think that's why they virtue signal so much. Because
it's also where
they have sort of this emptiness inside, and they have to prove to the world. They try to seek others, saying, "I'm a good person. Look at me. I'm such a good person." Right?
Exactly. And it's also where they mainly come from, like the industries where people are getting most rich. Like you talk about Silicon Valley and stuff like that. It's just what they've been exposed to their entire lives, and they start to you know how you have the SJW white people. You could say that them voting for like ultra progressive candidates is also self-destructive, but they want to feel good. They're saying they actually have guilt, the same way rich people that are voting Democrat are like, oh, I have guilt, and this is my way of giving back.
Yeah, no, I think so, and I think it's because they just they feel like because in a lot of things, I'm a capitalist, but there's a lot of things also that big corporations in America do, where like they use slave labor in China, and all this stuff, and so they feel kind of guilty. I feel like and so they try to cope with it. They try to compensate by feeling like the social justice person, when it never really satisfies them. That's why these people are so deeply unhappy. I mean, you can tell. You look at these Hollywood actors that are constant activists. You think they're happy on the inside? No, it just emanates from them how deeply bitter and unhappy they are. So
I've always said though that in terms of corporatism and crony capitalism and the issues that come with that, I've said that you don't solve issues caused by government with more government.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that they want to feel like a better person, I guess. Or maybe it's maybe you could be extremely cynical about it and say maybe the reason Jeff Bezos is a Democrat is because he knows that hey, if we insanely increase the minimum wage, it's going to put all my retail out of competition, and then Amazon will rule the world. It could be very cynical like that too.
But, I mean, the people who are where they are because of government bailouts and contacts in the government, and I wouldn't say it's the majority of rich people. There is a decent amount, because at least the US has a lot more economic mobility than other countries, like India, for example. And, a lot of wealth is actually created rather than inherited. So in that case, I wouldn't say it's most rich people that are like Jeff Bezos, but the people like him that are getting bailouts from the government, it's very understandable as to why he would be a Democrat.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think sort of maybe it's just cultural too, like, because I notice the coastal elites, they really look down on the people in the middle of the country, which is weird to me, because I've almost like, okay, you talk about guilt or whatever, I've always sort of felt like they are, I don't know, I want to say like, there's a stereotype that people who work blue collar jobs and stuff, like they're more honest people, I guess. You know, they live more simple lives. Like I've always sort of like thought, but on the other, I don't know, but there's a bunch of people here, especially in California, they will talk about the Midwest with such contempt. Like, you know, like I have a cousin who she just got into Stanford, right? But she was like, I'm so glad I go to a college that, you know, supports my fight for social justice, and not like somewhere in the Midwest where they don't understand it. And I'm like, what? Okay, first of all, she doesn't make sense because it's college in general. You probably find plenty of places in the Midwest that are perfectly on board with her, right? But
exactly.
You know, I just see this general trend that people from California talk so down on the people in the middle of the country. And I think maybe that's what Trump represented. You know, it was those people pushing back against it, against being stomped on, you know, especially under Obama, where remember toward the end of Obama, celebrity virtue signaling and social justice culture was starting to get really bad. Like the first term, didn't really notice it, but those last few years, that's where actually most of the feminist memes that we use today did not come from Trump, right? Like the screaming feminist memes. They came from the last few years of Obama when things started to get really crazy. And I think, you know, Trump was sort of a backlash against it. Like, no, you know, we have a voice too. We have a vote too. And you're not going to just look down upon us and constantly attack us.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, once again, when I look at the US, before I got into US politics, right? But when I was just looking at it from time to time and just listening to what the media told me, my parents told me, stuff like that, I was under the impression, and this is most people, especially outside of the US, and I'm sure also in the coastal areas, that the coastal areas are the real US and the good US, and the flyover states are just a bunch of shitty rednecks. Like, that's what we were taught. Like, they're all a bunch of racists, and, you know, you don't want to go anywhere in the Midwest. If you want to go to the US and you want to have some fun, you want it to be nice, go to the coastal areas. That's what we were taught. And until I actually got into it, I genuinely thought that was the case.
No, and then you go to the Midwest and you find that, you know, a lot of times they're actually nicer than people in the coastal areas. And that's the thing, you know. I've always felt like as much as they try to say that people in like the middle of the country are these crazy theocrats, right? It's the people on the coast that want to control your personal life much more than the people in the Midwest, you know?
Yeah.
The people in the middle of the country just want to be left alone. If we're being completely honest, they just leave me alone.
Exactly.
There's a famous, it's not really a famous song, but it's a song I like by Skinner, who's a band from Alabama, right? It literally just like the lyric is like, just take your change on down the road and leave me here with mine. You know, it's like, it's not so much I want to impose my Christian theocracy on you, especially considering the fact that America is becoming progressively more secular. No, it's just like, leave me alone. Stop pushing this crap on where I live, you know?
Exactly.
So we have 25 minutes until we might be getting results at it. How this is going. They're running on a... I'm not going to make a joke about people running late. It's a bad joke I shouldn't make. But they're running very late. They're running very late with these results.
Yeah. So I was looking at the exit polls, you know, on New York Times, and I know some of these exit polls are flawed, but we were talking about rich people and you know, their preference for Democrats. So the thing is, I think the New York Times, because I don't know if it was New York Times or another platform I was looking at earlier. So they asked a bunch of questions, right? So they asked, what was your family total income in 2019, and on that basis, where did you vote?
Yeah.
So they saw that most of Trump's votes were coming from 100,000 to 200,000, 100,000, that kind of margin. So I mean, if I'm not wrong, that is the middle class, right? For the most part, it's middle class, upper middle, right?
What state is it in, or is it just nationwide?
No, nationwide.
That's like upper middle class. Yeah.
Right. So the thing is, 100,000 to 200,000. That was where most of Trump's votes were coming from, and then beyond that, richer than that, it was mostly Biden. So the thing is, they were showing that before, but now they're just showing 100,000 or more, and they're showing that they're breaking for Trump because they want to
create a narrative.
Yeah, exactly. That Trump is only liked by rich people and Biden is truly for the people.
No, it doesn't make sense because, actually, it's funny because Bernie Sanders used to pride himself off of my campaign is paid for by the people, not by the big donors. But that's also really true of Trump's campaign in a lot of ways. Like he has some big donors, yes, but a lot of his campaign is actually grassroots funded, and by people.
Yeah. And that's why a lot of Bernie supporters in 2016 actually broke for Trump because they weren't like a lot of them weren't there because of Bernie's socialist policy. Like, okay, some were for sure, but there were people there who were just supporting Bernie because he had a grassroots anti-establishment movement.
Yeah.
And Trump had the same thing in the Republican Party. So if that's what you care about, if you care about somebody who is anti-establishment, who's not going to take, all of the shit that's going on and who's not scared to actually make a change, even if it steps on some toes, then Bernie and Trump are similar in that way. And I'd say Trump is probably even more so like that than Bernie is.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah. I mean, it's the ruling class, I guess if you want to call it that, they don't like Bernie either. But their opposition to Trump has been very, very hostile. So you can definitely see like there's something going on here. I find so ironic about this. It just tells you how out of touch the establishment really has been with the people. That a billionaire from New York is the person that goes to the middle of the country and gets all these union workers and these blue collar workers to vote for him. Right? A billionaire from New York. That's the guy of all the people. Right? That's the guy. That just tells you, like, if you're the establishment, if you work in the political establishment, you screwed up big time because Trump, growing up, was probably richer and more elitist than Joe Biden growing up. Like, there's an example. Joe Biden grew up much more middle class than Trump did, and yet it's Trump that resonates more with those people. So,
exactly. Still no results. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's
and New York Times hasn't updated either. They've said the counting of outstanding absentee ballots would continue throughout the day and into the evening. And this is Thursday evening, and it's way beyond Thursday evening, Eastern, right? So, God knows.
God knows, man. It's definitely I would give Biden. It's looking more like Biden will probably pull out the electoral win, and it pains me to say that, but it's all gonna because I keep bringing up this number in Pennsylvania that's concerning me. 250,000 mail-in ballots still have to be counted. That's the only thing that's really got me on edge. And obviously, if we lose Georgia, it's a tipping point. It's over, right? It was screwed. But Pennsylvania, that's just.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, to be honest, I'm more worried about Pennsylvania right now than I am about Georgia, because Georgia at least has quite a few votes still coming from red counties, and as you said, the military vote as well. But Pennsylvania, they have so many votes left from Philly as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And as you said, most of them are absentee. So I'm really worried about Pennsylvania.
That cool girl says, "Where's bandana?" I've been so busy today, I forgot to grab it. Is it in this room? Thank you. This is going to be a bare forehead. Tomorrow I'll come back with bandana. Now, this has been so. I was hoping. I kind of knew it wasn't going to happen, but I low-key was holding out hope that maybe on election night we'll actually know, right? Or at least we'll have a really good idea. But I guess that would have required basically a Trump landslide, which obviously is not happening, or a Biden landslide, which obviously also is not happening. But
it
was
like a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, I flew all the way down to Arizona, and then came back, and we still don't have results. I thought, okay, maybe it wouldn't be when I during my stream when I'm in the studio, but at least when I'm still in the state, right?
Right.
But we don't even have results in Arizona, okay? In the state I was in. So this has been.
According to Fox, you do.
Yeah, that's true. I wish that this wasn't really, because this is really my first presidential election. Because in 2012 and 2016, I basically didn't follow it the whole night, and then just turned on the TV late and saw who won, right? And maybe that's what I should have done for this election. Okay, maybe that's a good luck for me. If I don't watch the election, we maybe that's when we win, right? Because in 2018, I watched it I didn't stream it because I didn't have like a platform back then, and that was that big. But I watched it from start to finish, and then Republicans. I mean, we won in the Senate, but we basically lost, right? And then now 2020, I watched from start to finish, and it's looking kind of scary. Maybe in 2022, I need to just shut up and not even watch the election, and maybe we'll win. Maybe, superstitious. Maybe that's the case.
I didn't know you were superstitious.
No, it's because it's like it's a sports fan thing. Like, you're watching a sports game, and it's like whenever someone's in the room, so you're like, hey, get out of the room, right? No, it's that type of thing.
Yeah, no, but back in 2016, but in 2016 you were, supporting Clinton, right?
No, I never supported Clinton.
You didn't support Clinton, but you were anti-Trump.
I wasn't totally anti. I didn't support him, but I actually respected.
But you preferred him over Clinton?
I preferred him over Clinton. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was rooting for Clinton back then.
Wow. I no. See, I could smell her BS from a mile away. Like, I was just like, I try to tell people, dude, how can you not see? She is an evil. She's genuinely an evil woman. Like, she will literally do anything for power. Like, it's so obvious. Look at her record. Like, how could you vote for someone like that? And they were like, no, Hillary has integrity. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? So,
I had a teacher a while back. She was from Poland. Her name is Miss Claudia, and she was basically communist. Okay, so so she came to India. She was teaching in our school, and she first of all she got triggered by the fact that we had the swastika everywhere. You know what the swastika is? That sign.
Yeah.
So I mean, Hitler took it and he sort of changed it a bit, but it's been a symbol of ours for a long time.
My grandma's Buddhist, but she has some Buddhist statues like with that symbol.
Exactly. So we still have it everywhere. Naturally, we're not just going to take it away because it means a lot. Because it means a lot to us, just because some piece of shit took it and messed it up, right? Yeah. So the thing is, first of all, she got super triggered about that. She's like, "You shouldn't have this as a Polish person. This hurts my feelings, and I feel unsafe." so that's giving you a precursor to how crazy she was.
Yeah.
Another thing, when we were in class learning about geography, she made us write in our books as the definition of laissez-faire capitalism. Right? This was the definition, not like an opinion or something, not a stance, but the definition. The ideology that led to child labor and the torturing of children and blah 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 whatever. So she made us write that as a definition of laissez-faire capitalism. And so what I was getting to is she made us do a presentation about female role model, right? Typical feminist stuff. A female person who we look up to. Mm-hmm. And look, here's the thing. I did this sort of half joking, but I also knew I would get amazing grades. So I did a presentation about Hillary Clinton. and I was saying like, oh, all of this stuff about Benghazi and all of this stuff, it's all a lie. And Republicans are. So the thing is, I wasn't even like pro-Trump or anything, but I was just milking it for fun and being sarcastic. And she bought it. And she gave me the best grade I'd ever gotten.
Oh my God. That is a I did that in AP Lang because I shouldn't say this, but I wasn't me that did this, okay? So some of my classmates looked up my teacher on Facebook and found him. I don't do stuff like that because that's just weird. But since they did it, I just looked. I just looked at his Facebook, and I could tell him because he never really talked about his politics, but I could tell immediately he was a leftist. And I was like, okay, all right, keep that in mind. And then when we did an opinion essay thing, I just wrote a whole essay in favor of gun control, and I got extra. I didn't just get 100%. I got extra credit on it. So very good. I think I finished with I finished with a 98% in that class with with several missing assignments. Okay, with several missing assignments. I think I had a whole essay that was worth like 50 points that I never turned in. 98%. That's massive dub.
Speaking of gun control, we had this sort of discussion. So that there were 2 or 3 like SJWs in our school that wanted to hold a sort of information session about all the crazy stuff that's going on in the US and why we need gun control, right? So me being the guy that I am, at this time, by the way, I had been red pilled. I was right wing and I was pro gun. So I went, I was like, you know what? I'm going in. And there were 80 people there. Okay, so like I have a very small school, so that's over half my school, at least in the senior school. So I went in there, and I was alone. Okay, one person pro gun, everybody else pro gun control, and bro, it was crazy. Like while I was talking, everyone was like, "Oh, you don't know anything. You don't know anything." They're like shaking their heads like midway while I was talking, and bro, it was ridiculous. But the thing is, I was grilling them, and I had 2 or 3 friends in there who weren't like super pro gun control, and they told me afterwards, like, nah, like that was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. Like, I was bringing up stats, and they're like, "Oh no, what is this? You're taking it from Fox News or something?" I was like, "No, this is from the CDC. This is from the FBI." It's like, "Oh no, the FBI is in control of Trump." Like, what?
It's not. It's funny. It's not like Christopher Wray. I don't know why Trump reported it, because remember when Trump replaced James Comey, he was under this accusation that he was only doing for political purposes. So he ended up choosing someone that really is like against him as well. Like his current FBI director is also a mess. So that's pretty funny.
Exactly. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It just goes to show what's happened in our education systems.
Well, you know what's funny is so in my English class, you remember like back in June during the height of Black Lives Matter, they like came for me like hard, right? So a bunch of those kids, most all but a few, are in that English class. And yet the few times we've had political discussions in that English class, and by the way, that teacher, my teacher, you heard her today when we were FaceTiming, right? She's a total leftist. So I'm very careful about what I say in that class, right? I only say things that I think might be a little right-leaning, but are more like common sense and like, hardcore partisan positions. That's all I say in that class. And whenever we've had political discussions, I am always the last person to speak because they have nothing to say. Like they have no response. They're scared to actually respond to me like every single time. I think there's a few, but I think the one I remember the most is like the first or second day of class, we were having some discussion about coronavirus, and someone brought up like, how come we have more cases than China? Why was up with that? And I was like, okay, we could try to do what China did, but that also means, do you want government drones following you around and like you have a freaking social credit score and all this stuff? And they went dead quiet, and they had nothing to say. And so it's funny because my hardest opposition that always talks this crap on Twitter, where it's funny, ironic that it's Twitter because that has the shortest character limits. So it's a place where you get the least point across. And yet, actually in class, they are freaking deathly scared of me. Hilarious.
No, I'm surprised though that in the US, you guys have so many people that are like actually vehemently pro-lockdown. Because if you look around the world, like in Europe, in India, everywhere around the world, I don't know about China. I mean, China's supposedly through it, but most countries around the world, including in Europe, are anti-lockdown. They're like, we don't want to go back in lockdown, and lockdown's not the answer. And even while it was going on, there was a lot of people opposing it. Now, of course, what was going on in the US, and I also criticized it because I thought there were some people on the right side of the spectrum that were just going really out there calling it a hoax and saying that like there's I don't know, but there's a lot of things that were ridiculous. But at the same time, just being anti-lockdown, I wouldn't think that would be such a controversial position, or at least saying at this point we need to start rebuilding and not go back into lockdown. I'm surprised that there are people who actually say we need to go back in lockdown.
Well, you know who, in every single instance, you know who it is. It's the coastal elites who have jobs where it's not affected by lockdown, whether they work in tech. A lot of them work in education where they're paid for by the government. So even though they're at home not doing crap, they still get paid their full salary. You know, what it might take is just, honestly, I don't know what it'll take, because, you know, they seem to have this idea that, like, you can just infinitely change, like, the human condition. Like, that's almost what, when you keep going through these lockdowns, like, keep extending it, it gets to the point where it's like, okay, do you realize that, you know, we need to have society? Like, because I see some people, especially out in California, have this idea that you can literally just lock down forever. Like, you know, not, like, at first it was, you know, just a few weeks, so the hospitals don't get overwhelmed. Okay, most people bought that, right? But now they're literally basically saying, like, let's do this for 2 more years. You can't just live like this for 2 more years. No. Like, there's too much collateral damage.
Yeah, and people talk about health and economics, or deaths and economics, as if they're mutually exclusive.
Yeah, exactly.
Economics is like, and this is what Trump was saying that people were making fun of, that the response is going to be worse than the actual thing, because this lockdown, and I said this at the start as well, it's having a lot worse impacts than, you know, the virus itself. Now, I don't know if you can still say that, because the virus is still, you know, it's quite widespread. But the fact is, like, lockdowns aren't even going to reduce it by that much. I mean, there's research done on this.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And there's only so much that lockdowns can help. The main reason that countries went on lockdown to start with is because they didn't want to overwhelm their healthcare system. I don't know how it was in the US, but that was the reasoning for.
Well, it was a fear, because we saw what happened in Italy, and everyone was scared of that. Yeah.
So and for that much, at the start, I was very against lockdowns, but 2 weeks past, I was like, okay, I sort of understand why that happened, but now we need to start opening. So, and that's how I thought people would be in the US as well. But the idea that you can sustain a lockdown for that long, it's just absolutely ridiculous. You can't. The economic impacts, and it's not only on the economy, as if that doesn't affect lives. It affects so many lives. There are so many people losing their jobs. Government determining certain companies and certain areas of service and business as non-essential, and people having their livelihoods terminated. It's not something that can be considered like in isolation when it comes to actually saving people's lives. You're destroying so many people's lives the longer you hold on to a lockdown.
Well, I think they have this idea that catching COVID basically means you're guaranteed to die, because that's what the media has told them. That's basically what it is. And that's what Joe Biden said at the debate. People, you're going to die. No, you're going to die, right? And so for them, it's like, well, I would rather lose everything I have than die. But the thing is, most people, you catch this, you're most likely not going to die. In fact, most likely you're going to be just fine. But you're still going to lose everything you have, right? But see that, I don't think they are realistic with themselves about what, like, weighing the benefits and the risks, because they just see it as ruin your life or death. But that's not, it's a false dichotomy. That's not what's going on. But it's an election year, so you gotta politicize it as hard as possible. Coronavirus means death, right? I hoped, like, not necessarily when Trump, but you know who Chris Christie is, right?
Yep.
When he got coronavirus and survived, he fat ass, like, okay, like he got it, made it out just fine. I hope that a lot of people would look at that and say, like, oh, maybe I'll be fine. Maybe it's not worth destroying my life over this thing. But who knows? That's one thing I thought this election was really going to be a referendum on, was the lockdowns and stuff like that. And maybe it still is, because you see Republicans down ballot have done really well, and that's more of a localized issue. The lockdowns are a more local issue. So maybe you are seeing that, but
but if you look at the exit polls, though, once again, as I said, they're not entirely reliable at this point. But people who said that not lockdowns, but COVID in general, handling of COVID was the biggest issue, broke for Biden like crazy. And that probably has something to do with the wording of the question as well, because if it said, people who are fed up of lockdowns, they would definitely have broken for Trump. But it's how is the handling of COVID? They're purposely wording it in a way to make, to imply that it's, Trump's handling COVID bad and Biden's going to come and do a better job. And of course, people who are thinking that way are going to break for Biden.
I thought Trump really, and I was kind of saying this before, but Trump did not really get his messaging right when it came to COVID. Like, I thought, like what I said this on a show once too, like back in September. I was like, listen, guys, so the pandemic is going to end at some point. So since you have to, you sort of admit defeat on it, but you also sort of, so that's what I was saying. I said, the pandemic's going to end at some point. Okay. And despite what Joe Biden is saying, it might sound reassuring, but the reality is he's not going to just magically come in and cure this thing. Okay. It's just there realistically, there's not that much that Biden would have done differently because the federal government can only do so much. It is mostly a state's issue, right? But the question is, we're going to leave this pandemic at some point, sooner or later, with this dismal economy. Who would you rather lead you out of it, Trump or Biden? Because that's one thing that Americans still seem to trust Trump on is the economy, because they remember early this year how well was doing. So just say that, and so I guess you could say in some way you are sort of admitting that you're not going to control coronavirus, but you're framing it in a way that it's like it's good because it's like this is about recovery, right? Instead, Trump's coronavirus messaging, I thought it was all over the place. It wasn't really coherent enough. He kept going, sort of back. I felt like if at the debate or anytime, the RNC, whatever, he really just straight up said that. He's like, this pandemic's going to end. Who do you want to lead you out of it? And he kept stressing that he might actually be winning right now. He might actually be at 270 right now. But it just, the messaging got too muddled, I thought. He didn't hone in enough on the right issues, the right messaging.
Yeah. So somebody said that 11 p.m. there's going to be an update Arizona. No, that's actually 11 a.m. In the morning, Friday. So, well, at least for Maricopa County. So we're not going to have an update tonight, it seems like. We're just waiting on Georgia at this point. Maybe if there's some more things coming out of Pennsylvania as well, we can take a look at that.
Let's take a look actually here. Presidential election results. Come on. Okay, it's right tab. Let's see real quick. Yeah, no results since Democrats are urging voters in Georgia to fix absentee ballots.
Yep.
Same. Oh wow. 1 point. Oh wait.
Yeah.
1.8. Yeah.
That's what it was last time I checked. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, look, less than 0.1% lead. It's crazy.
This is. Yeah. I would be very surprised if there's not a recount in Georgia. Like it. You're literally within the margin of error, like
it could come down to like a matter of 1,000 votes,
or maybe a couple hundred at this rate,
Yeah, exactly.
Which if Trump won, it would be like, you don't want to recount. No, don't recount it. But realistically speaking, if we're being fair about
there
this,
would be a recount.
There would be a recount. Yeah, I don't know what Georgia state law is on recounts. I don't know if they allow recounts at all, actually, because there are some states where I'm not even sure you can recount.
Oh, sure.
But actually, let's see. What is Georgia state law on recount? What is Georgia?
In the meanwhile, I'm checking how David Perdue is holding up.
There, Fox 5 Atlanta. Recount laws in Georgia. What are the rules? Let's take a look. According to Georgia laws, if no federal candidate receives 50% plus one vote on November 3rd, wait, but this is conflicting information because I just saw something that said that there would be no runoff in.
The runoff.
That's for the. Never mind. That's for the
Senate.
seat. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Exactly.
Among some states, not. Okay, so you can request a recount within 0.5 margin.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely going to be within 0.5.
Yeah,
it's definitely.
So if Biden loses, what I would do if I was Biden is, don't worry about it right now. But if Trump wins Pennsylvania and Arizona, and it looks like he has a path of victory to the election, then I would request a recount. Because if Biden wins Pennsylvania, I think he wouldn't even need. Yeah, he wouldn't even need to request a recount in Georgia. He could accept losing Georgia. Yeah. But if Trump does win Pennsylvania, then he could. Oh man, remember this? Remember the good old days? Trump currently leads Biden by 87,000 votes. Simpler.
It seems so long ago.
I know.
So David Perdue is still under 50%, so it looks like it's going to go to runoff.
Yeah. I've heard that runoffs usually favor Republicans in Georgia. But it will really, I think whoever wins the president, considering how close this is, whoever wins the presidential election will probably lose that Senate seat, that party, right? Because it'll be a sort of backlash energy against it. Whereas the other side will be like, we won, we got it, who cares, right? But
I don't know. I think Republicans are probably assured 51 seats to holding majority narrowly, regardless of who wins.
And the other thing, Republicans are usually more responsible when it comes to voting in like all elections, not just the key ones, right? Because they're generally older, and older people are more civically responsible than younger people. That goes without saying. So.
So what were you saying about Nevada earlier when we had I think it was Carter on? You'd said something about something going on in Nevada in terms of
the Trump campaign has filed a lawsuit claiming that dead people and non-residents have voted in Nevada, and they claim to have proof of it. So, and it's not surprising to me because when you do universal mail-in balloting, a ballot gets sent to every mailbox. They can be stolen, hijacked, whatever. But it can also be that voting rolls don't get purged correctly almost ever. So you sent to this registered voter, but they died 5 years ago. They moved 3 years ago, and they're still on the voter rolls. And now someone totally different got this ballot, and I would guess it hopefully probably have their name on it, but it might not even have that because it's supposed to be a secret ballot, right? So you could just get it and think, oh, here's a ballot. Even maybe you're just dumb, and you're like you never registered to vote, but you genuinely are like, oh, okay, here's a ballot. Let me fill it out because maybe I should send it back because it says return on the envelope. So it's like, okay, let me fill this out. It's a terrible idea. You have to, if you're going to send out mail-in ballots, they have to be solicited. You have to request like, I want a mail-in ballot, or else there's just random mail being sent around. And this is a ballot that someone else could fill out, so.
Yeah.
No. Crazy. All right. It's now 9:00.
So Miles says the 140,000 ballots in Michigan were only for Biden, not any other candidate. I actually had to look into that, and it was a typographical error. So apparently they fixed it. I think it was something around like actually 15,000 votes, which is still a bit sus. So whatever happened in Michigan is a bit suspicious. We're not exactly sure. I don't think it's going to change, but the 140,000 thing was corrected, I believe. So at least that's off the plate.
It's when do you think the earliest we're going to get results? I would say like Sunday at this rate, honestly.
So we need Georgia.
Yeah.
And Georgia, let's say it comes by Friday morning, pessimistically. Okay. If it comes Friday morning, then okay, Georgia's cold. If that goes for Biden, it's over, of course.
Yeah, we can call
but let's just say, what's the longest time? So then, okay, so Trump wins Georgia, let's say. North Carolina, even though it's going to take a lot of time, I think it's pretty much in the bag for Trump. I don't think we really need to wait for that. I mean, I don't think they'll officially declare a victor if he doesn't take North Carolina, but we will know.
Oh, wait, let me cut you off. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is now less than 24,000 results after more results trickled in from Bucks and Delaware counties. Some counties are continuing to count into the night.
Oh, shit. Okay, 1 second. Let's have a look at this. This is Jesus 22,700. That's his lead right now.
2,700?
No, 22,700.
Oh, 22,700.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. I'm gonna be real with all you guys. It's not looking good.
Oh God, it really isn't.
I know. Listen, guys. I know that a lot of like conservative influencers and people are gonna try to keep egging you on because it's like it's good for their engagement and stuff. But I'm not gonna bullshit you, okay? Like, because I feel like I will have done you dirty if I keep telling you, no, don't worry, we got this, and then we don't have it. Because I got all these new followers and all these likes, but I left real people out to dry. And I'm gonna be realistic on where I see it. It's not looking fucking good. Okay? It's not looking good. No. Again, maybe I don't know if there might be military ballots in Pennsylvania. Who knows? But Like it's just not looking good. And in terms of the legal stuff, the litigation, it like yes, that is sort of a Hail Mary, but it's going to be very hard to overturn results. See, that's the thing about Bush in 2000 is that Bush was winning, basically, like going into that, right? They didn't overturn results. And the courts are not going to want to overturn results because think about the optics of that. You're overturning like what would seen as the people's vote. No, they're not going to want to do that. So it just realistically speaking, guys, we're kind of fucked. Okay. I'm just going to say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not actually wait. I sorry. I promised I would do this. I got to channel your inner Rachel Maddow 2016. Okay. You're awake, by the way. No, you're not dead, and you haven't gone to hell. This is us. This is our country. I will never forget that, dude. I have that memorized by heart because it's just so ridiculous. Okay. Check Trump's lead in Pennsylvania. He's leading by 2 points. Says who? Two. This is not 2 points. Who says 2 points?
That's 0.3 points made.
I'm not. Who says 2? You don't look. You might be looking at outdated results unless.
See, here's what I'm worried about because when it was 89% reporting, he was leading by more than 2.5, 6% more reporting, and now it's down to 0.3. Like if it continues at this rate by 97, 98%, it's going to be cold for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
It just has to like change somehow. There has to be a turnaround.
Yeah.
And it's coming out of right now. So okay, let's see. Out of Philadelphia County, how many we actually have left, right? How many votes are left? So out of Philadelphia, if I look at it right here, there's 9% reporting left. And if you look at how many people have voted, it's about 642,000, right? 642. So if you divide that by 0.91, that means there are 63,000 votes left out of Philadelphia. That's a lot. That is a lot. So, and what's Biden's lead in Philadelphia right now? It's like plus 60, right?
Yeah, something like that. He has like 80%. So
exactly.
Oh God. Yeah, I mean, like yes, we could have some miracle in the courts, but listen, guys, even with a conservative Supreme Court, they're not going to want to overturn current results. They're going to want to uphold current results, right? It's just easier for them. In 2000, what did the Supreme Court do? They stopped the recount, okay, because they knew it might overturn the results. So they stopped the recount. They're like, just keep the results the way they are. They're not going to want to overturn current results. That's going to take a really high mountain to climb, realistically.
Right.
All right. And like I said, I know a lot of people are going to egg you on because it's gonna be good content for them. But I want to have some credibility when this is over. Okay. Like I don't want to like have been the person that keeps saying that. And then, when it's all over, I look like I'm going to be realistic, right? I'll be realistic. It doesn't look good. And as you can see, we're still in a good mood because we're not like the leftists where we have a complete freaking meltdown over this.
Exactly.
But it's not looking good. And obviously we can't call it yet because there's still plenty of time. But mathematically speaking, just looking at these trends and the way they're going, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
So if I'm looking at 2016 results right now, okay, and if you look at Philadelphia County in 2016, Hillary won by 67 percentage points.
Yeah.
So my hope was looking at Philadelphia County and hoping that Hillary's lead last time was a bit less, which means that there are still Trump ballots to be counted this time.
Yeah.
But that's not how it seems. So the margins are going to continue that way, right? So it's going to split. What 80-20 is what? It's 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1. So if it's splitting 4-1 and there's 60,000 votes left, right? Well, what is that? That's about, we're talking about 44,000 votes for Biden and 11,000. Am I getting that right? No, sorry. 44,000 and then 16,000 for. Yeah. So something like that, and yeah, actually a bit more than that. So that already gives Biden, he closes the lead by 30K, and the lead is less than 20K right now. So out of Philadelphia, he's already going to take the lead, and let's say he has the lead by about 10, 15K if we're only counting Philadelphia, right? But then what else is left? Delaware's not much better for Trump. So what is Delaware right now? Delaware is 62-36. In 2016, it was 59-37. So, okay, if you hope that we're holding 2016 margins, then, he could gain a bit. But then again, we also have to consider that, Biden, it's his home state or whatever, and it could actually be that change in margins. So right now, it's mainly coming from these counties, and the split is not looking good. It's not looking good.
Hold on, keep going. I'm gonna tweet real quick.
Okay, so there's an update here on NYT. There are roughly 175,000 absentee ballots still to count in Pennsylvania, including more than so they're saying absentee ballots, including more than 58,000 in Philadelphia. Yeah, so 60,000. I said 58,000. Major counties like Philadelphia will keep counting through the night. Okay, so we're gonna keep getting updates as we go along. So here's what's gonna happen. Biden will take the lead, I think, tonight in Pennsylvania. But still, it'll be a narrow lead, and the only hope would be if in one of these other counties where there's still stuff to be reported, Trump can pull some really great margins and take the lead back. So the way I see it, there's a good chance that Biden's going to take a narrow lead going into tonight.
Conservative court.
Okay, let's see what the comments are saying. Delaware County had pollers filing out ballots with 6 Dems on every single one. What? Biden isn't going to win. We got this. Just have faith. Man, if we're looking at the data, if we're looking at the margins right now and where the count is left.
I mean, guys, we want to be clear. We want to look stupid, by the end of it. Yeah, we want to look stupid. But we want to be honest with you guys. We don't want to, because I feel like, if Biden is declared the winner, us telling you this, you'll be kind of prepared for it. Because I don't want you guys out in the streets at the inauguration, screaming like that famous woman, we're just gonna be real with you guys. It doesn't look great. There is, yes, Trump has a chance, but it's narrow, right? It doesn't favor the trends definitely don't favor him.
To be honest, at the moment, I'd say it's looking like 80-20 if we're looking at odds in favor of Biden. Yeah. And that's probably being optimistic.
I know you guys are putting faith in the courts and it's voter fraud, but like I said, especially true with conservative justices, because the more conservative view on the Constitution and on the judicial system is that it's not supposed to be politicized. It's just supposed to be a nonpartisan. It's the other side that believes in that judicial activism crap. Right. And I think we need to hold that, because if we become the judicial activists, that screws long term the future of our country. The courts still have to have some integrity. But just looking at it, it's going to take a lot for the Supreme Court to overturn results in that decide the election. But especially if let's say Biden wins Georgia, which I would say Pennsylvania is the state that's looking more like Georgia, still a little bit kind of a coin flip, but it's starting. Every ticking second it trends more in Biden's favor, right? But let's just say hypothetically, Biden wins Pennsylvania and Georgia. The Supreme Court is not going to overturn the results in two states. In both states, if we're being realistic. That's just it's just not realistic. I would say it probably won't happen in any state, because we've seen the conservative Supreme Court's rulings on this. They've just sent it back to state courts. They've said, nope, it's state law. It's this way the state courts are supposed to deal with it. And that's where the Constitution sets it up. It's the states that deal with the electoral system. So I don't see this being litigated in court to the point where we overturn existing results. I think Yeah, especially like we're looking at it right now. Biden, if these trends hold, will win Pennsylvania by more than like a few thousand votes, right? The way it's holding, like it'll probably be over at least like 10,000, right? I'm not doing the math. I'm just thinking about it, right? That's a high hill to climb,
Exactly.
And I don't think it's realistic, if I'm being completely honest. Ultimately, we really had to win this election just outright. The courts crap. It's really hard to overturn an election in the courts. It kind of happened in 2000, but not really. Because Bush, they stopped the recount, right? So Bush had Florida. It was just, and it's funny. They actually found out later that Gore actually won Florida. They did an investigation later when Bush was already president. Which actually that was a dumb move because Gore screwed up there. He did not request a full recount of the state of Florida. He only requested a recount in like a certain area, the certain county or whatever, and that ended up having Bush still win it. But Gore kept just saying trust the process. But they found out later that actually had they finished that recount, Gore would have won. And but that just goes to show you the Supreme Court is more on the side that they want to just uphold the original results we saw. I doubt they're going to want to say, go the other way. So
yeah. So Random Channel was saying, nice name by the way. He was saying that okay, where are we? He said Biden isn't going to win Pennsylvania. But the thing is here, he said that there's counties that are red that have 75, 85% reporting. You're right, but those aren't populous counties. You can't just look at the percentage points. You have to look at their population. So if one county has 85% and their total votes at the moment are 30,000, then they're only going to get a few thousand more votes. Whereas Philadelphia, their total reporting is 91%, which seems like it's more. But because they're so populous, they're going to have so many more votes, as we saw, 60,000 votes. So that's the reason we're looking at it and saying, it's not that good. You have to look at the population as well. So even if Trump wins by the margins he is in the other counties with the ballots left, if Biden also continues with his margins in Philadelphia, it does seem like Biden would take Pennsylvania. So the only hope is if the margins in Philadelphia, while they continue to go for Biden, they just go at a slightly better margin. So instead of a 4-1, like a 3-1, something like that. That's our only hope. We need to hope that the margins in in Philadelphia aren't as bad as they are right now. Because the other counties, they will pull through, but it won't be enough.
Yeah. So mentally, guys, I would prepare for Biden presidency. Mentally, we're not there yet. We have a lame duck period that we enjoy some Orange Man to soak in some few more months of Orange Man good. But mentally, I'd get ready. But I'll tell you this, guys, don't go anywhere. All right, because we are going to have. I get the feeling that because Biden is so boring. If Trump loses and he's taken out of office, right, people are going to lose interest in politics. But guys, we cannot allow that to happen, okay? Because we are going to have some pretty big battles, to fight culturally, politically, everywhere, as conservatives and as a movement. And the last thing we can do is just give up and sort of just become apolitical and not care when Biden takes office. Like we're gonna have to like fight like hell to stop. You know what? Screw it. They can have some of their stuff, but when you start coming for our guns, letting Black Lives Matter, the mob that wants to tear down our history, take over everything. When they start teaching the 1619 Project in school, like those are the battles that like we're gonna have to fight, and hopefully we can win. I saw someone in the chat earlier that's praying like, please Biden, stay alive for 4 years, right? And that's very true, because we do not want President Kamala Harris. Like, in some like we might see. Here's the thing about the Biden presidency: we might say, oh, we're rooting for Biden to collapse because it'll be good for Republicans politically, but no, maybe not, because we don't want Kamala in office, right? Like it is
the worry.
More scary than a Biden presidency, which will be pretty bad, but is the fact that Kamala is one heartbeat away from the presidency. And
Exactly.
then Nancy Pelosi after her, but but God, that's who I'm really afraid of, not Joe. Okay, because Joe is probably too useless to run an effective government. Okay,
Exactly.
Kamala is many things, but incompetent is not one of them. She's very competent at what she does, just
Right,
in a
exactly.
just in a bad way.
Exactly. And that's the thing, because even if Biden doesn't pass, there's a lot that Kamala is actually going to be controlling behind the scenes. And yeah, that's what's a lot more concerning, because
Biden has already said that he's her running mate. Okay, he's just said that. He's not even
exactly.
And the thing is, it wasn't even like a Freudian slip. It was in his teleprompter. Okay, like he said that. You can tell he's reading it.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? So that's the reason, because me, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not like 100% like love Trump train guy, right? Compared to Vince, I probably support Trump a bit less, right?
Yeah.
There are things about Trump I like. There are also things about Trump that I don't like so much. And yes, I would support him over most Democratic candidates, including Joe Biden. But the thing is, if it were just Joe Biden, at least I wouldn't be as fundamentally concerned, right? Because otherwise it's like, whatever, right? It doesn't affect me too much, so it's fine. But because there is Kamala Harris, however the hell you want to say her name, because the actual correct way, by the way, is Kamala Harris. She's Indian. She doesn't know how to pronounce her own name. Screw her. Anyway, let's go on. So yeah, the fact that she is going to be there controlling, that is what is concerning, because Biden is not going to get anything too, extreme or anything that is really going to make a fundamental difference in everybody's lives done. But Kamala Harris definitely has the potential to do that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Joe, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Trump will win. The media wants us to think he lost. Hey, I hope you're right. We all hope you're right, man. But we just want to be honest with you, because I'm going to say a million times, I feel like it's just unfair for me to lie to you. Just, that's one thing about conservatives. We're always like, we need to tell the truth, not just tell people what they want to hear. Well, I'm gonna tell people the truth, not what they want to hear. But we really do hope you're right, man, because it's like
Biden. The hope never goes. I mean, there's realism, but there's always hope down there. So
yeah, no, I mean, it's just I was talking about this like on Monday. I was like, if Trump loses. I was talking about this with Joe. I was like, man, if Trump loses, maybe he could just run again in 2024. Like, the appeal would be like, do you miss me yet? Because that was
is that allowed?
Yeah, you can run you can run literally as many times as you want. It's just you have to be. You can only serve 2 terms.
Right.
But you can run as many times as you want. Yeah, like
has there been a president who served 1 term, gone, and then come back and served another?
No, but it almost happened. So 1912, Teddy Roosevelt took a term off, and then he's going to come back. The only reason he didn't win was because his party was divided between the Republicans were divided between him and Taft, and that's why. But had Taft stepped out of the race or Woodrow Wilson not ran, Teddy would have done it like again. He would have. So.
Yeah, but yeah, like Joe's saying in the chat right now, he'll be 78. Yeah, I think he'll be done with politics by that point.
Well, Biden is 77, Bernie is 78, and that was the age that I think now Bernie's 79, Biden is 78. So, like,
how much of a barrage do you expect Trump to take? I mean, the guys would probably be sick of it by that point. I don't know.
But that's the thing about Trump. The man just never freaking stops.
That's true as well.
He has aged a little bit in office, right? You can definitely see like his hair is graying. He's gotten a lot fatter. But of all the presidents, he is the one that really you don't seem like he's aged in office. Like he just keeps going. He still has energy.
Right.
I mean, look at him, 73-year-old man. He did 14 rallies, or I think it was like 21 rallies in the last 5 days of the campaign. That was But the more I think about it, maybe he sort of screwed up there. When we look in hindsight, because yes, his base was still willing to come out and go to those rallies, but there are Americans who might have actually voted for him. Thought about voting for him, but who are scared of coronavirus and don't want to go to those big events like that. And for that reason, because Trump's basically whole thing was like, we don't need all this TV and this advertising because we have a ground game, right? And he had a very good ground game, but there are still people who don't want to be involved in that ground game that could still consider voting for you, right? And he never made an attempt to reach out to those people because Biden dominated the airwaves. He dominated the TV, right? And Trump, yeah. So because in a year like this, only a year like this, and only a year like this, but in a year like this, maybe having a good TV game and good fundraising like that would have helped. But I mean, it's nothing you can do now. But it's something to consider, you know.
Yeah.
Samuel Drew says, "I think EDP 445 should run in 2024." I agree. I would vote for him. But I think after this, you're going to see sort of a bunch of establishment Republicans try to retake the Republican Party. This is all assuming that Trump does lose, which we're still holding out hope, but we don't think it looks good, right? A lot of people are going to say, see, him losing was proof. He turned people off to conservatism. He's too divisive, blah, blah, blah. But when you really look at it, he opened up conservatism to a lot of people. You heard it. First of all, that sort of like white union working class demographic in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, those were never, Wisconsin kind of, but Michigan, Pennsylvania and Minnesota, those were never battleground states before. They were never even perceived as being battleground states. And Trump opened them up. Ted Cruz probably would have beat Hillary still, but she wouldn't have opened up those states. You know what I mean? So there's that. And, you always talk about Trump with minorities, but the guy really opened up into a lot of minorities, opened up, conservatism, at least the Republican, I wouldn't say conservatism necessarily, but the Republican Party at least, to minorities, because yes, the opposition against Trump in sort of like the Black community, Hispanic, even the Asian, it is more fierce, right? You're judged significantly, but these conversations are now happening, right? Even if they don't really seem like the most effective or they're not really going anywhere, people in these communities are now talking because of the energy that Trump brings. There's now this discussion about Black Republicans, right? And the way that people talk about Black Republicans is disgusting, right? But they are talking about Black Republicans. And that means someone is listening. Someone out there has an open mind and they are considering it. That discussion was never had before. These conversations are not happening because of Trump. And part of it was because he was constantly accused so vehemently of being a racist and all this stuff that people had to try to come out and say, no, that's not true, right? And a lot of people said, well, that's pointless. Like you've already conceded to them by saying, well, listen, I'm not racist and here's why. And that is true, like argumentatively in a lot of ways, but the conversations are there. They happened. And there is room for growth. There was room to do something for Republicans to move past their traditional demographics in a lot of ways. So
yeah, and even if Trump loses today, the fact that it came so close, if you had an establishment Republican going against Biden, I don't think it would have been anywhere near as close. I think Biden would have won, judging by how it is
judging,
right now.
the state of the country. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, like, just because Trump loses, that does not suggest that the populist wave is over or that, it's not going to work. In fact, it is the way forward for Republicans. They can't regress backwards.
Yeah. Because in a normal election, we would not be waiting on Pennsylvania right now,
Yeah.
And even Nevada. Nevada has been a blue state for a few decades now, and it's.
So, and I mean, even if even if it comes out that there wasn't any fraud this election, right? Like, okay, just assuming that there was very little fraud, just the election system itself favors Democrats. So if it was a purely in-person election voting system, I think there's a good chance that it would have been a lot easier for Trump to win. And, that is considering the fact that, the system as it is right now favors Democrats. So that's not to say that there's fraud going on. It's just that's how it's set up. Yeah. So I think it would at least be closer or, okay, it's as close as it can be. But I think Trump would edge it out. It would be looking better if it was, purely in person or if the election system was a bit different. So
Miles says you just said that establishment Republicans would take control back. I didn't say. I said they would try to. Whether or not they're successful is going to be a battle that we're going to have to see. But they definitely have a good window too because it's all about donors. A lot of politics is about money, and the donors are definitely more on the side of those traditional establishment Republicans. But at the same time, the donors want to win elections too, and that's also something to consider. The donors are going to want to win those elections too, so they will have to see about that. It's interesting. Donors always get so demonized, but I don't know. It's just maybe because they're on our side, right? But a lot of donors I know, like big donors for Republicans, are actually like the coolest people ever. But so like I think they will be willing to be open-minded. Hopefully they can be convinced. Like I like all the donors I've ever met, doing this stuff. They're like so nice. Like they're so cool and like they're so friendly and they seem like they actually have a pretty open mind. Part of it is because they're always trying to network with everyone, and so you have to listen to people, right? But we'll have to see. But we can't go back. That's one thing definitely about the Republican Party. We cannot go back. There's only a way forward, And I'm not saying you have to keep every aspect. You don't have to run a clone of Trump, right? Because I think there are ways that Trump could be better too. But
exactly.
you sort of take the model and apply it to our next candidate's strengths, right? And mold them that way. But
see, here's the good thing though, because the Democrats have become so far left, the people who voted Trump this time, a lot of them, I wouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them, even if they put forward a candidate who wasn't quite like Trump, because we say, okay, Trump, there's some things that are not so great about him in terms of, how he speaks and, humility and all that. But at the end of the day, it was the way he spoke and got out to these people that actually made them vote for him. But given that there are, such far left Democrats, if in 2024 there's a far left Democrat running, if you put someone forward who is sort of in the new wave of the Republican Party, but also has these other qualities that people, normal people like to see, people who are on the fence. A lot of people see that Trump is so inflammatory and he's all this, and they don't want to vote for him. But if you have someone like a Trump in terms of his populism, his him being in touch with sort of the what is it, like blue collar workers. If you have someone like that, and that person is also, a bit more humble or just in general has more of that sort of appeal, then it's going to be good. Because as I said, he's not going to lose much of Trump's base, considering the fact that they hate the Democrats so much. But then he'll also gain people who are on the fence. So that's the kind of candidate that they need to run in 2024.
Yeah, no, like even like, I think Trump's only basically the place where he slipped. He has a ceiling that he couldn't break, right? Like he couldn't get above like 53% approval rating, which is like the highest he ever got. And he couldn't break the ceiling. And that was unprecedented for a candidate, for like based on when his approval rating was so good, like the way the economy was going, the way the country was going. It was really unprecedented that he couldn't break that wall. It was sort of like, what? Why not? Right? So there's some, right? I think the only thing he could have ever done better really in his presidency was, I wouldn't even say like calm down his tone, but sometimes just say the right things. Like he wasn't very good at pathos, I don't think.
Yeah.
Like he just, like I thought when he caught coronavirus, he should have treated that a lot different. Like he sort of tried to keep it private and then just move on, right? But I thought, like, just politically speaking, like that was the perfect time for him to go full on, just show his human side, because I think I've heard stories about Trump basically based from his family and people that know him and stuff like that. And, genuinely he seems like he's doing this because he really cares about this country and wants to help people. Because why else would a billionaire do this? Right. He's lost so much doing this, but he didn't do a good enough job showing it. And I know, like, personally, like maybe I'm sort of the thinking, like, why should that matter? I don't want to know a politics person's life. I want to know what they do. But we're all susceptible to this stuff. Like, likability, whether we want to admit it or not, likability is a factor in politics, right? It just is. And sometimes the more you can show, like, how good of a person you are, this or that, just show you who. I thought if Trump maybe just showed his human side a little bit more, he might have been able, because you can see it's a very close election right now, right? He might have been able to just crack that ceiling just a little bit. Just a tiny bit is all he needed. Because there are people who tune out CNN, like they don't believe that Trump is the worst guy to ever exist ever, right? But maybe they just didn't see enough of his heart, you know? And he does have a heart. I think he actually has a pretty big heart because, like I said, he won't do this if he didn't, right? But he doesn't show it. And I get it. He's of the business mind that, like, you never show weakness, or what is perceived as weakness. But it could have helped. But that's just me reflecting on, like, what going forward from Trump. What does our candidate need to look like, right?
Right.
So maybe add some more traditional politician aspects to that person, but not to the level where it's bullshit. You know, just someone who's willing to be every once in a while just play his cards right. You know,
right. Joe Lunsford is saying, "I'm wondering, should we resort to Antifa tactics?" No, please, no.
No.
Like we're not like that, and we really shouldn't be like that. It's there's no question about it. Antifa tactics, those are tactics of fear. Those are actually fascist tactics, and we would be proving the Democrats right if we resorted to tactics like that. That's not how we are, and that's not how we should be at all.
And I mean, if you want to look at it this way, who are you hurting, man? You're not hurting the politicians because they have protection, and what you're hurting is just random Americans in the streets, right? That's what Antifa does. Antifa always talk about, we're going to guillotine Jeff Bezos, right? But they don't do that. They just hurt random people in the streets that, you know, they live normal lives like you do. So, you know, it's just, that's not something that should be resorted to. Only act in self-defense, though. So if Antifa comes for you and they start beating on you, you have my permission. You have my permission to act in self-defense. But
you have every right to defend yourself. Yes.
Yeah.
So Joe is also saying that there is Nevada GOP has found instances of voter fraud. Were you getting this news? Was it what you were talking about earlier, or is it something new?
It probably is what I was talking about earlier, but they might have been found more instances of it. If voter fraud's going to come out any state, it's definitely Nevada. It's definitely Nevada. Just because, like I said, universal mail-in voting, most prone to fraud. It's true. Nevada has found 3,062 cases of voter fraud. Wow. So I wonder if obviously that probably won't be enough to change the election. But legally, I wonder if that's enough for them to force, whether it's a recount with checking or just doing the election over again. That's still a high hill to climb. That's going to be hard, right?
Yep.
But you could leave out a faint possibility that could happen, right? So
why was California called early? Come on, let's be realistic. This is so close of an election. You really think that there's any chance that Trump could take California?
Yeah, that's a landslide scenario, right? Yeah, and it's not a landslide. So I don't even call it a landslide scenario. I call it a super landslide scenario, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, you might want to prepare for Biden presidency right now. All right, do what you feel like you need to do, mentally, physically. Buy what you want. I don't know. Buy your guns now because they might not be legal in 6 months, whatever. Right? Go ahead, do it.
See, our main hope right now is that we hold the Senate and we block everything he tries to pass.
Right, because he can do some stuff through executive order, but it probably won't be. It'll just be losses that, like, I guess we could be fine with taking. Like, whatever. You want to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord? Okay, we'll have to accept that. Like, it's not. It's gonna tank our economy a little bit. It's gonna take the oil industry for sure. The fossil fuel, but it's like, okay, we'll take that. But you come for people's guns, man. You don't do anything about mobs tearing down our country and beating people in the streets. That's my biggest fear of a Biden presidency. It's not just generic liberal policies. Oh, they're going to be stricter on environmental regulations. Oh, the taxes will go up a little bit, right? It's more like the severe issues. Like, it's that, you know what else? Academia, right? Because Trump actually took some steps during his administration to, sort of reverse the course of leftist indoctrination in academia. And all that, unfortunately, guys, I have to be realistic, all that will probably be wiped out, whether it's free speech on college campuses, right? Banning the 1619 project from schools. Like, the federal government will not fund any schools that teach 1619, setting up the 1776 commission, which basically is like a review board of like what is taught in schools. that is all going to be, that's what I'm most scared of a Biden presidency. It's like the revisionist history being taught to our kids, letting the far left truly run over these institutions, and the guns. Of course, you got to mention the guns. The guns. So hopefully we hold the Senate so that can't happen. But
no updates yet.
I like LA Dodgers, not draft Dodgers. I like winners. Okay, cool. Biden hasn't won yet. Wisconsin is still on the table. But see, the thing is, the recount is going to take 21,000 votes, over 21,000 votes to be overturned. If there are severe cases of fraud, yes. Like if there's severe discrepancies. But I've been saying this for weeks, like of all the states, Wisconsin is probably the most trustworthy voting system because it was set up by Republicans, even though it's not being currently operated by Republicans. At least it was set up by Republicans. But so I would not count on that. The Donald Trump campaign's claims they're seeing discrepancies. The question is that true? Or is it just political rhetoric, right? They're just rhetoric to try to keep hope with people. We're going to have to find out. Dude, our borders are effed. Oh, yeah, that's something I completely forgot to mention. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Borders. Big. That's going to be a big one. Biden probably... I mean, actually, going through his unity plan, his immigration plan, specifically on illegal immigration, the single most radical part of his entire plan. So he wants to basically bring back catch and release, which is de facto open borders, because you can come across in our country, claim asylum, and you're allowed in, and no one can basically stop you. And now you're in our country, right? And God knows how many, how much citizenship he's going to be handing out to so many illegal immigrants. We all know what that's about. It's all about electoral power. All about it. That's all they're doing. You bring a great point. Immigration, that's going to be a big problem under the Biden president. And that's something that Biden is actually always been pretty liberal on. Like he's not really backtracked about it at all. So, and he clearly thinks human trafficking is okay at the border. You saw the debate where he refused to condemn human trafficking, and he refused to acknowledge that it was a reality that people bring kids across the border pretending to be, their parents. That really disgusted me, but the fight against human trafficking definitely took a blow, and it's a really underlooked problem in our country, but it's a real problem, and it's really unfortunate. It's like the word they don't know what the word illegal means exactly.
Does Biden support terrorists like Jeremy Corbyn does? I'm not sure if he does.
I don't know, but the Obama administration was trying to let in all open borders with Syrian refugees. Remember that? That was actually a big issue that I think reason why Trump won the election was, people were fearing that because they saw all these terrorist attacks going on in Europe, and in America, and people were sort of like, why should we just be letting in Syrian refugees indiscriminately? It's a country riddled in civil war, and half of this country in that civil war is against America. Come on. Why hasn't Biden denounced human trafficking? Well, because it's inconvenient to the woke open borders left that thinks that, everyone coming across the border is just a parent and their families, and, they're all good people. No criminals coming over whatsoever, right? So, yeah, not only that, I think, but human trafficking is a bigger issue than the supposed systemic racism. That's another big one. Critical race theory, right?
Oh, yeah.
This crap that Biden, that's being taught in workplaces and schools, Biden has showed at the debate. He fully supports it. They talked about it. He's fully on board with that stuff. So is the watermark true on the ballots? I'm not sure. We're going to have to look at that after we... Vince, we got 8 provinces in Canada, which means we won the election. What? What are you talking about? Hey, Biden won all the provinces in China except for Hong Kong. That's the one province he lost. Actually, I guess probably Tibet. Hong Kong and Tibet. He lost Hong Kong and Tibet.
Trump has the second most support down here in India.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. The first is what? The Philippines, right?
No. I mean, coming out of the U.S. He has a 56% approval here.
That's higher than that's higher than in America.
Yeah, and you have to consider our population. Now, of course, not everyone knows about who Trump is.
Yeah,
but
actually, there's this guy in India. I don't know if you saw. He actually worships Trump. Have you seen him? Like he
I've seen
yeah.
I've seen And yeah, there are a few like Hindu groups that like are, big into Trump. They don't worship Trump the way he does, but they're like, very, very supportive of him.
Paul said, okay, Paul, I see he's trying to troll using Trump quotes. He says, but I like presidents that don't lose elections. I like winners. Well, okay, Biden lost two presidential elections before this. And I'm trying to think, it might have been a third one. But see, in 1988, he had to drop out because he plagiarized. Yeah, he plagiarized a British politician. 2008, he just lost. He just sucked. He lost. But and then he would have been done if it wasn't for the fact that Obama didn't want to nominate Hillary as his VP, so he settled for Biden, and then they became like really close friends in the end. And then Obama kind of backstabbed him, not even wanting to endorse Biden until.
Yeah, that was funny, man.
What this shows you is sort of like Alan Lichtman is right. Like, elections are not about the people, the candidates. They're about just the state of the country, because Joe Biden was such a weak politician, for God's sakes. The guy is all over the place, and then he could barely get Obama to support. His campaign was a mess too, The only thing he had going in his favor was that 2020 sucks. But I guess that's all he needed, was that 2020 sucks. That was enough for him. He was the worst candidate to ever.
That is on the pulse of the sentiments of the U.S. right now, the sentiments of the world. So
it's just that 2020 sucks.
No, he had that going for him because it's like that's generally how it is, right? It's much harder for an incumbent president to hold on when you have a year this shitty.
That turns out that's all he needed, Yep. All right, so actually an update that we missed, I think. Okay. 175,000 absentee ballots still left to count in Pennsylvania, including more than 58,000 in Philadelphia.
Well, we had seen that, yeah.
And I think they probably counted all the election day ballots already. So,
yep.
Yeah, like I said, it's not looking good.
It's not looking good.
It's not looking good. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm kind of interested if Trump will ever concede, Like, obviously, he should not be conceding right now. He has no reason not to. He should file all the lawsuits he can and see how it goes, right? But after that, let's say he loses. I wonder if we might have like the first non-peaceful transfer of power in our nation's history, And it sort of becomes a question like, should he just peacefully transfer over power or not?
I mean, if the courts determine, then he definitely should.
Yeah, it's like he will, in his way, he'll feel like he's backstabbing a lot of people by doing that, because they want him to fight to the end. And so it's gonna be a tough moral dilemma for him, because a lot of people are like, saying this, and I think it's sort of true too. Like, Trump owes it to all of us who have fought so hard for him these past 4 years to fight it out to the end, and to not concede. But it's also it wouldn't be good for the health. It would not be good for the health of the country either.
And
for him not to,
but if it's determined that Biden's the legitimate victor, then what is there to fight? It wouldn't even be a noble fight anymore at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. Trump is not not take L's well. We know that he's not a good loser at all. He only wins. Which maybe maybe we never know, dude. Freaking Trump has a mystic winning characteristic of him. Maybe that's, we look at data. We're like, statistically, there's no way. It does. Well, not there's no way, but it's unlikely, right? But that's the thing.
Hey, what happened in Wisconsin and Michigan was statistically very unlikely.
Yeah.
What if something like that happens for Trump? I mean,
that is true, right? Because it was like we were looking at it. He was up so big, and then okay, Biden is looking like he's gonna win. Maybe it magically gets reversed. Guys, they found 200,000 ballots for Trump in the back of a truck. They found it in a ditch, guys. Blatant absentee ballots. You have to count. # count every vote, right?
Hey, Trump. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all of them go Trump suddenly out of nowhere.
Yeah. Because I've been wondering, like, okay, will Trump... I don't think they're going to literally have to physically drag Trump out of the White House. That's just ridiculous. That's not happening. But what I've been wondering is if Biden does end up winning, will Trump show up to his inauguration? That's sort of the question I've been having, right?
I don't
Because
think so.
it's always been no, but that would be very historically unprecedented. The past presidents always show up to the inauguration, yeah. But I don't. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think he would show up to Biden's inauguration, and now that would really be a first. And that, like physically, yeah, it would still be a peaceful transfer of power, but symbolically, it would not be a peaceful transfer of power. So, anyways, I'm gonna leave you here for a few minutes. I gotta go get a bottle of water because I've been speaking for like 5 hours. But I'll be right back.
Right,
so
go ahead,
you
go
got
ahead.
you have the floor, man.
All right. Any questions, people? Explain Michigan and Wisconsin. What do you mean? What I just said? I was joking. Michigan, Wisconsin are going Biden. Trump's taking it to the courts. As we said earlier, the margin is too big for there to be an overturn in the decision. It's unlikely. We definitely shouldn't hold out hope for that at the moment. The main places where we should be hoping for a victory is Pennsylvania and Georgia, because they are getting very, very concerning at this point. Last minute Kanye search. That would actually be good, because I doubt Trump voters would go Kanye, but of course, we know that's a joke. That's not happening. I think Trump will win his second term by the courts. As we said, courts is not a reliable way. We can't really bank on that. Like we have to hope for a win at election night. Georgia and Pennsylvania mainly at this point. How do you feel about the decriminalization of hard drugs? So I'm pretty sure, Vince, you're against this. I'm actually for the most part for it. So people are probably going to get triggered that I actually to some extent support the recent ruling in Oregon. So let's see. If Biden wins, then we pray that he will not mess up the country. Well, the Senate,
guys. Okay, listen. Here's what you want. You guys, believe it or not, you want Joe Biden to run the government. All right. Because number one, he'll run it very ineffectively, which means nothing gets done. But number two, he himself, deep down, is not the most radical progressive guy. Okay. Look at his legacy. He wrote the 94 crime bill. And to this day, he low-key still won't apologize for it. Okay.
Yep.
But he has to answer to this very radical far left mob, and he's always trying to appease them. But once he's in office, he'll probably. But the problem is there will be very strong forces pushing him for him to be very, very progressive, right? Because
exactly
what they saw Biden as was basically he's like a Trojan horse, right? Because they know that the far left couldn't beat Trump, but they really want to get Trump out of office. But so they run this moderate Biden, and then once he takes office, he's going to hand over power, right? Basically. And I think he said, like, same thing with Pelosi, like they're seen as transitional figures, transitions to the far left, right? And I think Biden said that himself. Like Biden says, I want to be a transition president, right? And transition to what? Transition into, progressive land. He could just be saying that, to get them out to vote. But I also think there's definitely some truth to that. Yep. But we'll see. Green New Deal coming in. That
would have to be passed in the Senate, right?
Yeah, it would need to be.
Yeah.
And, realistically, guys, it's sort of on the progressive wish list, but I kind of feel like the Democratic establishment does not want to make it happen because they know how stupid it is. It's just stupid. Yep. It's a stupid idea. And I think because they know if they did that, the consequences would not allow them to win an election for like 2 more terms. Like they would be screwed by that. So I think, the establishment in the Democratic Party, they are liberal, but there's sort of a glass ceiling that they don't want to crack in terms of how far left they go, but they're being pushed very hard by the far left to do it, right?
Yep.
To push them over it. And so that's what we got to wait and see. I mean, didn't Kamala co-author it, or was that someone else? True, she did. But we're assuming that Biden lasts, which maybe we shouldn't be doing. You're right. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Maybe we should be assuming that Biden croaks within, 1 or 2 years and then Kamala is president.
Hunter's still talking about the provinces in Canada.
Okay, cool.
Do you guys think that DJT Jr. will run? Do you think he will?
Well, It's well, actually, maybe, because think about it. George H.W. Bush, one-term president. George W. Bush won the presidency, two-term president.
Mm-hmm.
So, you maybe, I don't know. I don't think he's the best candidate.
Yeah, no, I don't think he has the same appeal. Like, I mean, he's a lot like his father, but still, like, nah. He doesn't like stand much on his own. I guess he'd be seen more as like a Trump clone.
And that's W. Bush was sort of like a less competent HW, right? Less competent, less experienced, less skilled. Yeah. Guys, there's plenty of people in the Republican Party that we can choose from that are good candidates. I don't think we need to resort to Trump's kids necessarily, because the thing we got 2024. I would say, Ron DeSantis is a good candidate to run. Josh Hawley. We will have to see. Well, it's hard to say now because we'll have to see like how each candidate performs in the primaries, because we have to assess their strengths really. But you could do Josh Hawley. Ted Cruz is always an option, always a good option. I would vote for him, but it'll depend. We'll have to see. John James. Well, I mean, I feel like he kind of got screwed over in Michigan, but John James is someone to think about. Maybe not now, but in the future. Because like I said, Republicans need to crack that blue wall in the Midwest to survive. And John James did a pretty damn good job in Michigan, and he outside of Trump, he's the only Republican I've seen really do well in the Midwest, in that sort of part of the country we're talking about. So I think he'd be a very good candidate to run, or at least be the vice president and maybe run for president. He's someone to consider. So
yeah. So Leonardo says Trump 2020 all day. Arizona and Nevada will go red. Here's the thing. I say Arizona is going to go red. I'm quite confident about that. Nevada, not so much. But even if Nevada goes red and we lose Pennsylvania, it's over. So that's the problem. The reason we're saying, the hopes are low is not because of Arizona and Nevada, but because of the race tightening in Pennsylvania and Georgia, and actually even more than Georgia, Pennsylvania at the moment.
Yeah. I don't know why they can't just finish counting Georgia. It's kind of getting ridiculous at this point.
I swear, it's like, how long are they taking?
The election system's a mess.
What is the time over there right now?
In Georgia?
Yep.
It is 12:59 a.m. Yeah, 12:59 a.m. So it is early Friday morning, and they still don't have them all in. Sad. Wow. Republican state too. Come on, what are you doing? Republican state. Come on, you gotta count your ballots correctly.
I never saw Georgia coming this close. Like, I thought Arizona would be a lot closer than Georgia. Which, I mean, it is very close, but I did not see Georgia coming this close. Crazy.
No, me neither. This was a surprise, and that, like, yes, there's definitely questions there, because it doesn't, like, yes, technically it is possible, but it doesn't make a lot of logical sense, because you would think if Georgia falls, Texas would be a lot closer than it is right now, and Florida we'd probably lose, or at the very least it'd be a lot closer than it is right now. And even look at North Carolina, like, we're doing pretty well there, not like super impressive, but pretty well. Whereas Georgia, by the standards we should be having, we're doing abysmally. So it doesn't make sense, because the rest of the Sun Belt, Republicans are doing pretty well. And then you just zoom in on Georgia, and it's like, what? Right? And Arizona, I'm not going to even make a call yet, because it's just like, we're counting all the ballots we have to see, right? So it could turn out like we got what we expected in Arizona, right? By the time it's all said and done. Yeah. But Georgia is like, it's very suspicious, At least you could rationalize Pennsylvania going blue by saying, well, look, the rest of the Rust Belt went blue, right?
Yeah.
Georgia, what the hell is going on there? Exactly. You would think it was getting very, very close, right? Brian Kemp won the state by 32,000 votes in 2018. But you would think that was an off-year election with an incumbent Republican. So you would think this year we'd win it, basically, without that much concern. But it is also something in hindsight to maybe think about. Trump barely went to Georgia. He only went there like once or twice, right? During the whole, it was only once. It was once, and it was like the week or so before the election, right? Biden spent a lot of time in Georgia, especially towards the end, which I was really questioning. I was like, what is he doing? That just makes no sense. He got it. Yeah, but you got to say now he got it right. Or maybe they knew. They knew what was going to happen in the Midwest, right? magical balance power Biden. Like, all right, guys, don't worry. Let's just go after Georgia now. Yeah, that it's. But at the same time, at the same time, maybe they spent a bunch of time in Florida and Texas too, and you can see that totally flopped for them. Actually, in Texas, Republicans did not lose a single House seat, which was unbelievable. I didn't think Republicans were going to lose the state in the presidential election, but not a single House seat. Like that's really has to be hopeful for Texas. But Georgia, man, you guys are.
I swear. Yeah. So Hunter says, did you hear Biden switch his party? And Soup Dog is talking about one of Biden's policies. Yeah, guys, I really don't like Biden, but this true national pressure sounds really, really good. I'm really looking forward to it. What is that? I'm getting some noise. What was that? Yo, Vince. Are you there? Vince, we cannot hear you. Guys, can you hear me?
Here, I'm back now.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
My mic was a problem, so I'm just going to disconnect it.
Yeah. Rest in peace, headphone users.
No. Yeah, this is it. It's gonna kind of suck. Biden. Are you really gonna say? You know what? I think for the first few months of Biden's presidency, assuming Trump doesn't hold out in these states, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be a massive troll and just refer to Kamala Harris as the president, right? So I'm gonna say when Biden is inaugurated, I'm gonna say congratulations to Kamala Harris for being inaugurated 46th president of the United States.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Political commentary is gonna become a lot less fun.
I don't know about that because the Democrats have done a pretty good job for themselves off of just the past 4 years, just being completely irrational and ridiculous Trump haters. So I'm like, we could just be completely irrational, ridiculous Biden haters. And I'm not talking about commentators. I'm just talking about the whole side. Because
that's not fun, man. I don't like that. I don't want to be like that.
If they did that and they won a whole election based off of it, shoot, why couldn't we do the same thing? Clearly it works. It's an effective political strategy. We might as well just go burn down some cities and say, hey, look, okay, now we win.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't want that to happen.
Vince, do you think Trump might win? Maybe even 10%. Yeah, I would give it like a 10% chance. That's
10%
fair.
chance.
Yeah, but
Miles
odds...
P, can we get the co-host's name? So my name is Anish. I haven't yet started a channel. So I used to be TSD Politics on Instagram. I had an account, but I stopped making content a while back, and I'm going to launch again soon. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to launch under the name of Anish Liberty. Vince will definitely keep you guys updated about that. So, yep.
Yeah, what do you guys think of my co-host? I think he's done. I'll give him an assessment. I think he's done pretty well tonight.
Thank you.
He's probably the most competent of all the people I've co-hosted with. That's just me being objective, not dissing the other people. Just he's pretty good. Anish is a beast. Oh, damn.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you guys will all tune in when I start making my content as well.
Send a link to do more calls. Yeah, sure. Why the hell not? So we'll probably wrap this up in like 15, 20 minutes or so because it doesn't seem like anything new is happening. But yes, we will take your calls. That sounds like a plan. Let me put the link right here. Call in. And we'll be back tomorrow night, probably the same time. I don't know if Anish, you want to do it with me again. But we'll be back tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
And we're just gonna keep going until we basically have more or less results. But yeah, there's a link in the stream, guys. Feel free to call in. Just if you're on, I don't even know if it works on Android, but if you're on iPhone, you can just copy paste the link into Safari. You'll be in. If you're on laptop, that's probably better. Just copy paste the link, and you'll be in for sure. But yeah, do you think Arizona will switch? Charlie Kirk thinks it will flip. No, I think it will flip as well. I think yeah.
For sure.
It's just such a weird election because
it is.
You would think Arizona would go blue this cycle, not Georgia, right? Arizona is a state that was more up in play because look at 2018. The Democrats actually won there. 2018, the Democrats actually lost in Georgia. So why is it that Georgia, it looks like Arizona's going to go red, but Georgia's not? That, that's just that you have to be suspicious of that because that doesn't make a logical sense, right?
Yep.
Because, so what's the hope for Pennsylvania? It looks like I think Biden has. It just looks like Biden has too many ballots, outwithstanding, for it to. Yeah.
It's Philly.
Yeah, Philly.
That's the issue. So John Booth asks podcast tips. So yeah, that's the thing. When I was running my initial account at TSD Politics, I had a podcast, and I was proud of my podcast. Like it was my account that I wanted to change because I was just regurgitating, typical conservative content. But in terms of tips for a podcast, so what I've seen, when I have a podcast, when I'm recording on my own, I'm a lot more boring because it's quite hard to just talk to a microphone. So when you're starting off, at least, okay, as I developed, I've been podcasting for 2 years. So as I developed, it improved. But as you're starting, it might be good to look at a co-host or at least to have guests on a regular basis. And that will, as Leonardo says, it would help it not be as boring. Also, try not to just regurgitate typical conservative content. That is quite saturated at the moment. So if there are any unique perspectives you can provide, not in terms of your views, of course. If you're a conservative, you're a conservative. No issues with that. But when I was thinking about my relaunch, I was thinking about specific segments and things I could do and ideas for that might set me apart. So that's something that you might want to try reflecting about as well. Definitely be sure about what your brand is before you go into it. That was my issue when I first started, and that's why I've been spending months rebranding, and that's why I think my launch is going to be a lot more successful than my initial launch. So make sure you're well planned and you've figured out your brand.
Yeah, definitely. I love this comment. This is so much worse than 2000. Then again, Al Gore was hunting man bear pig. Do you get that reference? You know what it's from?
No.
Oh, okay, it's from South Park. You gotta watch that episode. Al Gore and
Okay.
Man Bear Pig. Don't worry, it's not really Man Bear Pig. It's me, Al Gore.
Wow.
Yeah. So guys, the link is in. Someone said do call-ins, and then nobody called in. So come on, guys. If you're gonna suggest doing call-ins, then
saying why is Crowder a liar?
When did we say that?
No, we didn't say that.
Oh.
But it seems like he wants us to say something about that. I don't think Crowder's amazing, but also the people who give him a lot of shit, I think they're also being a bit unfair. Like, I don't know. I just don't know what it is about Crowder. I don't think he's a person to rely on for solid political commentary. If you want to watch a show and have a laugh, it can be entertaining. But if you want proper analysis, that he's not the guy I'd go to. Is he a liar? I don't think so, but he probably isn't as sophisticated in his research and data analysis as someone who is focused on that might be. But that's understandable because that is his aim. His aim is to have an entertaining show, and he's quite
depends on what his case is. You know what I mean? If there's really proof that comes out of widespread voter fraud, then he has a better of a chance. But right now, his cases of just his poll watcher cases those are good cases and he won. But the problem was he won basically too late because while he was trying to litigate this case, votes were still being counted, and now it's like basically it was kind of pointless doing all that, right? But the best case he basically has is maybe he can force a recount in probably a lot of different states. The question is going to be, is it going to be enough, right? And then how much fraud he's going to be able to prove. Overall, I don't think that the courts, especially the Supreme Court, is going to want to go to the place where they're overturning the results of an election, apart from what it was already basically showing who won. So regardless, it's a Hail Mary attempt. He should go for it, but I don't think he would win it, frankly, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was I guess I was having an argument with my buddy, right? He's kind of more of a Yang supporter, but he is backing Biden, right?
Yeah.
He'd rather Biden win. He was kind of pushing the fact that he's just saying, "Oh, Trump's just bitchy. He's just salty because things weren't going his way," which it could be the case, but because there would be possible things where they were talking about Wisconsin, right? That whole more voters than actual registered voters, or like more people voted, and immediately that got shot down in like almost a couple hours, right? Because they were saying that that particular number was from 2018, and obviously it increased since then because they keep pushing for higher turnout.
Right.
So obviously as you go through the cases, I was just like, oh, maybe a lot of shit's just getting turned down, right? Like it gets debunked, like the 123 for Michigan, like that went completely to Biden. Apparently that got debunked. Even Shapiro said that got debunked really quickly as well. So that's why I was just kind of looking for cases, right? Which it just depends, right? I think, in my opinion, if I was American, I honestly wouldn't vote for Trump. I would most likely, I lean more libertarian. And so I'd likely be voting for like Joe Jorgensen or something, but gun to my head, I would vote Trump over Biden any day.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also a libertarian, by the way. So
yeah, exactly.
I
Logical
totally
reasons
agree.
would have me dictate. If it was a gun to my head and I had to pick between the two main candidates, like I'm not having some like child sniffing brain dead guy, right? So like that was just my opinion, but yeah, like I was reading something as well where the Trump campaign said that they expect to win Georgia because of the military ballots. I don't know what you guys.
No, that's still that's not something I was taking consideration. No, but Georgia is still like it's open.
Yeah,
Like,
I think like I said, I'm a lot more concerned about Pennsylvania than I am about Georgia.
Yeah,
Georgia,
he should be making his cases there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like Michigan and Wisconsin, I think like Michigan, he can't even recount it because it's too far ahead. Wisconsin, he can try, but I think I'm like, Pennsylvania, if anything, he should be trying the most at for sure. That was just, and then again, Georgia, I think North Carolina, I think he'll hold it. Georgia, if the military ballots go in what he says they do, Charlie Kirk was saying that he thinks that it might go into 80-20 margins. I find that a little bit generous, but if that is the case, then he'll probably hold Georgia. Fingers crossed. But and then Arizona, I think even though it's full of neocons, I think he'll still probably hold it.
Yeah, Trump should carry Arizona.
Yeah,
like I said, it's all on pen right now. It's all on pen.
Wait, how much? Yeah, what's the percentage voting? I actually didn't even check how much are reporting.
And it's 95% reporting. But if you look out of Philadelphia and Delaware County, it's 91% reporting. So there's about 70,000 votes. Okay, 60,000 coming from Philadelphia, still to be counted out of the 175,000 outstanding ones. And I'd only assume there's a few more thousand from Delaware, I guess even more than that. So at the moment, they're heavily favoring Biden.
Again, they keep saying that Philly has a high case of voter fraud. This is the first election that I really kind of paid attention to, right? Because I wasn't old enough before. So that's why when they said that Philly has a high voter turnout, like a voter fraud case, that's what I was thinking. Trump should be focusing on that. I think Michigan's a lost cause. Wisconsin's a lost cause.
I wish they would call Pennsylvania right now because it's like we'll know if Trump loses Pennsylvania, it's over. There's basically no path to victory, So,
Exactly.
But of course they gotta lag, take forever. That's why you don't elect Democrats in your local elections because then they'll run your voting system like this.
Yeah, I know. I know you. You've chatted with Red Eagle before, right? Red Eagle Politics.
Yeah.
Even he said he's like, how come no one has adopted what Florida's doing?
Yeah.
Right, like Michigan, Whitmer actually did something good for once, and she actually passed that rule that they're allowed to count before leading up to election day to avoid that type of mess. But somehow they still dropped the ball and still took longer than expected, which didn't make any sense to me. But I mean, it is what it is. But
the thing is, they always talk about, well, Americans need to accept the results, but the longer it takes, the more room there is to cast doubt, and that's on both sides. The longer it goes, it's true in a lot of things, right? But especially elections, the longer it drags out, the less decisive people feel about it. So
yeah, if the positions were flipped, I would 100% be skeptical that Trump would actually be winning. I would actually be 100% skeptical.
Yeah.
But
Right.
anyways,
so that's the thing, right? It's either way, the election was going to be contested. Like if Biden was losing, he'd probably also be casting doubts as well. So, as for your initial question about your friend saying that, he's just salty and a sore loser, I mean, maybe there's some aspect of that, but he does have reason to be suspicious. Like, even though there isn't definitive fraud as yet, not widespread evidence of definitive fraud, there is enough for people to be suspicious about it. So
there's enough discrepancies too. Like Georgia's weird. So
yeah, 100%. I told him, I said, as of right now, Biden will likely take it, but it's still, there's no reason why he can't be skeptical. So
yeah. All right, well, Jet, thank you very much for coming on. Nice talking. Nice meeting you. All right.
Yeah.
See you later, man. Have a good day. Have a good night. Sorry. Yeah, good night. All right. So next we got Joe. Thank you very much for coming on. Nice talking. Nice meeting you. All right.
Yeah.
See you later, man. All right. You gotta plug it. You gotta plug in your headphones. All right. I'll let you back in, or if you turn off my stream.
Yeah, turn off the
okay.
main stream.
Okay. So I have a question about Wisconsin.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm looking at your stream right now, and it's like not.
Yeah, it'll be distracting. Just keep it off for a second or mute it or whatever. Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, I have a question about Michigan and Wisconsin. So, I'm still hopeful about the 150,000 ballots that they just magically found for Biden. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think those are legitimate votes, or do you think there's fraud there? Definitely fraud.
So the 150,000 thing.
It was actually 15,000. It was 15,000.
Yeah, it's actually 15,000. So
it was a decision desk screwed up, and I've seen that a lot in the media. Like Fox News, we've seen some numbers that they've had to reverse. Like they're like 99%. Look at Georgia right now on Fox News. It's 99% reporting, but you click over every single precinct is 100% reporting. That doesn't even make sense.
And
because
it's been 99% reporting since I woke up in the morning. It's morning here, so it was like 4 hours ago. It was at 99% reporting on Fox, and the lead is just closing in. So it's like
the media is proving too during this that they kind of actually suck. They're not. They don't really have their stuff together, which makes sense. The people who go into journalism typically are people who like wanted to be cool but didn't really want to do a lot of math in school. Journalism is dead. Yeah, definitely.
Yep. At least legitimate journalism.
Yeah. Well, like Tucker Carlson says, all the smart people went into finance, and then all the dumb people were left in journalism. He always says that.
Exactly.
But yeah. So.
But like, what do you make of like? Okay. So like, I understand what you're saying about the ballots in Michigan.
Yeah.
But what about the numerous videos that are going online of poll workers even saying that the level of fraud that's going on here is absolutely insane? Like,
no, I think it's no. I 100% think it's happening and it's real. The problem is, how do you prove that in a court of law? Number one, because you can pick anecdotal incidences, but you have to prove that it's happening in like this systemic level.
Exactly.
Which is going to be a lot. And think about the context of this. It's like if you're a poll worker working in Detroit, Michigan, right? Not everyone, it's a big building. So the only people that are going to be watching what you're doing are the people around you. And the question is, are the people around you going to be looking honestly enough or care honestly enough or even care enough or, think about what it would take for you to snitch on a poll worker next to you. First of all, you have to not be on board with what they're doing. Which if you're in Detroit, there's probably a spin and wheel, 90% chance the person's a Democrat, right? So that's number one. And then it's like number two, are they gonna notice it? Or are they gonna be oblivious? Or are they actually gonna notice it? Then number three, are they gonna have the balls to report you and go through all this crap, because most of the time when you see something shady happening next to you, most people just try to ignore it and then sometimes low-key feel guilty that they didn't say anything, but that's usually what happens, how it goes, right? So that's the problem. I definitely think there's fishy business going on here. The question is how much, right? How much is it happening? And how do you prove that it's happening that much? That's hard. That's difficult because there's not a lot of transparency.
So just to clarify, how many ballots actually went in that were for Biden? Because the media was reporting it like 150K.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I accidentally kicked you out. Go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
But like the media was reporting 150K ballots were all for Biden reported at 4 a.m. in both states. And the reason I find that suspicious is because Trump has said earlier the night that that was going to happen. They're going to magically find ballots places. So is it 150 or is it 50,000? Is that number like a combined number from both states, or just like what was that? Because like because like a lot of people are saying that's a statistical improbability.
Right. No, so like I remember I went to bed on election night. Trump had a lead in Michigan and Wisconsin, and woke up a big lead, and I woke up to see it totally wiped out. It was
Michigan by like 12 points at some.
Yeah.
Like I was very confident about Michigan earlier that night.
Yeah, and listen, I mean,
what was that? But what was that though? Do you think those were legitimate votes, or do you think someone from the DNC wheeled in a bunch of ballots? Because there's a video of a guy wheeling a It's usually like.
I don't know what happened there. I didn't kick him out that time. It just. Sorry, what are you saying?
But yeah, like, what do you think that was? Do you think that was an anomaly, or do you think that was actual fraud? Like 150K ballots were casted illegally.
It's hard to say. I mean, at this point, we have to assume at least that it's an anomaly. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the courts.
Okay.
Yeah, but I at this point I wouldn't say there's definitive proof of fraud. But as I said earlier, there is enough.
Widespread fraud. Yeah, but there's a lack of transparency that suggests that it's happening, because you why would you board up windows? Why do you kick? Yeah. Why would you be blocking Trump poll watchers? If this is so transparent. Yeah, there's the problem again is not that it's like it's clear that there is shady business going on here. It's proving it in a court of law. Hard, right? It's hard, and you're the accuser, so you're at an automatic disadvantage, right? So,
which honestly, I think here's the thing, and if you're going to commit massive election fraud, there's, I mean, it's which means that this conspiracy goes deep. I think some people, a lot of people are probably going to be sloppy. I do believe some of these people that committed fraud are going to be sloppy. I think that's going to be found, and I hope Timo lawyers are able to sort everything out. So I'm still hopeful that Trump's going to win. I mean, I know the numbers don't look good, but but honestly, it's so funny. I hate to admit when my parents are right. I'm 21 right now, but I hate to admit when they're right. Even still,
it's the same for me.
But they knew from past elections that the Dems their game, if they can't win the vote, they'll just take it to the court. They'll take it to the court. Like I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to end up in the court in one way or another.
Yeah, same. I was thinking that as well to start with.
It's going to be
It's.
So, I mean, Miles is saying from the chat that. If there's fraud, that Biden will be disqualified. He'll only be disqualified if there's there's proof that it links back to him. If it's happening within a county, and they decide, okay, there's fraud, at most what they're going to do is they're going to recount or something like that. Right.
Here's something else to consider: the Electoral College meets on December 14th. We have to prove all this crap, all this stuff before December 14th, actually, because they have to get a committee of electors together. That's part of the problem, is that, once they vote on December 14th, whoever won that electoral college is going to be the president. You can't just go back and overturn it. It can't happen. That's how they actually decide the president. And that is like about a month, but you got to win all these lawsuits in a month and then do these. I don't think the time window necessarily favors us. That's part of the problem.
But do you think the electoral college, like, how do you think? First off, like, I tried looking this up. I know that it's decided by electors, but I never but like the way electors are selected. I had no like it's not really concise. I wasn't able to find concise data on how exactly they're selected
because there is no concise process. The state government
yeah.
decides how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you think how do you think the electors are gonna feel about this election? It okay, like knowing all the numerous lawsuits, the numerous potential instances of fraud. Do you think that could play well for Trump or Biden?
I think the electors. So here's something to consider, right? You're talking about the left is very good at intimidation, right? We know that.
Yeah.
If an elector went Trump won their state and they voted. I mean, Biden won their state and they voted for Trump against the will of the people of the state, and it ended up changing things. That elector would be dead. Okay, let's be completely honest. That elector would be killed. Okay, yeah. And I don't want to say that lightly. I don't want to encourage it, but that's just what would happen, right? If anything, I've been the one that's concerned. Like, what if Trump only wins 270 or 274, and the electors decide, no, we're going to vote for Biden instead? See, the electors often come from the political establishment, party elites, connected with party elites. That's how they're chosen. And we know how, just in general, elites in our country feel about Trump. If anything, it's more likely that they would overturn a Trump victory in electoral college than a Biden victory. I really don't see that happening because I think it's just easier to go with the left than to go with the right. That's just how it is in our country. Much easier culturally, socially. So unfortunately, I don't see. And even as someone who really wants Trump to win, it would not be a good thing for our country for the electors to go rogue and for it to actually change the election, right? It is technically allowed by the Constitution, right? It is within the Constitution for them to do that. They can vote however they want, but it kind of degrades the legitimacy of presidential elections. And then in the future, it's like the election doesn't even freaking matter. The electoral college will just do whatever they want, and that is a part of the way that the founders wanted it. But at the same time, it's not good for the health of the country. So.
Yeah. But remember, the founders wanted the public, like the founders intended, just like the founders never intended for the people to directly vote for president, to vote for president in the way that we do. The founders intended just for the state governments to decide who's going to be there for. I think that's the better. I think that would have been a better system where you have the state governments, they elect the president. Regardless of how the result turns out, I think the Democrats are going to have to live with the country they created. I mean, honestly, they know they're guilty. They know they're guilty at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, that's going to be on them. It's all going to be on them.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you, Joe, for coming on. It was a great talk. Nice meeting you, man.
Good job.
All right. Okay. Last guest for the night or call in. Hunter Doyle, what's up, my man?
Vince, what's going on, man? First off, huge fan of yours.
Are you the guy in the chat talking about Canada?
Yeah. Hey, we've still got 8 provinces left. It's not over yet. I know. I'm just trying to lighten the mood.
Yeah.
I just want to say, huge fan, man. I mean, I've got my Dow 2040 hoodie coming in the mail soon.
Send me a picture of it, man.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll tag you with it on my story. But I just want to say, I know you're a hard worker. I know a lot of the hard work that goes in. I don't know the hard work that goes in behind the scenes, but I know you put in a lot of hard work. I just want to commend you on that. I work in sports journalism and stuff, and I know some of the work that goes in behind the scenes. I just want to really commend you on that. You're a hard worker.
Thank you. I appreciate it. No
matter what happens in selection, man, I just want to commend you on that. And I'm from Philly. I can tell you, I'm not a researcher or anything, but I can tell you the vibe around here is, well, at least from conservative standpoint, is not good. So you guys are spot on with it. It's it sucks. It's the way it went. We got to accept it, unfortunately. But yeah, I just want to say you guys have been doing a great live stream. You two and Niche, keep up the hard work.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to say. I just want to come on here quick and say that, and I'll tag you in that picture once I get that hoodie. But appreciate you guys for the hard work, and great job. I mean, you guys are going 5 hours and a half on a live stream, and you guys have been doing it day after day after day after day. Like I can imagine you guys probably losing sleep and stuff. Like I've been losing sleep and I haven't even been doing anything. I've just been doing Zoom classes the past 5 days. So but yeah, I just want to come on here and say that, but appreciate you guys. Peace out.
All right. Thank you very much, man.
Really
Thanks for coming
appreciate
on. All right. So
that's a good place to stop.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll talk. So any final thoughts here? By the way, guys. So before you guys leave, we will be streaming again tomorrow night. Probably I'll let you know. So keep posting my story, but it'll probably be the same start time, right? 8 p.m. Eastern time. Probably same start time. And yeah, we'll see. But any final thoughts?
Yeah. So as we said, we're still holding out hope, as I'm sure you all are. At the moment, it's not looking that good. All we have to do is wait and see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens in the morning. But yeah, I guess that's it. There's
Yeah.
nothing left
So
to do. Play the waiting game.
Guys, to you guys, all right. Don't react like the left.
Yeah.
Not because it's not justified, but because you don't want to become a meme. All right. Listen, they just most likely beat us. We cannot give them an inch. Okay. And the last thing you want to concede to people who just are extremely arrogant. Okay. They're all over my social medias talking crap right now. I'm just ignoring them. Okay. Because there's no point. Right. The last thing you want to concede to them is to become a meme to them. Don't do it. All right. Listen, at the end of the day, we'll be okay. I don't know if the country will be okay, but you will be okay. I will be okay. Personally, we'll be okay. All right. And, there's still plenty. Hey, listen, here, if you guys ever want optimism, keep in mind, look at how the left has reacted the past 4 years to Trump. Okay. They've been ridiculous. They've been like, what the hell? It's been one of the stupidest things I've ever witnessed. Okay. And if we find out when this is all over that they won the election doing that, guys, I think we'll just be just fine. Okay, I think we'll be just fine. But yeah, that'll basically do it here. I mean, not really if they come for our guns, true, but it looks like we're holding on to the Senate. All right, so keep that in mind. And also, okay, let's think about this. If Democrats were able to do the sanctuary city crap with illegal immigration. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Texas now declared sanctuary state for guns. Oklahoma, sanctuary state for guns. Hey, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Because if the Trump presidency couldn't stop the sanctuary city stuff with the immigration, you damn sure know that Oklahoma is not letting federal agents come into their state and seize guns. So just move to a red state. All right, you can move to Texas, try to save Texas. Move to South Dakota. South Dakota has a really booming housing market. South Dakota is the freest state in America if you want to do that. But if you want to hang on to your guns, let's just declare sanctuary states for guns and move there. Okay?
Sounds good.
So that sounds good. But yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow night. Hopefully we have some better results, but we're basically prepared that it will not be. And we hopefully look really stupid. But yeah,
hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Yeah, exactly. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow night, probably same time. And I've gotten no sleep, but that's fine. All right. Peace out. Have a good night, guys. And you guys get some sleep too. All right. Because nothing's coming tonight. So good night, guys.
Definitely.